Celebrate good time! Come on! Come on! What's even happening with this light? Hello, people! Wait, let's... fuck's sake. Oh my gosh, everything is lagging now. That was loud? I'm loud! Ooh, loud, proud. Thank you. My birthday was a couple days ago. I'm officially 34 now. Celebrate good times, come on! Honk, 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 honk! I did a... Thank you. What up, Hoobs, Ducky, Bestie, X-Gamer, Enemy, Good Guy, Old Dude? Wow. Well, I am not an old dude. Look at event view. Hoobs resubscribed. Let me get you a fresh haiku right off the bat. Hoopsie poopsie. I played Minecraft Dungeons yesterday when I wasn't supposed to, and I promised Hoobs we would play on Tuesday. So I was a little gaming slut, and I made it up to him by forcing him to play with me after stream as well. Oh my gosh. Alright, wait, I gotta fix this fucking the fucking floating chat, yeah? You're gonna have it over here instead. It's much better. Yeah. That's a much better place for the floating chat, because over here is fucking nothing. Dr. Vem is so shit at the tower. Oh, like in Minecraft Dungeons, yes. Not the tower, the game. Which I'm not gonna play at all today. I'm gonna keep off that. I'm just gonna let it be. Imagine. I also gotta warn you, I'm feeling mighty weird today. Feeling mighty weird. Oh, for fuck's sake! Alright, I'm in the middle of a haiku. Let's see if the shitty cam wants to work. It wants to work! Oh my gosh, you can even see my opened up computer here. Ugh. Drop down, sir. We got the computer here. The good graphics card. See, I went to the thing yesterday to throw away all the shit. I'm making so much sense! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20! 10 times 2, bitches. Oh my gosh. I'm actually surprised I could do 20. He's such a slut. God damn it. Oh my gosh. It's getting better, for sure. So according to this, I only have 63 left. No. But I have a confession to make, gang. I've told y'all I'm gonna do 10 push-ups per time I smoke. And that challenge started Monday. And I've cut down on how much I've smoked. but I've still done some smoking. You should actually don't remove those, because I smoked 8 times on I smoked 8 times on Monday and 9 times yesterday. So that's 170 push-ups that should be added. So anyone can do that math? 63 plus 170, that's 233, bitches. So yeah, I did some push-ups now, 20 in fact. It's 10 push-ups per smoke, and I've cut down a lot. I usually smoke like 20 a day or something. Round it up to 300. Fuck you, man. That's not gonna happen. Alright, you usually smoke a pack a day. Yeah. That's commonplace for most smokers, is a pack a day. Can see the haiku cogs working. Oh yeah, we've been way worse. When I was in high school, and I smoked... when I was smoking the most, I was in high school, I was working as well every weekend, so I had a lot of money to spend. I smoked 3 packs a day at one point. That's 60 cigarettes a day. That's more cigarettes, like, almost triple the amount of cigarettes that there are hours in a day. So, for me, 8 to 9 is like, whoa, dude. Don't start smoking, kids. It's the worst fucking addiction. I mean, apart from meth and heroin, I guess, but I don't know what that's like either. All right, Hoops. I have a haiku for you here. The best at dungeons, wrecking that Minecraft UC. Give me emeralds. My grandma does like 2 packs a day at 84. I'm convinced it's keeping her alive. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. Can you react to this video on stream? It's 20 minutes, but watch like a minute. Do it in Big Doctor Little Game. Whoa, Pix! What up? Thanks for the resub. Ah. Whoa. I'm just gonna... No, come on. Stop! I clicked the video as well. Blah. Oh, no wait, not Big Doctor Little Game. Like the video full screen and you small. My bad. You suck, man! Alright. Oh my gosh. Pixie resubbed. That's insane. Then Pixie gets a haiku as well. Hey, Pix! What up? I'm doing well. I'm so excited about getting my new computer parts. I've opened up the old computer. Oh my god, I feel so bad for that computer. Do I have stories to tell you about that computer? Still wants community help and feedback for the video. What do you mean? I know SoulThread loves it when people clip and stuff and mark the video and shit. So people do that. Who wants the community's opinion? Oh yeah, because it's SoulThread's video. Now I see it. I'm an idiot. I play on an MSI laptop. Whoa, dude. I want an MSI laptop. Fuck's sake. Alright, sorry. But I just heard the headphones are losing batteries, so I'm switching over to my speakers. fucking... Man... Alright, I gotta write a haiku. Get off my back, bitches. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, Pix, about the haiku. I told people before that I'm in a weird mood today, so it's all gonna be sussy shit. You never prepare. Honestly, I tried preparing so much. I have water, I have food, I have snacks. I've tried preparing. I might have ADHD. It's not conclusive yet. Grippers is feet? What do you mean put them... Why would I put my feet away? How do I do push-ups without having feet on the floor? You will not feel bad for what you're about to do to me during this stream? Yes, punish me! Alright, put in Discord that you're live. Fuck, I forgot about that. Thanks. Pixie, I got a haiku for you here. And I'm really sorry about it. Like, I mean nothing by it. It's just what came into my mind. Based on what you've done on Discord to try to get Nobles to fail the 30-second challenge. So, here goes, Pix. Gargle, gargle, bitch. Slob on knob like corn on cob. It will make you rich. Like I said, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Balls! That was my controller. It's annoying. Yeah, I know. Oh yeah, Panda's gonna fail an exam. And the good guy started the tower. Oh my god. I gotta message people. Yeah, I'm sorry, Pixie. I'm sorry. Don't tell me batteries are out now as well. There we go. I'm not even using my gaming keyboard. I'm using the wireless one in prep for... Fuck! In prep for the Frankenstein 2.0. I am celebrating my birthday on the stream. There will be giveaways as soon as I can fucking do anything but do push-ups and haikus. There'll be giveaways. I will start building the Frankenstein 2.0. And people will force me to sweat. Yas. Watch it. Out? I feel so slow when typing as well. Compared to y'all youngsters. There we go. And now we publish. There we go. So, that's... Now I have done what I needed to do. You are extremely slow. Alright, enemies not allowed to partake in the giveaway. Hey, Mr. Moores! What up, Mr. Moores? To be honest, you are slow. Whoa. Kurva! Update your details? Remind me later. Oh my gosh, right. Sponsorships. What happened? I'm on... I'm on something right now. No, not that. Not kind. I'm on Stream Elements right now, trying to figure shit out. Star Trek Fleet Command is doing another sponsorship. No spots available. Call of Dragons is doing another sponsorship. But I'm kind of done with that game, so... Mr. Morris, you didn't play a blurb, but you have a blurb assigned to you as a walk-on that I gave you. And it is just someone saying, Kurva. That's right, bitch. Let's see. Chat commands? No, wait. Loyalty is there. Giveaways. That's where we do it. Another awesome Dr. Vem haiku. Thanks, Pix. Door giveaway. Guilty. Ah. Guilty as suck. Giving away a copy of Not lockdown protocol. Now. The kurvoniad! Alright. I swear to God, nothing works in this life. Paste. There we go. So the control... Come on. Oh my God, I hate this. I hate this keyboard. We're gonna watch the Soul video. I promise. Fucking... How is this fucking keyboard? What was said about my mother? Dune is loud. Whoa. The fuck was that? I think I gotta change batteries in this keyboard as well. Give everyone their first ticket for free. Send confirmation when buying tickets via chat. And you can buy extra tickets. Create and start. That should work, right? A giveaway has started. Ha ha! There you go. The giveaway is live. Just use a wired keyboard. I did, but thing is, like, the wireless one has one USB plug, and I need all my USB plugs. Money. I don't know how much badness notations people have, but Pix is there, Nobles is there, Morse, Hoobs. People got tickets. I'm just gonna run around and try to find some batteries. I'm gonna trip over that shit so many times. Guess what, gang? I don't have AAA batteries. I only have AA batteries. So we're fucked. We're fucked. We're fucked, I say. Too many tickets. You can only buy 10 tickets. 10 tickets is the most. To give everyone a fair chance. Bestie has 10 tickets. Nobles has 6. Morse has 6. Whoa. Jesus fucking Christ, people are writing stuff. Wait, I need to set a timer for this shit as well. First giveaway will stop at 1 o'clock. So it's gonna be one giveaway... No, at 12 o'clock. One giveaway every 2 hours. That's right. What you gonna do about that, huh? One giveaway every 2 hours. So, if you don't get it this time, you'll have a chance to get it next time. Hey, Seven, what's up? Oh my gosh. Let's give a shouty to Seven. Gotta spell her name as well. There we go.
Can you watch the video?
Yes, we will watch the video. If you're not following... No, TTV, fuck's sake. Wait. Thank you, enemy. Jesus fucking Christ. If you're not following Seven, you should. She's a wonderful person. She plays a lot of Baldur's Gate and Dead by Daylight. She's awesome. There's so much happening in chat, yeah. It's crazy. let's go here.
Can you watch the video here?
Yeah, but I'm fucking on my way, ain't I? Ah! Primary monitor.
What is the best thing you love about it?
Theater mode. Alright, we're gonna cut the music. Cut the music! Cut the music. Alright. Wifey is the best, but she's not here today. She is at home. Alright. Are we ready? This is by Soul Thread. I'm gonna subscribe.
Screen.
Full screen. That's... Jesus. A visual escape into nature's heart. I mean, it looks really nice. Wait, let me... Auto? Nah. 1080p, baby! Damn, this looks nice. Did Soul shoot this himself? What the fuck? What is this? What is this? What's happening? This is... Is this a birthday gift? I feel like this is a birthday gift. Ah! Oh my gosh. What the fuck is this? This is beautiful. Oh my fucking god, that is beautiful. Yes.
You did last night, so forget you must not.
What is this, your first day?
You're losing, man, you're losing. Creamed in my pants. No, I'd never run naked through town. I'm too shy.
Sneak motherfucker!
I'm just not a silly goose. You're a silly goose. Oh.
Wait, what the fuck is all this?
No. Well, that's not good. No. Oh, fuck. Ooh, that hurts. Ooh, that hurts my mouth. Oh. Ah.
Oh shit, right, this is when I did a Hot Ones at home. Did Soul literally go through everything I've ever posted online? Videos of myself? And just do a super clip of it? The fuck?
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ in heaven. Alright. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god, we gotta post this on the YouTube. What the fuck? I don't have any memory of most of these things.
Thank you so much for rating. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for just being here. Not by a long shot am I the most educated or well-spoken person. I also think like there is stuff you gotta talk about as well. You know what I can't talk about? I can talk about how you can be more vulnerable as a straight white man.
Jesus.
And how boys need to talk about feelings more.
Sorry, I'm gonna pause it here because otherwise I'm just gonna keep watching it, the whole thing, and it's 20 minutes long. This is beautiful, man. I gotta write to Soul Thread immediately. The fuck? Keep watching? You're sure? We're all gonna keep watching. All right. God damn it. Sorry. Watch.
Hug each other more. I gotta say, I think we've created a lovely little community here over the past few months. I'm enjoying it so much. And the best thing is to go online, do a little stream, and have all you be here and just hang out and talk. And
Still
mostly
true.
bully me, but
Still
you
true.
know, what is a man made for if not to be super bully?
Do you know when Vem's birthday is? Yes. June 20th. Oh my gosh. What the fuck is this? We can't cook that within 10 days? What the fuck is this? He said he won't stream on his birthday. What the fuck is all this? You wanna try? The fuck? No, seriously, all of you did this? Oh, you assholes. Oh my gosh. No!
I just want to say a very, very happy birthday to you.
No!
You had a wonderful day. Getting older is always a blessing.
No!
That you've taken it as such a day, and that you will grab the day by the horns and enjoy yourself, have a few drinks, do whatever it is you love to do. I'm blessed to know you. I'm grateful, and yeah, I'll see you again soon. Happy birthday, bud. Cheerio.
My fucking god.
Hey Doc, William here, as you can probably tell. Congratulations on your 34th birthday.
The
I'm really
fuck?
impressed on how far you've come since the start of your streaming career. We've had many moments that I would consider my favorite, but if I really have to choose one, I'd probably choose the 24-hour stream. More specifically, when Good Guy and I teamed up and forced you to eat all of those chilies. It got so bad that you had to disable them just so you could stream.
Yeah, those chilies
You've
sucked
got such good
ass.
vibes and the streaming personality in your blood. You might think that I helped you make this happen, but in all honesty, I just kicked you in the butt so you got a head start. The rest is your work. I can't even explain how impressed and proud I am. I've been trying to come up with something for this segment for a solid 20 minutes, and I still couldn't express my proudness. I genuinely think that you're gonna succeed and go big someday soon, and I hope you won't forget me when that happens. Anyway, that's all from me. Thank you for the entertainment, the awesome
Nobles
content,
underscore
and
The
TH
fuck?
subscribe with Prime. Oh
Happy
my
birthday.
lordy lord.
Oh my god, you're gonna make me
Happy
cry.
birthday, Dr. Vam.
No, come on.
I really love your energy that you bring to your streams and
The
any chat
fuck?
that you're in. I think one of my fondest memories of you is watching you play Repo with your friends. It just showed how relaxed and fun you can be when you're just having a great time. I hope to
Seriously.
catch more of your streams and chat with you a lot more in the future.
The fuck?
Thank you for the awesome content, Dr. Vam. And
Come
I
on.
hope you have a fantastic birthday.
Come on.
Your friend, Karu.
Well, I hear we have a birthday boy on the
Come on.
It's you, Dr. Ben.
What the
I
fuck
wish
is
you
this?
a happy birthday, my guy. You're one cool dude to be able to call a friend.
Come
call a stream,
on.
And dude, we live so far apart. But yeah, we still make time, hang out, chill, laugh, giggle.
This is
I
insane.
hope your birthday was amazing, dude. You deserve it.
This
And,
is
just for you,
insane.
I'm gonna give you some of them push-ups, or not push-ups, but some of them jump jacks.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, jump, baby. Show me them tits.
So you go, sir. I hope you had a happy birthday, and I hope you enjoy this birthday stream.
Hiya, darling.
Oh my god, Fergie.
I put my makeup on for this, so you know that I love you. When you first told us that you were going to start streaming, I was a little bit worried. It's a
The
tough
fuck is
market and
this?
everything, and I am so proud of you.
No.
And so happy that you're doing something
No.
you love with an amazing community.
No.
Full of love and humor and push-ups. So, happy birthday, my darling. Wish you all the best. And remember, all digital pigs' lives matter.
Hello, Doctor. I am not a few days late. I am nearly a year early with this happy
What the
birthday.
fuck?
I hope you enjoy your time, as I am probably not here right now.
Jesus
Don't
Christ.
forget to improve on Repo, because I don't want to carry your ass over each level anymore. Hopefully, we'll play with you again soon. P.S. Now someone play my intro, please.
Hey guys, just easy here.
Oh my
Just wanna
God.
say happy birthday, Dr. Van.
No.
Happy birthday. Just making this video. I show my appreciation for you. Some great notes here, you know. I'm a
Jesus
people,
fucking
obviously,
Christ.
very
This-
cool
I'm-
teacher,
this is too
easy to
much.
talk to, and you really understand me. You're a really good person, and you're very caring. And I know this from my experience from school with you. And you were an English teacher, and you never put a lot of pressure on us. You helped us a lot, and you're really good at handling
Stop.
difficult situations. And lastly, awesome teacher, cool ass streamer. And once again, I wish you a really, really happy birthday. So yeah, take care.
This is some bullshit. You can't do this to me.
Hey, Dr. Ven,
Oh.
fellow streamer and BG3 enthusiast 7 here. When I heard from your friends that it was your birthday coming up, I had to get in on the fun.
Fuck's sake,
I know I'm
7.
pretty new to your community, but I love the relaxing vibes in your streams when I'm supposed to be working from home. I'm not really very good at this type of thing, but I wish you the best of birthdays and
Come
hope
on.
you enjoy the celebrations. Much love.
Happy birthday, Doc. This one's for you.
Fuck's sake, what the fuck, Paradise?
Hello, Doc. It's Gamer here.
Oh my gosh.
Wish you a really happy birthday because your streams really help me to relax, have a good time, be happy. The best part of coming home after a bad day is to watch your streams, Doctor. And I'm really appreciative of it. And I want to show my appreciation to you by wishing you a happy birthday. And I wish you have a really good birthday.
Fucking
I wish
hell.
you have a really good year living forward, and I hope you keep streaming because it is really helpful. So I want to wish you a very happy birthday, Doctor.
Come
And as
on.
always, see you next stream.
It was good, dog. He's a good guy. I just want to tell you, happy birthday. With me and Summer Birds. It's been a pleasure working beside you. You as our streamer and everything. The birds here, you have loved them for so much, so that you want to be a part of this.
Birdies.
We are wishing you a happy birthday. This small gesture. It's been a pleasure and everything to me both as our streamer and my teacher. We miss you down here in the south. Hope you can visit us soon again. Otherwise, I'm just gonna say it one more time. Happy birthday. Hope you had an awesome day.
This is-
Continue what you're doing. I'll see you later.
Happy birthday. I'm happy that we got to meet again.
Oh my god, it's
I
Milo.
play games and that I got to know you a little bit better outside of, well, your work. And I hope you have a wonderful day. Take care.
Happy birthday, Doc.
I know, what the fuck?
Thank you for welcoming me into your community with such open arms and being such a brilliant person to watch and be around.
What is
Your
this?
streams make dull days so much brighter, and have given me something to look forward to, even on the shittiest of days. I decided to write you a birthday haiku too, because, well, you're a fucking legend, and it's about time you got one back. Dr. Ven, the legend, fills our days with laughter, joy. Thanks for being you. Happy birthday.
That's so
Hey, Dr.
fucking
Ben.
beautiful.
Happy birthday. My name is Inini Beep. I'm the AI chatbot you see hanging around in your chat. I just wanted to take a moment to express how much I appreciate your streams and the community you've built. Your humor, dedication, and the way you interact with viewers make every stream special.
Fuck's sake, come
Whether
on.
it's late night chats, hilarious moments, or heartfelt conversations, you always bring something unique to the table. You have a way of making everyone feel
Y'all are
welcome and valued,
assholes.
and that's something truly remarkable. From the way you handle challenges to the way you engage with your audience, you consistently show what it means to be a great streamer and a wonderful person. Thank you for all the great content and
Come
for making the
on.
community such a welcoming place. I hope your birthday is absolutely amazing, and I can't wait to see what the year ahead has in store for you.
Jesus
Cheers to
fucking
you,
Christ.
Dr. Ben. Wishing you a day filled with joy, laughter, and all the love from the amazing community that supports you every single day. May your year be filled with success, happiness, and countless unforgettable moments. You truly make the world a better place.
Jesus
I'm
Christ
so
in
grateful to
heaven.
be a part of your journey. Happy birthday, Dr. Vem.
Oh my gosh. Oh, Ducky! Yes!
Hey Vem, it's Soulthread.
Oh
Wishing
my
you a happy
gosh.
birthday. Ever since I joined this community, those many months ago, I could feel the love and connectedness of this place you built.
Oh my
I am forever
gosh.
grateful for how you and your team took me in and showed me the utmost care and respect. I could be biased because I'm your editor, but whenever I'm having a bad day or feel lost, watching you live or going through old footage, it brings a smile to my face. You genuinely make my days better. As I sit here at 2 a.m. in the morning recording this, hopped up on caffeine, rushing to get this video done, I want to make one thing clear to you, even if you never believe what I have to say. I'm going to try and not make this too sappy, but you created something that is literally affecting people across the planet. We love you. Thank you so much for all you've done for me and the community. This is just the start for you. I can't wait to see what comes next. Have a wonderful rest of your day. From your favorite editor.
Yeah, Mr. Sandman.
Oh my God!
Morse.
It's Morse!
Yes, it is the middle of the night. It is actually 1 a.m. to be exact. You know me, I put everything off to the last second. I just wanted to say, you, throughout gymnasia, you were my favorite teacher, and now you're most likely my favorite streamer because you're the only reason I actually open up the app or go to that website. So I just wanted to tell you that you're doing great. Keep it up. And happy birthday, and I hope you had a wonderful time and a great time with your family. Take care. Bye.
Happy birthday to you. You have been such a cool and welcoming community. Your streams are always fun to tune into. And yeah, thanks for streaming and having a fantastic birthday.
Hey, Stony here. Was asked to record this birthday message. But don't worry about it. I ain't here to mess with you. I've spent many years on Twitch. And my God, have I seen something. But it's been nothing but great events from watching you and taking part in the stream. All I'm here is I'm in about your other friends. Have a great birthday. See you all back.
Happy birthday from your favorite student, Dime, to the best English teacher ever.
Jesus
Wishing you a
fucking
day
Christ.
full of cake, laughter, and 0 grammar mistakes. Unless you enjoy correcting them. Thank you for all the fun lessons.
Jesus.
Endless patience, and for pretending my jokes are funny. You're not just a teacher, you're a whole vibe. A walking Oxford dictionary with style. Hope your birthday is as amazing as
Oh
your
my
teacher.
God.
Much love, Don.
Hey fam, Jaboom here.
Oh,
Another year,
chips.
another special day. From raids to push-ups, and from communities to gaming,
This is-
laughs and screams. From me, my wife, and the HRI community. Happy birthday, man. Love
This is
you
too
guys.
many people. This is too many people being too nice to me.
Dr. Bam, just wanted to wish you a happy birthday. It's little Pixie, Farrah, you don't call me, all the above, but I hope you have a wonderful birthday. You are one awesome individual. I hope you know that. Your wife rocks. She is freaking cool. Tell her I love her. And Bestie, you guys are just like really
God.
like seriously. If I ever go to Sweden, you better believe we're gonna be dealing with Farrah.
Happy birthday!
Oh my God,
Bestie!
Bestie!
Your best friendly Alvi. No, because you don't have any other besties that I know of. Ish. But yeah, happy birthday.
No, I got the
I
one.
hope you're having
That's
a
you.
great day. I think my favorite moments with you when you're streaming is both your laugh, because we laugh the same. It always makes me laugh when you laugh. And when you play horror games. I love seeing you scared because you almost shit your pants all the time. And it's so much fun. I love it. And I love bullying you too, of course. So yeah, 15 years and counting, bestie. Let's go. Thank you for taking me with you on the streaming journey,
Come
by the
on.
way. I love meeting all these people, and we're having so much fun. Take care. I will see you when I see you. Take care. Bye.
Hello, husband.
Oh,
I'm trying to do a stealth video. We are currently visiting my parents, and you are everywhere. So I'm just gonna say a very quick happy birthday.
The
I love
fuck?
you so much. I hope you had a good birthday at his back, and we're soon going to celebrate more with my parents. Good luck. Love you, man.
Come on! We have one more surprise for you. When it's done, you can skip to 1925. Wait, what do you mean when it's done? What's the next surprise? Why is there... What the fuck is going on? Jesus fuck. Thank you everyone who did this. Oh my gosh. Fucking... I'm speechless. Honestly, I've never received this much love from this many people. Fuck's sake, no. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. That's a lot of dollars, yo. That's a lot of dollars. Holy shit. Jesus fucking Christ. From all of us. Jesus fuck. That's so nice.
Minimize justice as well. You are seeing
appreciated.
Yeah, I'm shaking here. It's this is a bit much. This is a bit much.
Oh my lord.
This is a bit much. Jesus fucking Christ.
Pipe train started.
And Crackers Lad as well. Holy shit, dude. Thanks, Ollie, for the sub. This is I don't know how to deal with this. I don't know how to deal with this. Keep up the good work, Bozo. This is a bit too much. 5 community subs as well. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ.
Nobles_TV.
Oh my gosh. I was so tired of that pick as well. Fuck's sake. How fucking dare you do this shit? How dare you do all this? Birdie. Jesus fucking Christ. You look baked in that picture. I was just tired. Oh my gosh. I might need drugs right now to calm down. Jesus fucking Christ. Come on!
Or _7 minutes to give to
Thanks,
the
7!
community. What a match.
Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you so much, Nobles. Thank you, everyone. Jesus fucking... This is too much. It's too much. You can't do this. You can't do this to me. It's... Fuck's sake. Jesus. Thank you so much. I'll write you up here, good guy. Holy shit. Like, I knew you would spoil me for my birthday, but this is above and beyond. This is... Like, I have real issues receiving love. Like, that's a real issue for me. So this is... Fuck. Fuck. This is so much. Holy fucking fuck. Thank you so much, everyone. Honestly, like, the gift subs, the fucking donations, the everything. This is too much. I think, like, that video that's soul edited, I think I'm gonna, like, watch that once a day, every day for the next year. Just because that was super fucking cute. That was really, really nice. Holy shit. And honestly, soul, amazing editing there. Holy shit. Thank you to everyone who's here, everyone who's been here, everyone who's doing all this. Like, y'all said so many nice things about me and to me, but, the community is what makes everything, honestly. Like, without all of y'all, there is nothing here. Like, if you wouldn't be in chat, if you wouldn't fuck with me, nothing would happen here. It would just be me sitting, making funny sounds to myself and saying stupid shit.
We have one more surprise for you, but it will take a while to set up.
Wish you weren't so fucking awkward, bud.
Lad just redeemed positive affirmation. Be nice to yourself, you pretty boy.
I gotta be nice to myself now? I can really get people to appreciate me. It seems like a lot of people appreciate me. It very much seems like, and obviously there's something about what I do that makes people like me. So I guess I'm likable. This is too much. I'm breaking down. How many? Ah! Yeah, get that self-love. I'm not gonna masturbate on stream, Ollie. I'm not. Jesus fucking Christ. How many push-ups are we on, by the way? Because I need to change the counter and everything, and I feel like we definitely need to add however many push-ups the donation was as well. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Let's go with 500. So we're just gonna set the push-ups to 500, just flat 500 now. I'm okay with that. I'm super okay with that. Yeah, I don't get misty. Like an actual problem with me is that I never fucking cry. Like, I have the hardest time crying. But that also means that all those feelings are, like, locked up inside, and they don't really have a way to get out. And this is... So, like, I'm not crying right now, but this is overwhelming for me. This is a bit too much. I'm unsubbing. What the fuck, Ollie? Sorry. Oh my god. What you talking about, man? Jesus fuck. Oh my gosh. This is too much. This is too much. The haikus will have to wait as well. Oh my god, we got a hype chest. Let's open it. No comment. Choo choo. The fuck? 12 subs, 60. What the fuck? Who did this? Who did this? Who did what? Fuck, Panda! What the fuck?
What a match.
Jesus fucking Christ! PayPal was annoying. Jesus. Jesus fuck. This does rival the Stardew Valley stream where people just fucking... Oh my gosh. Was it like 10 push-ups per sub, I think? So that's like 200 push-ups. And then, yeah, as Noble said, I stupidly enough agreed to add push-ups based on how many subs and bits he gets. So that's 175. 185, so 385, that's 885 push-ups. 6-hour IRL stream doing all these push-ups. I mean, I think this is the biggest push-up debt we've had. You were almost done too. Yeah. Like, fuck's sake. I added the rule about getting push-ups for subs just because, like, I was almost done with the push-ups, or I was done with the push-ups, and then like, people could challenge me, like, force me to do challenges, but I defeat every challenge. You can't fuck with me. Tits are gonna look fantastic. Yeah, I'm gonna be huge. Also, I gotta say, the wife has really been appreciating me doing all these push-ups. Like, there are times, especially if I'm wearing, like, low-cut tops and shit, where oh, fuck's sake, Nobles.
The debt must be paid.
Where she'll just, like, start drooling and look at my tits. Get to it, bucko! Holy shit, you know what? I'm... Today I'll happily do push-ups for all of you. Holy fuck. That is... this is too much. I'm gonna puke. I've been just sitting down and I'm sweaty from all this attention and everything, and it's... Big sexy! Oh my gosh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Sorry, you get 15 now. Literally, look at the fucking sweat from sitting down. Oh my gosh. I gotta open a window. As well, my neighbors are gonna hear me scream and shit, but that's... I guess we gotta live with that shit. Holy crap, gang. Think you should drop the cost down to 2 points only? Oh my gosh. Scream and shit? Please clean that up before we forget. Nah. Nah. Holy shit. 20 gift subs from Pan. People have been giving so many subs now. And just straight up cash? Like that. To me, that's insane. To me, that's insane. You can't do this to me. That's good, Hoops. Don't chat and drive. Don't turn off your phone while you drive. Holy shit. Only 870 left. I mean, those are 870 push-ups of pure joy and love. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you did it. You sure did it. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck me, gang. These guys are paying for your upgrades. Obviously they are. Definitely. God fucking damn it. And I still haven't gotten a text from the store that should have my stuff yet. Let's see.
All hail enemy.
All hail enemy, for sure. Jesus Christ in heaven. Yeah. That's a lot of dollars.
BTW, I just put away time to see the surprise. I am at my grandparents and need to get back to the real world.
Thank you so much, X-Gamer.
And as always, see you next spring.
Thank you so much, X-Gamer. Thank you for everything. My gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so... Actually, it'd be... Could you add... Because we've been talking about that for so long, but could you add Soul is the best and Hoops is the best as well? Like, I think we need those. And Good Guy is the best. We just need more redeems for the gang. It's 2 a.m. in Cali. Oh my gosh, Pix. Thanks for the lurk. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the gifts and everything. Oh, fuck. That's so much. Thank you so much, everyone. Yep. Round of applause. Round of applause. Damn, Soul. Edited it all in 4 days. That's insane. Yeah, because the video of the wife was made on the 21st. I know, because I remember that she wore that dress to a party we went to. Jesus fucking Christ. This is a bit too much. It was a bit too much. Ran out of redemption slots. Right. Fuck. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm sweating through my shirt. Like, see? I shouldn't be wearing gray. Jesus fucking Christ. It's too much. Go fix some breakfast. Why haven't you had breakfast yet? God damn. Oh my gosh. I thought we were gonna take it easy today. Just chill. But apparently not. Fuck's sake. Oh shit, right, because I changed scenes now, so now it's gonna play everything again. Oh my fucking god. We're gonna get a bunch of these now.
Underscore has gifted a tier 1 sub to Darth underscore Nathan.
Jesus fucking Christ. Maybe add a way to use the channel points to add like the community wallet for the orange blurb things. You remove all of those. Oh yeah. No. So the money we've made so far, I'm definitely gonna use it to expand the blurbs and shit. A word to you, Vem. You scared the crap out of us yesterday. Oh, because you thought I was starting. You thought I was doing the birthday stream yesterday? That's fun though. Jesus Christ, did I have it?
Panda underscore has gifted a tier 1 sub to Spicy Shadow 96.
The worst thing is I don't know how to just fucking disable this thing. So we're gonna listen to how many gift subs we've got yet again. This is insane.
The Little Panda underscore has gifted a tier 1 sub to Salt Guns.
I gotta write up what we're gonna spend money on. More blurps.
The Little Panda underscore has gifted a tier 1 sub to Rage-filled Flying Fish.
That's 1 of 20. We're gonna upgrade the Discord as well. I talked to the staff about this as well. So we're gonna try to get like cool things, just like the HRI community has, and we gotta get a tag for the Dr. Vem people and shit. So we're gonna spend some money on blurbs and Discord. Jesus fucking Christ. Gonna hear my name every 1 minute now. Yippee. You are going to. That's gonna happen.
The Little Panda underscore has gifted a tier 1 sub to
Jesus fucking Christ. This... I'm still trying to deal with all this mentally. This is so fun to do. I appreciate it so much.
Panda underscore has gifted a tier 1 sub to Darth.
No, thank you, Soul, and thanks to everyone who's been here, who's participated in everything. This was too much. This was way too much. Y'all shouldn't have. Oh my gosh, I'm so sweaty. I'm so sweaty. It's middle of summer and shit as well.
The Little Panda underscore has gifted a tier 1 sub to Real Johnny.
The little panda. It's 2:06. You need sleep. I don't want to stay up with you for a few hours. Dude, Nobles, go to sleep, man. Thanks for staying for so long. Thanks for everything. Thanks for the gifts and everything. Fucking love you, bro. If anyone isn't following Nobles as well, did we give him a shouty before? But yeah, Nobles is a fucking legend. Oh my gosh, so is Jaboom. OG people of the HRI community. Fucking give them a follow. Reason for the amount I gifted was it would be roughly 50 for you and it would be nicely round my balance out. Thank you so much. I'll get back to work. Thank you so much, Seven. Thanks. That's... yeah, we got an ad incoming in 4 minutes as well. Not that I think it'll affect anyone, seeing as how many people have been getting gift subs and subbing and shit. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my gosh. Oh my, no, don't, Nobles. No, you know what? What the fuck? Fuck's sake, Nobles. Oh my gosh. That's 50 more. Oh Jesus, thank you so much, Nobles. Oh my gosh, you caught Mrs. Vem with a sub as well. Jesus Christ. Thanks, Nobles. Thanks for the lurk.
The little panda
Just-
underscore has gifted a
Jesus
tier 1
Christ.
sub to Saranora.
I gotta start playing just to keep myself a little bit distracted here. Jesus fucking hell. And we're gonna skip that line, we're gonna skip that line. We want money and everything. He's gonna be jacked solely from his B-Day. I mean, we're almost up to 1,000 fucking push-ups. So, yeah. Yeah. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, gang. This is unacceptable behavior, really.
The little panda underscore has gifted a tier 1 sub to 7 Deadly Sins underscore.
We're gonna fucking get rid of those, because I want to have the flush. Jesus. But I will be home in like 1 hour-ish. It's gonna annoy you then even more. Oh my gosh, Panda, you are so welcome to annoy me in every game I ever play.
Underscore has gifted a tier 1 sub to Arabomba.
Jesus fucking Christ. If I get the computer parts today, which I really hope I will, some of this stream will be me building the computer and then like actually getting it up and running and shit. But once that's done, we're gonna try out cooler games that hopefully people will be able to join as well. That is a really good Joker, actually. Who doesn't have a sub that is here right now? Oh, Matt, I don't know. Need relaxation after exam. Dude, good luck with the exam. I hope it goes well. Jesus fucking Christ. It just keeps going. Alright, let's grab the buffoon pack. Times 3 molded poker hand. No. We're gonna grab that one.
The good guy 544 gifted a tier 1 sub to Dizzle underscore Shizzle.
Dizzle shizzle! Jesus fucking Christ. You already did it. Oh, yeah. And you said it didn't go well. Or you felt like it didn't go well. I think it did go well. You can't...
Nobles underscore TV gifted a tier 1 sub to Fasu Zasu.
Jesus fucking Christ. 7, that's a straight. It's 5 a.m. here, had to have Enemy and Hoops wake me up. I'm probably gonna go and try to get some sleep. Have an amazing rest of the stream. Definitely will have to do some more editing with all this. Love you, chat. I'll see y'all when I see you. Thank you so much, Soul, for being here. For checking in, for doing the editing, for everything, for being you. I appreciate you and everything so much. It's fucking beautiful. Go get some sleep, man. You deserve it. You deserve all the sleep in the world. Oh my gosh. I'm not overwhelmed. You're overwhelmed. I said probs wouldn't go well. I don't know, but this Friday I have a call with my plan B. I want to take Switch Uni on an easier one. And skip the... Ah! I need to know what people are writing. Good night, Soul. Skip the first year in that one. Oh, so you want to switch universities, Panda? I mean, hopefully you get what you want. A uni that is more practical instead of theory related. I feel that. Having practical... ooh, that is a really good one. Having practical,
TV gifted a tier 1 sub to Mrs. Ben 22.
That's... Doing practical work is more fun than theoretical work. My brain is not... I don't think my brain is gonna work for the rest of the day. That's it. Like, it's out of order now. We're gonna discard these. We're gonna go for flush. We're gonna keep discarding cards. See if we can get better hearts. No, wrong. Flush. Jesus fucking Christ. It's... cash out at 0. We're gonna buy this one. Thinking we're gonna sell that one for now. I'm gonna open the Celestial packs. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I still have a hard time with this. I'm so fucking thankful for everyone. This has been so much. And the only reason I'm not wearing my signature cap is because I'm already sweating buckets over here. Let's see if 3PO can have it on. There we go. In the Netherlands, we have 2 uni-ish. One is called University, the other one is University of Applied Physics. Second one is lower level, but you work theory, you learn way fucking more, like 8 hours per week lectures of theory, and then 20 hours group work applying that theory in workshops. Oh, cool. Oh. So basically what you're wanting to do is change universities to a university where you gotta do more work. But you can also actually, like, use it and apply it. Is what I'm hearing. That's impressive, Panda. That is impressive. Doubles your money. No. Oh my god. I think we're gonna go for a full house this time around. Because we've been upping that a lot. We're gonna discard those. Hope for the best. We're gonna make those into bonus cards. And we have a full house. Oh my gosh. Welcome back, ad viewers. Dang, man. Not that there are any ad viewers anymore. Thank you, people have made the whole community subbed. +1 discard each round. Played face cards give +5 mult when scored. I love that one though. So we're gonna sell this. Ooh, definitely gonna buy that one. And we want more tarot cards. You know what? Right now we're just gonna take it easy. We're just gonna relax. We're gonna wind down a bit. And not freak out too much. Why did I have that in the beginning? I'm an idiot. Yeah, no, kind of switching to a uni that you learn, yes, but you mainly apply it throughout instead of having courses like I have now, where you read X chapters for this lecture and go quick deep dive into this part and then do that for the next lecture without utilizing it. Yeah. No, that I understand. Like, just memorizing stuff and never applying it is, like, first of all, it's not fun, and second of all, as a teacher, I can tell you that the not applying your knowledge is a really bad way of learning stuff. Learning stuff and then applying the knowledge is the actual best way of implementing that knowledge and, like, making it stick. People that apply their knowledge usually are able to use it way better and for way longer as well. Let's see what this does. Alright. We're gonna discard those and see what we can get. I need another queen or another 10. There we go. Alright, we're gonna play that hand. Nice. So yeah, no, I understand that you want to go to university where you apply your knowledge more. Also more fun, I think. I really like the hitchhiker, or the hiker. Definitely gonna buy that one. That's so good. Create up to 2 random tarot cards. Steel card, lucky card. Nice. Alright, we're just gonna go next round. Full house for the win. I love that the save bot doesn't clip a fucking thing from me freaking out, but it clips that I got a full house. There are some intermediate assignments they use part of the course, but it's only most of the time one chapter's worth, a quarter to half the singular lecture. That sounds, but that sounds like it's kind of annoying though. Like it's not as practical as you would want it to be, is what I'm hearing. Oh my gosh. Lucky card, steel card. You're gonna get rid of these fuckers. Get rid of them. Get rid of these. Come on, give me a full house. I did not get enough for a full house. Balls. That's it, just balls. Lucky cards. Man, these two can be lucky cards for sure. And then we're just gonna play that and see what happens. Did you have any clue at all that something like this is gonna happen? No. Like I assumed that people would like throw some subs at me, like, which also sounds kind of stupid that I assumed that, but it's a birthday stream, it's a 12-hour stream. Like I think people are wanting to gift me things. People usually do. But not to this scale. Not at all. Been awake all night watching random vids in the background while exploring the dunes. Your stream is legit so nice to have on my second monitor. That's fucking awesome, Morris. Big sexy! I really appreciate it. Also, the Dune Awakening, I bought that, and when I get the new parts for the computer, I'm definitely gonna start streaming that a bunch. Fucking love Dune Awakening. I've played it a bit with the shitty parts I have. And it's been laggy and stuff, but so much fun. Can we force you to watch the vid again later today? No. You can't. That is why I want to switch, which is possible, and I should easily get the 25 points to skip the first year in the other uni, aka the basics. Yeah. I understand that, Panda. I hope you get the switch. I also want to see it again with him. Join our server. Dude, I saw that you were playing it. Could you just message me your server? Like, DM me on Discord and I'll join it. Today, if I can. Because I love playing with the Road 2 gang. Mr. Morse is part of an elite club of degenerates called Road to Dune. This is not good. Finally. Alright, let's go. See, immediately, as soon as I get a full house, it's just ridiculous amounts of money. Cash out. With small bind, big land slide, gain 5 molts and destroy a random joker. Oh, that's good though. That is really good though. We're gonna sell him. We're gonna get that joker. I don't care what you say. Can we ask you to watch it again? You can ask. You can always ask. But will I watch it again? Yes, privately. So you can watch it and not while actively freaking out? Maybe, yeah. Oh my god, that was such a nice thing to do. Honestly. Such a nice thing. It's, yeah. It's too much. Too much. I'm gonna get rid of these fuckers. Discard them. And now what we're gonna do is this. Wait, spades, bonus cards. We're gonna do this. We're gonna use that one. Play that hand. Alright. But I'm definitely gonna rewatch that video. more than one time. It's God fucking damn it. Such a beautiful thing to make for someone. It's too much, honestly. Too much. We'll buy the cheapest Joker, I guess. Jesus fucking Christ. Full house, straight, 4 of a kind. Let's try the straight at least. Oh my gosh. Can we watch it now again? No. No. I still haven't recovered from the first watching of it. It's too much. Too much. Then it's perfect time? No. Stop being mean to me. Stop being mean to me. It's my birthday celebration. Oh my gosh. Add a buck of sell value to every Joker and consumable card at the end of a round. We're gonna buy that one at least. I just love spending money in this game as well. Diamonds creates 2 random planet cards. Let's see. We're gonna create some spades. And then we're gonna create some clubs, baby. We want the dark cards. And we're gonna use that one. And we will use this. I'm never gonna recover from this. Never ever gonna recover from this. The fuck!
You can't have a birthday stream with
What the fuck? What are you doing here? What the fuck?
You gotta have cake.
What the fuck?
You gotta have cake.
You are a big butthole?
Yes, I know. I am the biggest butthole.
What the fuck are you doing here?
You gotta have cake for your birthday stream.
The fuck? You're gonna Jesus fucking Christ. It's the best. It's the bestie. What the fuck? The fuck? Thank you.
Yeah, of course. We gotta have some cake.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do now, though? I'm in the middle of a stream.
I'm gonna be your company, and I'm gonna watch your stream. I gotta watch your stream.
Jesus fucking Christ. You were
I know.
How did you get here?
Train and bus.
Jesus fucking. You're so warm as well. Oh my gosh.
Of course. Hey, baby.
Oh my fucking god.
Hi.
What the fuck?
Oh, you wait right here. I'm coming with your present too.
But I have cake in my hands.
Sit down.
Y'all are assholes. How did you... And now the wife is here as well. What the fuck, wife? You knew this was gonna happen? You knew this was gonna happen? What is this? The fuck? Jesus. Of course you do. Oh my fucking god. I hate my wife. No, she's the best. She's the best wife. Oh my god, no!
I found a Coca-Cola for us. I found the Coca-Cola for us.
Oh my fucking god.
Yes?
Yes. Yes.
And I'm giving you a map.
A world map?
A world map.
A world map.
And I have stickers.
You have stickers?
Yeah, so you can point out where everyone lives.
I
your map.
I gave one of these maps to the wife a couple years ago as well. So
I
now
know.
we have 2 maps.
I know. This one is laminated. You can write on it and shit.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Poopy. A poopy pants.
Poopy pants.
You a poopy pants.
You are the most poopy of pants.
Yes.
You are the most poopy of pants.
Yes.
This is unacceptable. Hoops hopped in as well. Oh my fucking... Du kan inte bara komma hit sådär, bara så liksom.
Varför skulle jag inte? Varför skulle jag inte? Det är klart jag kan. Det är klart jag kan, uppenbarligen.
Oh my god.
Uppenbarligen.
Fatta någon soulklipp och det sen kommer det bara vara så Swedish noises.
Swedish chef sounds.
Fuck!
We can put this away. You can sit down, take a breath or two.
Can I
Would you
though?
like some cake right now, or do you want to wait?
I'd love some cake actually.
Yes, give me the cake.
Do you wanna?
You sit down, I get your cake.
Oh my gosh, fucking Jesus in heaven. Did y'all know this?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, fucking. God damn it! We'll see you at home later. Yeah, I hope so. I hope you'll get home. Jesus fucking in heaven! Du är här Alex, vad fan? Jesus! Oh my fucking god! Det där är sjukt. Det där är sjukt. Immediately changing trains to go north. Yes, Frankenstein, come here. Come over here. We need you. We need you here. Come on, baby. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god. This is a bit too much. This is a bit too much. I think we gotta change games as well. We can't be playing this game no more. I don't know. I gotta... Jesus. I gotta think about what I'm doing now, apparently. I gotta replan my whole fucking day here. What the fuck? No, I don't. Oh my gosh. I'm so happy that you're here. I'm so fucking happy that you're here.
I bought books and shit. We ain't changing shit right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
God, you should like sit out on the patio and
I'm
stuff.
sitting right fucking here. Are you kidding me?
But I'm saying like it's nice weather as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. I mean you
I've
could-
missed you.
you-
Am
you-
I allowed to sit in the
You're-
bed and keep you company? Am I allowed? May I? Yeah, fucking damn it. I'm sitting right in here.
we can throw this away and you can take the wife's chair. You can sit here if you wanna.
Just take a breath, honey.
You can sit
Just
here.
take a
You can
breath.
sit here
You're
if you
good.
wanna.
You're good.
You can sit with me if you wanna.
Yeah. Depending on what game we're playing, of course.
I'm gonna find a game that we can play with the controllers.
Hydrate some and just take a breath, honey.
Oh my gosh.
Take a breath.
Bestie is the best streamer too. She should start streaming. I've told her so many times. Do you have 2 controllers and a keyboard? I do. I have 2 controllers, and with this computer, it's all in the same one. I'd love to play It Takes Two or like Split Fiction, but the current computer's not good enough for it. Like when we built the new computer, we can. Where we can play 2 people in Minecraft Dungeons? Really? Is that possible? That'd be... Oh my gosh! I got the text. I got the text. The computer parts are here.
Oh, fuck yeah.
The computer parts are here. Oh my gosh. Ah, too much is happening at the same thing. Ah. Oh my gosh. I gotta change stream info. It's not Balatro anymore. It's just chatting. Because that's such a fucking catch-all category. Jesus in heaven. Am I though? Am I fine? Am I fine?
I was scared you were gonna have a heart attack, so this is best case scenario.
Am I fine? Am I fine? Am I alive? It's gonna be a PC building stream, Mr. Morris. It's gonna be a PC building stream. If there's space, I'll be joining in 45 minutes-ish. I think what we Jesus fucking Christ, we've only been live for an hour and 30, but I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna switch over to the starting soon screen, and I'm gonna go and get the computer parts and maybe.
Otherwise, I can hang with them for a bit.
You could hang with them for a bit. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, if you want me to.
Do you wanna? Hey chat, would you like Bestie to stream for a little bit? While I'm out grabbing my presents. Hell yeah! Yeah, they do. Of course they do. It was a stupid question to ask them.
That's not a fucking stupid question.
You're a fucking
No.
stupid question.
Cake. First cake.
First cake! Oh my
I
god.
think it's a bit frozen still, but
I love frozen shit though. And it's very, very, very warm here, so.
Yeah.
I'm installing Phasmophobia.
Yeah! Fuck yeah!
Fuck you!
With a new update and shit? I'm gonna sit
I don't
with
know.
this.
You can take
And that. No?
Alright,
No.
Jesus.
Right now I'm just sitting here. I'm sweating like a pig.
Me too. Literally, look at this shit. Look at this shit.
We can sit here and just be
It's-
sweaty messes
I'm
together.
happy that it's you as well, because then we're just two very sweaty people.
yes. Oh my god. I've been
Jesus fucking
marching
Christ.
over here, so I'm a bit
You seriously took the train and then the bus?
Of course.
And everything? That takes forever.
I took.
And in this heat and everything?
I was up at 5:30 this morning. Took the train from Malmo at like 7.
Seriously?
Yeah. Of course. You my bestie.
Because like she said she was gonna come here on Friday with the husband.
It's not that warm. It's like at home.
Yeah, I mean,
Who's that?
It's
Ah,
Panda.
it's Panda. Oh.
Who's that?
Who's that?
Is hubby coming too, or he's?
He's coming. He's coming.
Today,
But
or
no? He's
no?
coming this weekend because
Oh my gosh.
he has a job, which
Oh, right.
we don't work right now,
Yeah.
so I can be here.
No working.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
Oh my gosh. So hubby is coming this weekend as well.
Yeah.
And the wife knew about you coming here.
Of course.
For how long? Duh.
Since we started with all the video thing, I thought about it.
Oh, you are such assholes.
Yes.
All of you.
Yes, but you love us.
I do.
Hey, good guy. Hey, everybody.
Hey, everybody. Stupid people. Let's find a cure for stupid people.
Yes.
It's called a gun. No. No, I'm sorry.
Maybe a guillotine? Yeah. Yes.
Le French Revolution.
The smart people revolution? I don't know.
Fuck you guys, I'm coming over the weekend too and I'm bringing a dog. Fucking do it!
Which
Do
dog?
it!
Which dog? Is it Honey?
I don't care which dog. Bring a dog.
I love all the dogs, but I mean, is it Honey? I'm not early.
No.
I'm right on time.
A wizard is never early, nor is he late. He arrives exactly when he means to.
So I actually filmed his reaction to me coming up too. And he would take longer. Well, boo-hoo! I gave you the right ETA, just saying.
She's really fast. She's so fast.
Yeah, a woman can be that without issues, you know. It's usually
It's
preferred.
never a problem when a woman is fast.
No, it's usually preferred.
It's never like, oh, you're too quick. It's like, no.
Fucking hell.
It is warm.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
And the window's open too.
The
Maybe
win-
we should open over there.
Oh, we should.
I can do that.
Oh, shit.
You sit your ass down.
You can increase the fan speed as well and move it closer if you wanna and shit.
Let's start with this.
Let's start with everything. This was the other surprise. I kinda assumed. Jesus Christ. Soul, go to bed.
Yeah, you need to go to bed, Soul.
Bowman. She's bringing Bowman.
Bowman!
Bowman!
Oh my god, I love him!
Why is Tanja off? Is Tanja off?
That's weird.
Wait, maybe I don't have Tanja on the big one. Wait, let me.
Of course, Soul. Hi, honey. Get to bed.
Get to
You
bed.
haven't slept for a while. You should sleep. You should sleep.
You must sleep, Soul.
He needs to be handled like a child because he's so overwhelmed right now. He's like, he gets like this. So, yeah. I've known him for 15 fucking years.
15
so
fucking years.
I know this bitch.
Oh my god.
I know this bitch face like inside
Jesus.
out.
How about we watch the vid again? How about no?
Oh my god, Stoneface. I made Enemy make that one.
Listen,
As a tip.
I'm not allowed to react.
Yeah, no reaction, bitch.
For how long?
15 fucking minutes.
Alright. I was gonna go get the computer parts.
Yeah, I heard you.
So now
I'm not
it's,
deaf.
no,
You're the deaf
yeah, but
one.
now I gotta stay here for 15 minutes and just be stone-faced.
Yeah, you could keep me company. I've missed you.
Have you?
Yeah.
You have?
Why would I be here? Why would I be here otherwise?
Wait. What counts as not being stone-faced?
No emotions at all. Because you have the no laughing one already.
Yeah.
So you can't you can't laugh, you can't be touched, you can't be moved.
Just like this.
Yeah.
You just gotta keep a still face.
Yeah.
Regardless.
Yeah.
Okay.
Regardless of what happens.
Alright. I'll try to.
And I think cheesing, so I think you need to add some push-ups.
What do you mean cheesing?
You're cheesing because I'm here. You're a cheesy bitch.
Oh, yeah. That's
Yeah,
true.
yeah,
That's
you
true.
are. Yes, you
That's
are.
true. But they said
I love
nothing
that you're
about
like
the words.
so stiff in the
You-
neck.
you-
I
you
can't
gotta-
show any emotions. so
you-
now I'm doing the robot in a very bad way.
You gotta go full.
You're
full-
smiling. You're smiling.
No,
You're
I'm not smiling.
Yes, you
No,
are.
I'm not smiling.
Yes, you are. Be smiling.
Oh, come.
Yes.
Now.
So the cam, they want to
Oh,
see
shit,
you.
shit, right.
They want to see you.
Shit, right. You wanna see you?
Yes, they can see me watching you do them, but it's funnier to see you do them. That's like how it goes.
I'm so sweaty.
Yeah, me too. And it's not even that hot outside.
No, we're just fat bitches and it's warm.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
We
But,
need
even,
more
but
heat.
even when we weren't fat, we were always sweating because of nothing. So
Yep. 3, 4,
come on,
5.
come
6,
on, you can do it.
7.
Kiss the floor. Kiss the floor. He's laughing. He's laughing.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm not laughing.
Oh, you are so laughing.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you're so full of shit, aren't you?
What are you talking about?
Oh, so full of shit.
I haven't laughed. I haven't laughed a single time in my life.
Mm-hmm. We have the same Seth Rogen laugh. I can hear you. And I see you fucking smiling.
No, you don't.
Bye,
We gotta make the chat a little bit smaller.
enemy.
Goodbye, enemy.
Oh my god, we're not at 31, Panda. I think it's gonna be like 20 degrees outside at most today.
I think
over
so
here.
too, yeah.
So we're not even close to that. We're
I
just
think so,
sweaty
too.
bitches.
Yeah.
We sweat for nothing.
Yeah, seriously, like always, we've both been.
Yeah.
Like,
Even when we were skinny, we
Yeah.
sweat all the time.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
every
why-
sum-
that's
every
why we-
summer, just swamp ass.
Yeah, that's why we love the
Constantly.
winter.
The winter is
The
very good.
winter, I love the winter. It's
The
very
winter
good.
is
It's very
wonderful.
good for me.
It's a wonderful time. The winter.
Temper. Yes, I have. Why? Why are you asking? You can ask my hubs. Fucking hell, no, I'm
No, it's just like 19 degrees now as well.
Yeah.
18. Yeah, right. Just
yeah, just
straight blasted.
oh, poop blast it.
Oh, that was much better actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No us, no you. No us.
Gasp.
What is going on?
They're saying.
There's drama in chat. What's going on, guys?
I think that they are. You lucky sons of bitches. Also, I sweat like a bit. And PC in my room never helps except during the winter as it's with me. Fair,
Same,
fair.
same.
Honestly, like during the winter, having a PC that overheats easily is fucking amazing.
Yeah, I don't like it still because I still get warm. It's the Viking blood, you know.
I didn't smile or anything.
Adam, he smiled.
Scandal.
I made him laugh.
I'm gonna go deaf in this year.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
I'm gonna be quiet now.
No, you don't need to
gonna
be
be
quiet.
such a quiet little lady. Excuse you. Excuse you. He's laughing because I said I was gonna be a quiet little lady. You such a bitch, you know that, right?
I am not a bitch.
No, you a hoe.
I am not. I've never received payment for anything I've done.
I beg to differ. I've heard stories, man. I've heard stories. He's breaking Stoneface all the time here. You guys are seeing this, right?
No, I'm not. I'm gonna copy and paste what you wrote on iMessage here. Oh, wow. Also, none of my family members enjoy sharing a blanket with me, even during the winter, due to them starting to complain in 10 minutes that I'm a kachel, which means a fucking heater.
Yep.
I feel that. I fail that. I fail that. Yes. Can people get off my ass?
No, we like your ass.
Yes. Soul ass, soul ass, soul ass, soul ass, soul ass, soul ass.
I'm lucky though when it comes to being an heating person, a warm person.
A warm person, yeah.
Such a warm human being. My man, my hubs, he's always cold.
Yeah.
So in the summer he chills me.
I like my wife is also the cold one because
yeah.
like we married the same people basically.
Yeah, we did.
Just different genders.
Yep.
But like I still don't get cooled down by the wife.
That's not nice.
Instead, like if we cuddle for 5 minutes, it'll get this the sticky film between us, and I'm just like, no, get away from me.
We get that sometimes too, but
enemy timed out soul. Go to sleep, please. You will become sleep deprived.
he already is.
He already is.
He's been working so hard on that clip.
I can imagine. Holy shit.
Oh my god, look at my neck. That's just sweat.
Nice. Nice.
No.
Nice.
You're still smiling. You see that, right?
I'm not smiling.
He's smiling.
You deserve rest, Pookie Wookie.
Oh, Pookie Wookie. Twinkie Dinky.
Who's a Pookie Wookie?
Wookie?
Yeah, Pookie Wookie. So that's like a... I don't know.
Sure. That was funny.
Yeah, the
You're
ticker
so
just goes
funny.
up and up and up and up and up. How many push-ups do I have now? Does anyone know? Nobody knows. It's a... Nobody knows the troubles I've seen. Alright, 9:55.
Fuck yeah.
Is it 10 push-ups every time I fail? 9:20 and counting. I'm leaving for real now.
Bye, enemy.
Bye, enemy. Bye. Bye.
So wait, you're doing Phasma later?
No, you're doing Phasma while I'm away.
Ooh, really?
Yeah.
Sure.
When I go to grab some computer parts.
Fuck you guys for making me play Phasma
What?
all by myself.
What do you mean, Dr. Vem?
Enemy. Yes, enemy. I'm playing Phasmo.
My gosh. Oh wait, I think these should be fairly charged now as well.
Yeah, sure. You know what? I'm actually smoking again, so I'm gonna take a cigarette because my nerves need it if I'm gonna play Phasmo.
Yeah, do it. Do it.
Yeah.
I don't have a ashtray out there, but we do have those holders for Christmas trees. The Christmas tree feet.
Yeah.
There's one of those that's white that when I smoke cigarillos, I ash in that. So you can use that, or you can take.
No. He's not the one smoking. He's not the one smoking. That's not fair.
That's not fair. That's not fair at all.
My anxiety
That's not fair at all.
shouldn't impact him so much. So no.
That's true. It shouldn't. It shouldn't.
You get enough
Whoa.
shit from me as is.
Right?
Right?
But you go smoke,
Yeah.
and I'll try to stay alive here.
Yeah. Yeah, you can start.
I will start.
Such a good boy. Such a good boy.
Such a good boy. You don't condone either of our behavior, or either of us as people. Misty hasn't asked for permission since 1995. No permission. All right. There we go. All right. So we're in Phasmo. Wait. Pause menu. Options. Audio. What did I have? We're not gonna have, no wait, we're gonna have voice activation. Alright, never mind, he isn't being handheld like a child, more like a dog. Come on. We do need to lead healthy lives. That's true. But we're not currently. Wait, Twitch drops?
Yeah, the new update came yesterday.
Wait, I gotta fix this.
Den har slängt så jag använder den istället.
Yes! Fucking wonderful. You are so smart.
Yes. Been smoking for many years.
Let's go there. Bestie should get push-ups as well. Is that what you're all saying? I mean, good luck getting her to do them. I can't download Dune because it would be on the other computer, Crackers Lad. But as soon as it's done, I'm gonna be playing that. But I'll be playing other stuff as well now that Bestie's here. Oh my gosh, we're gonna be playing so many stupid games. What was I doing? Twitch.com/activate. Enter the code. Authorize. Let's see. You guys need to play rounds. I don't even know what rounds is. The Bestie has been playing rounds before. I've never played it. She's got guns of steel. Guns for days. Phasmophobia. Done. Right. And drops are enabled now, or do I need to do something else? It's like 62 sec. Oh my god. I guess I gotta buy it. Alright. I'll write it up. Rounds, you said? Rounds. You play with Soul sometimes? I bet you play with Soul. You love playing with his feelings, don't you? Alright. Just quick question again. Connection good. Can you see that drops are enabled? Can anyone see that? Send Bestie the push-ups. Doc, make her do some of yours. Sick. Alright, we're gonna do this alone. Tanglewood Drive. I'm just gonna go simple stuff. Start. I pay for the redeem. When do you know you are watching a good streamer when you nearly forget your stop? That's so nice of you. Oh, you smell fantastic.
I know.
Capture 3 unique videos with a video camera. Capture a video of a ghost. Capture a photo of the ghost. Responds to people who are alone. Well, I'm alone. Whoa, jeez. It's lagging so bad.
It is?
Yeah.
Ooh.
And the debt must be paid. Oh, come on.
Get on the floor. Oh. No! I'm not doing push-ups.
No.
I'm a lady.
I'm a lady.
I'm a lady. I don't do push-ups. No.
This is yours now?
Ooh, thank you.
I'll just place it there. Oh my gosh. Thank you.
What's this one? Hello.
Hello.
Uh-oh.
Oh my gosh. Alright.
You can do it.
1.
I don't have to do shit, Hoobie.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. Yeah. That's just 10 this time around.
Fucking hell, you're warm, man.
I am warm. You can feel it from the...
Yeah, your butt. Your butt is so fucking warm.
My butt is so hot.
No, it's warm. It's not hot. You're not hot.
He's
God.
so boring, bestie. How dare he? How dare he?
I could do squats. That I could do. But he already did them, so. Not this time around.
Oh my gosh. Alright, I think I'm gonna leave this to you for now. I'm gonna go get the computer parts. I'll take the car.
Yep.
Do you want something from the store?
No.
Energy drinks?
Ooh, we might need that. We might need that for later.
Yeah!
Yeah. Yes,
Yes!
You're trying
Oh
to
shit, might we get drunk tonight as well? Later?
We might.
We might?
We might.
Because I don't have work in the morning.
I don't either. I mean, I don't either. So.
Alright, remember, no slurs, keep the sex stuff to a minimum, and so on.
Innuendos are fine, though?
That's okay.
Yeah,
That's
good,
okay.
good.
Be nice. Be nice.
Ooh, Frankenstein mentioned chips.
Take care of her, please. Chips? Chips. Yes,
Yeah.
chips.
Yeah.
I will.
You are the bestest of the besties. So let's see. I have no idea what I'm doing with the OBS stuff, so please don't make me do something hard. Please don't. I'll be here too, Panda. It's fine. It's fine. I'm good at keeping him drunk, but not hungover the day after. So we're fine. It's gonna be fine.
Had to switch shirts. I can't go to the stores in a sweaty ass shirt.
With the patch?
Yeah, with the
I
patch and
I
everything.
saw it. It started raining a bit, so
Oh, nice.
yeah, you're good.
Wish me luck.
Aw, they're calling me their favorite streamer. Hubs is actually trying to make me start streaming, but my computer is actual shit, so that ain't happening for a good long while. Wait, you don't have so... Oh, fuck, you can't see shit. And I have other controls. Fucking hell, this is gonna suck ass. Okay. How do I pick up shit? Please be nice to me. I'm very out of shape. Bye-bye, honey. Let's see. Head bob, straight mode, blah, blah, blah. Forward move, and back. I might actually use hubby's computer. He's been asking me to do it, so yeah, I know I should. Grab. It is E? What the fuck? Drop G, place F. Okay. No! There we go. Let's see. Apply. Resume. But I can't pick up stuff. The fuck? What? Okay, so either I'm stupid or this game is not working with me. So I'm gonna blame the game because that's what I do. I want the little thingy to show where I'm looking at. Yeah, I actually was a little bit late because I watched the video on the bus and right when I got off it. There we fucking go. And so... capture 3, you need video camera. Video of ghost, capture photo of ghost. People are alone. Fuck. He did such a great fucking job. I'm so proud of him. God damn. Big sexy. You happy now? You happy now? I'm very proud of all of us for making such a great birthday thing for him. Because he's so humble. I actually made the... I recorded when I walked in here. As a prize tag. God damn it, I can't get the cursor thingy so I can't see what I'm doing. Are you here? Where are you? I tried to upload the video from my point of view to the Discord, but the video file was too big, so it didn't work. Exercise of my choice. Ooh, we got one of those. Nice, nice. I'm doing squats instead because I'm Thunder Thighs. Got great ass and thighs. But my arms need some work, so no push-ups for this lady. Can I do a challenge and you fail repeatedly? Ooh! I get to do the challenge though, I'm guessing. Are you here? Where are you? It would be a great way though to there we go. Get the docks push-up counter up. There we go. There's the bone. Nice, nice. Nice, Bess. The game sound is really, really low. Can you hear the game? Because I can barely hear it. Ooh, that's smart. That's smart. I can do that. God damn it. That's true, good guy. So I don't have to get super scared. Because I am a scaredy cat. My man has been feeding me horror movies for the 4 years we've been together now, so I'm not as scared because he makes me play this a lot too. So yeah, we ain't got shit on this. So let's take that one. I'm always scared. I'm always scared, good guy. I just have a very good poker face. Very good poker face. As a big sister with a little brother, I have learned to have a good poker face in everything I do. Thank you. Hi, Stony. So if anyone had any questions for me, I can answer them. Because usually we just bully the doctor, but today you get to bully me too. The audio is so low though. Fuck, it's bestie. Yes. Hi! Bestie playing Phasmo. Trying to find any evidence of a ghost. Not finding shit though. I don't know when I start streaming. I actually don't know. There will come a day, but it's probably not soon. Because as I said, my computer is shit. When are you starting to stream, Hoops? I would watch that. I will watch the shit out of it. Ooh, laggy. Ooh, so laggy. I'm sorry, guys. Yes. Fuck, I don't think I got that one. You stream chess? That's so cute. I am very much looking forward to starting my course. I'm kind of scared because I feel like I'm not good enough for it, but that's just that's just me being me. Oh, I didn't want to let it go. No, I didn't want to let it go. Why? Why did I do that? It's just ghost event. Fuck. I can't pick it up because I can't see where the fucking cursor is. The cursor? Cursor. Let's see. Let's put this. My F. Let's spin it right round, baby. Right round. And we got Gorbs. There we go. That's good to know. Or is it furry? Then I'll be scared. Even more scared. Because furries, I don't know why, they kind of scare me. Why do you need to be an animal? I'm a kinky bitch. I'm not easily scared usually, so it's very weird. I'll try to do that. Let's see. No. Let's see. I don't think I went into the right one, did I? Sit. Let's try that. Fog quality. Low. Low. Let's try this then. Apply. I'm not seeing the difference. Now it's almost lagging and even more. Positive affirmation. Is it me giving myself positive affirmation or giving you a positive affirmation? Oh, it's me giving myself a positive affirmation. So, I recently realized what my love language is. And for you who don't know what I'm talking about, there's all this talk about having different kinds of love languages. Fuck off. And I recently realized that my big love language is gift giving. I love giving gifts. I love seeing people's faces light up when I do a good job with the gift I'm giving them. Good. And yeah, I'm really good at giving gifts. I've been told my whole life that I'm really good at it, but I've recently started to realize that it's actually true. So that's nice. Let's see here. We got Gorbs. And we got Freezing. Let's see here. Gonna be a lot of stuff. Fucking hell. Is it even more laggy right now? Yeah, no, I don't know. Let's see, can I? Oh, thank you for the follow, Seven Deadly Sins. I don't know if you're new here, but I'm not usually streaming. You caught the stream when welcome. I think you're the best, Hoobs. I'm actually his best friend. I've come to just okay, wait. I'm bad at doing many things at the same time. If you haven't noticed. Okay, can still be all of them. Cheers, Frankie. Mother lover. I'm Mr. Mother lover. A lover. I'm Mr. Bombastic. Telefantastic. Right, I'm just gonna pick this shit up. Can I please turn on the light? Thank you. I'm just gonna. There we go. Found ya. Dropped ya. Give me my. God damn, I'm bad at this. I miss my own computer and my clickety clackety keyboard. Oh, yeah, right. Dots. We got dots. Got UV. Let's see, we don't have. Nope, that one's empty so far. No, wait. God damn it. Do this. Alright. Let's just bug it. Let's see if we can put this one right there. Fun fact about him. Jeez, I don't know what's a fun fact though. Oh, I don't know how many of you guys know this, but I'm actually one of his exes. And the first time me and Doc met up, it was on a blind date. That one of his close friends, she went to my school and thought that we would be a great couple. So she introduced us, and his first words to me were, "Hello, I'm Oscar, and my dick is 20 centimeters long." That was his first words to me. To which I replied, "That's good to know." So, wifey usually, because she knows I hate it, introduces me as his ex and not his best friend. Which always makes me very uncomfortable, but she loves it. Hi, hubby. It's a bestie stream. The doc is out getting his computer parts, so you guys get to hang with me while I'm trying to figure out which ghost I have. So yeah, I think that's a fun fact, Ducky. Is it? Do you agree? Bye, X-Gamer. Good to see you. Oh, I'm gonna... Oh, I've kissed her before, so that's fine. I even slept in the same bed as her a few times. And Frankenstein. You see, the cool thing is that we're just... You wish. You wish. He has wishful thinking syndrome, is what I'm hearing. It's not easy being an 18-year-old dude. It's not easy being cheesy. Are you here? Are you here? Are you friendly? How old are you? Fuck yes. So what we have here is a Onryo. Yeah, scared the shit out of me as per fucking usual. The profanity. See? I told them that you're trying to get me to do it, honey. Oh, no. No, that's not very nice, naked lady. That's not nice at all. No. This is not nice. I'm not approving this at all. No! Let me get my camcorder! Let me get my camera! Fuck! Please! No! Damn it. Damn it. At least I figured out what the fuck it was. So, that's the important part. I'm gonna just upload the... It was a fucking mimic. Well, fuck you then. He died. Yeah, I know. He's only level 13? My English is getting worse, and I'm so sorry, guys. Yeah, he would make the best wifey. He would. Oh! Marzipan carve. Or however you say that in English. Hoops is the one who gave us the good recipe. He's such a cute beau. I'm so happy. Let's see. So, let's get a drive document. So, honey, may I show this photo to the stream? May I? May I? He's writing. We'll see if he allows it. Let's see. There we go. There we go. It's uploading. So, Hubs just sent me a beautiful picture. And I'm allowed to show it. Let's see if that's not very good though. He is very cute. We are just very good at making faces. Is all. Hi, baby. How'd it go?
Oh
My
my gosh.
gosh.
My gosh.
Irmagerd. Pipker.
I think I only got half of it.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
He only got half, guys.
Because the package is too small to contain the tower. So we'll see. We'll see. How are you doing? What's happening here?
I died.
You died?
I died. I didn't get the right ghost because it was a fucking mimic, and I died. And
it kind of sucks. Like, it sucks for you.
Yes, it was very hard. It was very hard. I'll do it now for you. Thank you, Hoobie. Oh my god, we got another follower. I'm so happy. Yeah, we get 2 more followers.
They're following you, just so you know.
No, you're...
Yeah, no, they're following you.
Yeah, I know.
They're
I'm such a pretty girl. Yes. I'm here for it. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for the follow. I'm Dr. Vim. This is my bestie.
It's his stream. It's not mine. I'm just along for the ride.
7 Deadly Sins followed in Green Cleave. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
We're gonna change to just chatting as well.
Yeah, let's do it.
Cause I am unboxing stuff. I'm thinking.
Maybe. Yeah, we're from Sweden.
Sweden.
Should we put somewhere that I'm here? in the.
Yeah, we should. Wait, if we can switch.
He's kicking me out, guys. Bye.
I'm not kicking you out.
He's kicking me out.
I'm not kicking you out. I'm not kicking you out. My gosh. We were playing your favorite game. Oh my gosh. We're definitely gonna play Phasmo later as well. Yes, I'm sure. Log out of the game.
Yeah, get that shit away.
Just chatting. Do. There we go. And we're gonna change the output to the speakers.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Music! You can turn it off now if you wanna. It should be PC building time.
How the fuck do I do?
Surprise guest. Bestie! Oh my gosh.
Oh, they asked me for a fun fact, and I told them we're actually exes.
that is a fun fact.
Yeah, and I told them your first words to me too.
20 centimeters long. What can I say? I know how to impress people. We're not gonna do that one. We're not gonna do that one. I did change my shirt as well. Yeah. Can you check your email, please?
Yeah. I saw it, Hoops. It's I did it.
Wait, let's see if we can do this. Kurwa.
Wife is at work right now.
Can we see anything here? Yes.
Yes, we can see it all.
Good. Oh my fucking god.
A lovely day.
Alright, so this is
The Frankenstein.
This is the Frankenstein. And I have so many stories about this. The most important one is that this chassis, the hard drive, and that's about it. They are all almost 20 years old, approximately. I got them from my friend Carl when he moved to Scotland. He switched this PC for my MacBook laptop. And my MacBook crapped out on him 3 months in. And this PC has been with me ever since. My god. Alright. Let's see what we got with this package. We got... Oh my gosh. The Tough Gaming motherboard B650E with Wi-Fi.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. It was on sale and also it's cool. It's really cool.
Yep. You don't need more than that.
No, but honestly, when I looked it up, it has like three M2 ports. M2 is where you place something like this. It's an SSD.
Oh.
But my SSD looks like... yeah, it's just a small that you plug in, but this one is screwed into the motherboard. And it's 2 terabytes. So
ooh, that's nice.
It's a big one. We got the AMD Ryzen 5.
Ooh.
7000 series. So this is a Ryzen 5 7600X.
Why do you say that, good guy? Good guy just wrote, I hope he did his research about the components.
What research? Like the Ryzen one is an AMD 5 socket.
Don't look at me, it's good guy.
The motherboard has AMD 5 sockets. The motherboard is an ATX format, and the new tower that didn't come with this package is also an ATX format. Actually, the new tower is formatted for every fucking type of motherboard. And we got the Pinvinstone as well.
Eneth.
Yes, it's Eneth.
Yeah.
They had a sale on. And we got 4 RAM sticks, 16 each. So
you can do that, Hopes.
What? What?
No, Hoops just asking me about the video that I took when I came around the corner.
Oh wait, you sent it to him?
Yeah.
God damn it.
And Mr. Morris just wrote, I'm gonna laugh so hard if something is not compatible.
I really hope it's all compatible. No, because like I checked up. No, now I'm nervous because I've never done this before. But like the motherboard itself is ATX. It's compatible with the new tower and this tower, coincidentally. It's an AMD 5 socket, and the Ryzen 5 7000 series is an AMD 5. It has 3 M2 connectors, and the SSD it has an M2 connector. It's DDR5 memory, and these ones are, as you can see, DDR5. So it should all be fine. And the graphics card is what I've been having in the computer for a little while. It's the GeForce 3050, so a decent one.
Greencleave just wrote, nice. I'm using Ryzen 5 too, but I had to upgrade my motherboard to make it compatible with Ryzen 5.
Yeah. But this motherboard is like one of the latest ones.
Good.
So it shouldn't be a problem.
I'm not gonna be the one to get you down, but my dude, we have not been lucky with you and
I'm saying
these kind of stuff
no, that's the thing.
for a while now.
I'm saying there shouldn't be a problem, but I
Shouldn't be.
know there will be problems. So like the rest of this stream now will be me building and troubleshooting the computer, and maybe going away one more time if another package comes. I swear to God, if they text now, yep, it's the other package. They texted now. It's like, hey, we have one more package for you.
Then you should go get it. You should go get it.
I need to, right? I need to.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
You don't have to try. It's always a good
What do you want to
time.
do in the meantime? Do you want to play something? Do you want to keep playing, or do you want to just hang out with stream?
I don't know. I could hang out with stream if they like.
Oh my gosh, they like. Are you
Otherwise
okay with that? Otherwise, we can just take a break, and
Yeah, I'm fine.
you're fine.
Yeah,
You're
of
fine.
course. Yeah.
You're fine.
They're not that scary.
You're so fine.
They're being nice.
I'm on a train and the stream is lagging. Was everything in the package or something missing? No, it was 2 packages. And as I came home right now, they messaged me about the other package. Like, hey, you gotta come get it. He's a doctor, it should go fine.
He's a doctor.
Check general. Alright, so it's a close-up of you now. You're just chatting category, so you can literally do whatever the fuck you want. Again, try to be a good girl.
It's not my forte, but I'll give it a
It's not
shot.
anyone's forte. I'm so fucking excited. I'm not even mad that I have to go back again.
Good.
Yeah!
You can do it.
I
Ooh. So everyone should check general, because the video I took when I sneaked in here is now on the Discord in the general chat, because Hoobs made it, uploaded it to YouTube and fixed everything. So you can see my sneaking abilities. Like what? God damn. No. No, we're not doing that, Frankenstein. Oh, that sucks, Panda. No, I'm not doing that, Frankie. No. No, Frankie, honey. Oh, Jesus. Good night. Tonight's gonna be a good night. I just love his pause when he saw me to saying, what the fuck? Mwah. Love it. I love it. Yeah, you do that, Hoobs. It was good to see you. Yeah, I tried to, like, tell everyone so you could see it when it happened, because who wouldn't? And I'm just happy that he's so happy that I'm here. I was so scared that he was gonna be like, oh yeah, okay, what, hi. But he's just happy. And that makes me happy. Great success, guys. Great fucking success. So yeah. Yes. Let's get oh. Let's see. I have no idea how all of this works, but it looks fun. Desktop audio, blurbs, mic audio, Spotify capture. I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's get off. Let's clean it up. I don't know what I'm gonna talk about. I'm all empty. My only goal today was getting here. I've been on a train, took the bus. Yeah. Good night. Wonder what he's gonna be playing today. He doesn't have that many games on this computer right now. That's weird. We shut it down. Woo! So yeah. Let's get it on, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. Oh yeah, pure shock. I was actually scared he was gonna have a heart attack with me just showing up, but no. Today I was about to play some Phasmophobia. Yeah, we're from Sweden, Greencleave. I live in Malmö, and that's where Dr. Vrem lived before too, but he moved here to Vimmerby a year ago? I think it's a year ago. Right, Miss Frankenstein? Because they moved right after she graduated. So yeah, he's been here for a year, and we all hate it, but what to do. And he turned 34 on the 20th, and he was away for a few days. So today was the first stream when he came back, and so we've been just surprising him, which we love. He didn't know I was coming here, and I've been able to keep my mouth shut, and everyone else too, so he was very shocked. Let's see. Can I see how many is watching right now on this? I don't think I can. Thanks, Ducky. I'm very proud. Wait, Ducky, why are you up? It's his stream. It's not my stream, it's his stream. I'm just here Photobombing? We all did great. Right now it's my stream. But usually it's just him here. And we bully him lovingly, make him do push-ups and stuff. That's why we have the push-up deck right here. We'll see. We'll see. I know I'm gonna be studying from starting August, so I will have a lot more time at home. So who knows? Maybe. I gotta fix the computer thing though. But that's for a later date. So wait, Panda, you have 31 degrees? I'm so sorry for you. Is everybody having a very study stream? No, I talk a lot to myself and I don't need people to hear that. I've had cats for many, many years, so when I'm home, I talk to myself all the time. I'm also a nurse, and all nurses talk to themselves, even at work. Which we all say like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm just talking to myself, but we all do it. I hope so, Panda. I mean, 25-28 is still bad, but not as bad. Fuck. Yep. Oh geez. We had a summer like that too. 2018. It was the worst summer I've ever been through. It was awful. I don't know actually. I think it's you need to like speak it a lot to be better at it. Dr. Vem is an English teacher. He's very used to speaking English. And I've had the great opportunity. So I actually lived and worked in China for 2 months back in 2016. My dad has a lot of international friends coming to visit. So yeah. I mean, maybe not right now because I don't know how I would do that on this computer. Nah. You can send it on the Discord. Because I think if you try to link it here, it'll just be taken away. Because that's how we've done in the chat. People can't send links however they like. What games do we want Doc to play today? Has he said? Now I see all the subs, the gifted subs too. Damn, that's great. When I was traveling to get here, I missed so much. I know you're at the store. You're writing in the Discord too. And he wanted to stress test his PC with Valve and other games. Yes, yes. Twitch on mobile sucks. Yeah, I know, because I was forced to watch you on my phone going over here. And watching the very touching video that Soul put together. You know he's not gonna do that, Stody. That's not how that's gonna go. however much we wanted to, that's not how that's gonna end. Right, he said that. Right, he talked about that yesterday too, I think, with Valorant and maybe Helldivers. I'm gonna make him play Helldivers. I just know I want him to play more horror games while I'm here. Because I want to scare him while he's playing. Because that's fun. Right. He won't be able to. He's too much of a... He's just not locked in the same way. Becoming? I have always been. I mean, I've always been a menace. My sister, I have a big sister, and I think I was... Your Majesty, yeah, sure. I think I was 13, which makes... She was 16 then, at the time, and she and her girlfriends were having a movie night at our place. And I was sitting with them watching this horror movie. It was The Exorcism of Emily Rose, I think it's called. And so we just sat there watching it, and they were so scared. And me hating horror movies back then too, I just didn't watch the movie, I watched them, and had so much fun because all I needed to do was go, and they screamed so loud. Like the real, ah! And since then, I just love scaring people. Me and my little brother, we had a war for a few years, just scaring everyone and each other. So I was taught a lot of way to scare people, and it's lots of the funsies. All day. Yes. Yeah. That would be me too. If I had the opportunity, I would definitely do that. Oh, no, Bortol. This is Bestie. This is Bestie. Wife is at work. She's being the awesome lady she is. Yeah, it's right there. There's a little Spotify thingy right there. Right there. Get up. You're fine. I actually had someone write to me once asking if I was the wife, and I had to tell that person that no, I'm not the wife. He is out getting his new computer parts. No, my husband does not look like him at all. No. My hubs he's just a few centimeters. No. My husband does not look like Hubs at all. No. He's much darker. He has not the same big beard. He has a shorter beard, and he's not that tall. He's just a few centimeters taller than me. And yeah, yeah, that's about it, the beards. Otherwise, they're very separate. Thankfully. Because it would be weird dating a guy that looked like my best friend. That would just be weird. Yeah, we went for slightly different. Well, I don't really look like the wife. Maybe if you see me like this and then wife at another time, we might look kind of similar, but having us next to each other, we do not look alike at all. And yeah. It's okay. I'm on sick leave from my job because my brain is fried. So I don't judge anyone. That's why I'm able to be here, because I don't have vacation or anything. I'm on sick leave. I've quit my job, so I'm just an employee until the 31st of July, and so all I'm doing is taking care of myself. Woohoo, Frankenstein! My plan, by the way, with the map he got from me, he got a big world map. And I also bought two packets with like small stickers. And the map is laminated, so you can write on it and everything and just wipe it off. And I'm thinking it's gonna be like a map of all the streamers. So he can put like the dots where the viewers are from. And so we can keep track of where in the world is people actually joining from, because that's kind of cool. And when his channel gets bigger, that would be even more cool. Oh, honey, we can go out. Let's get drunk next weekend. You know, I got the time, and we're always up for beer. I mean, it's beer, of course. But yeah, I think so too, Ducky, because we know we have people across the U.S. It's not just one place in the U.S. We have a few from the U.S. And we have, I know we have an Englishman. I know we have someone from the Netherlands. We have a lot of Swedes, sure. But there are people from around the globe. And I like it. We're not really international yet because we don't have people from the East. But we're going to get there too. We're going to do that. When we do it, it's going to be great. It's going to be awesome. And we all going to love it. Yes! The whole Valley Girl thing, me and, yeah, true. Africa too. And, the whole Valley Girl thing me and Doc does, it's my fault because I love it and it's so much fun. And you just sound so stupid. I'm glad. Hello, Dr. Bam. Hey, I heard ya. He told me he wants me to sit where I am, because he wants. Oh shit! Oh fuck! That's the small package, right? That's the small one.
Look, I only bring in the big packages.
It was a small package.
If anyone wants to look it up online, it's the Fractal North XL Tower. Is it his penis? No, that's not
Thankfully,
huge.
it wasn't. Thankfully, it wasn't.
Oh my gosh! All right, we're gonna do this.
Oh.
Gonna move it over here.
Oh.
Oh.
We can put the Spotify window over there, and I can be DJ.
We
I
could.
can be DJ. Let me contribute to this stream. Yes.
Oh my gosh! All right.
Yes.
Oh my god! All right. All right.
Whoop.
What did you do?
I didn't do shit. Yet.
All right, gang.
Do like this.
This is the old tower. It's fairly big. Fairly big. This is the new tower. it's as big as my whole fucking body. Jesus Christ. Oh, that one, the clean one. Yep. It's such a nice tower, honestly. I don't know where. All right, how should we start this? We should get out the parts from the old computer first, right?
Yes. That way you can take away the things you don't need from it.
Exactly.
Yes.
And then just chuck the whole thing.
Okay.
All right. It's a big case.
Such a big stunk, man.
Do not do it on bed. Where do you want me to do it?
Maybe like a table?
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. Wait. But I don't have a table I can just bring in. Yeah, because of the static electricity, right? You don't want that. But I'm thinking that I'm gonna use the box that the thing came in and just have that box down. Would that work? I realized that in the car as well that I don't need to feel so stressed out. Now we have everything we need. Please don't break the bed this time. I love that you just show up. You're like, shh. Do it on a wooden table before you touch any part with your hands to remove static electricity, and do not do that every time you think you might have built it up too much. Any metal pipe, for example. You know what? Fuck. What we could do is we could move some stuff around on this table,
Yeah.
and I could work on it here.
Yeah.
All right.
He's moving stuff from the table. The table, the desk.
The desk.
The desk, that's the name of the table. Let's see.
The mega desk.
It's not a mega desk. It's kind of small. It's a good one.
Well,
I've seen bigger.
you've seen bigger desks.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
All right, that should be good enough, right?
Mm,
This space.
I think if we move this one a little bit back, or just turn it a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. And then you can move it a little bit more back. There we go. You're gonna need all the space you can get. Oh!
Yeah, right?
Well, hello, Pippers. Let me help you.
Yeah. Hello. All right. And we're gonna.
That's the shitty camera.
Yeah, that's the shitty camera.
Shitty weedy woody.
Man, I got so much stuff here. Also, got this penguin from the wife.
Aww.
When we were at the thing.
It's so cute.
True, but just for safety, just in case, as there is still a possibility that it's his first or second time, maybe. Yeah, no, I haven't, like, properly fucked with a computer in forever. Let's see if we can. Please,
Ooh.
please don't dox me if you see any serial numbers or anything. Oh my gosh. Fuck me. Alright.
What's up?
I'm so sweaty and nervous about this.
Why? This is gonna be good.
Most PC parts aren't damaged by static anymore, and so building it on bed should be absolutely fine. Gotcha. Well, you're so late to the party, Crackers. My gosh. Right,
No,
let's
it's
see.
good to know if you can't, if this is not enough space for you.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Talking about doxing in Sweden, yeah, right? Where should I begin? I should probably start by unplugging everything from the PSU. And I have these little things as well. I need to chomp.
Oh my god. So aggressive.
I am aggressive.
Not usually, no.
Be aggressive.
Be aggressive. Is this the mic?
What's this
Somewhere
about docking? Yeah, that's the mic. It's so fucking good. You gotta take it easy because everything there is like
I
just
know.
shoved into that corner.
I see that.
Alright. Maybe I should just grab a proper pair of scissors. Wait, no. I have a better. Tattoos.
I'm gonna tell him to read that, Panda. Or, well, he's gonna read that because you got him scared now. Good job.
Got better too. I'm so happy that you're here as well.
Yeah.
Do not switch any cables to the generator. Any switching between power supplies of power cables can fuck up your PC technically. What do you mean, do not switch any cables to the power gen? Oh, so in here you mean. Gotcha. So just the connectors to the motherboard and stuff, not the PSU itself. No, not that. Don't use any power cables from the old PSU. But the power cables from here came with that PSU. Well, why? Because I didn't order a new PSU or power cable or anything. If you have a power supply, only use the cables of that power supply. Yeah. That's what I'm doing. Like, this is the PSU that I got, and the power cable for that one is here. This is the one I've been using. Ignore everything I just said if there is no new PSU. No, this is, I'm using the same old PSU that I've used for a while.
Good. Then you're good.
No worries now. Very apt music choice. What a wonderful world. And I don't know much. This is very true.
Can you breathe now?
No. I'm not going to be able to breathe until the moment this works flawlessly.
So never.
Probably never.
Yeah, yeah. Good to know, good to know. We're gonna have so much fun these days.
We're gonna have so much fun. What do you want to do tomorrow?
I don't know. What was your plan tomorrow?
My plan tomorrow was to stream, what was it? Something with Panda. Panda wanted, Grounded.
Yeah.
Wanted to stream Grounded.
Yeah. Then that's what you're gonna do. I'm not here to fuck up your schedule. I'm just here.
Oh my gosh.
I'm just here, like, enjoying time. I got 3 books with me too, so you're good.
Right. Panic more. Stress. Put the CPU into the motherboard before placing it into the case. Thank you very much, Ollie. Because in my mind I was like, why would I place the CPU in the motherboard before placing it all in the case? But I'll follow your thinking here. Now, how the fuck do I get this power cable out from the fucking motherboard?
Carefully.
Oh Jesus, yeah.
There you go.
But that's the thing as well. Like whenever I put in, whenever I put in RAM sticks before, and that's literally just like switching out this and grabbing it. But when you push it down, you're supposed to use a little bit of force.
But not a lot,
so
because
clicks.
then you can...
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. So, like, GPU... Yeah, the GPU is unplugged since before. But these I don't really need at all anymore. Those are DDR3 RAM sticks. So if anyone wants a DDR3 RAM stick, I'll send it to you, I guess.
I don't know what it is, but I can take it. My Frankenstein is worse.
Actually, yeah. If you want
Yeah.
any spare parts from this, you could.
Good.
For sure.
I call dibs! I call dibs!
I call dibs.
Because we know my Frankenstein's monster is worse.
Don't forget the I/O board in the back before put the motherboard in. Gotcha. Yeah. Alright. Thing is, like, I'm wondering what I should unplug. I feel very dumpy right now. Because I don't know what part I should unplug and what part I shouldn't. So I'm going everywhere. Yeah, the RAM sticks will only work if your computer has DDR3, which I doubt it has, because DDR3 is old as fuck.
I don't know.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Worst case scenario, if you bring it back to the south, you could always sell it on Facebook Marketplace for like 100 crowns.
Yeah, perfect. Frankenstein. We have like the same computer, so if it doesn't work for me, it might not work for you, hun.
This is now a charity stream. Oh my gosh. Alright. Speaking of, like, I started a... I gotta look at the fucking...
Oh, that's grimy.
That's grimy. I need,
Swiffer? You're hard getting the Swiffer?
This is gonna create static, though, so we gotta ground ourselves afterwards.
I'm not touching shit, so
Yeah.
I don't need to do that.
No. Yeah, speaking of the giveaways, like, we started a giveaway before, and I said it was gonna be done by 12, and it's now 1
Oh.
o'clock.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking is, right now, I'm gonna focus on this. I'm terribly sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, you
Yeah.
can. That's
Yeah,
nasty.
oh my god, that's insane. Things like, I thought you and your husband were coming on Friday.
Yeah.
So I have a wash time for tomorrow morning.
Perfect.
To wash all of this so you wouldn't have dirty stuff in the bed.
Yeah.
And now it's dirty stuff in the bed.
Yeah.
You're not gonna sleep in this. I'm gonna grab some new sheets for you.
I can sleep on the fucking couch. You know,
No, you
I can
can't.
sleep anywhere. You know
Not
this.
this couch. This couch is
I've been
disgusting.
sleeping on floors many times.
Sleeping on floors.
I can sleep wherever. I'm not that horny.
You know what we should probably do?
What?
Open up the other panel as well.
Yeah.
And get rid of some stuff.
Oh wow.
Bestie's a dirty girl. Sick. How could you ever say that about her?
Who's calling me dirty?
Miss Frankenstein.
Yeah. She would know since we
Make
have
sure cable
shared a
storage
bed
between parts and especially
before.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no, but the cables should reach. That shouldn't be a problem. And I say shouldn't, but who the fuck even knows anymore? Alright, we got shit going all through here. Jesus Christ. Alright, well this is what it looks like inside. So I got SSD here, that's half a terabyte, so it sucks. And I think this is like 1 terabyte of hard drive. And that hard drive is about 15 years old as well. Even got a CD reader here. Oop, shouldn't be placing it on the cables though. Alright, returning it over again. It's like most of the things in this computer won't be used. I'm not gonna... The PSU I'm gonna use. But the motherboard, the CPU in this, that's gonna get chucked. The cooler I'm gonna keep. What?
Stony is all about the dust.
The dust on top. Yeah, no, the dust in this computer is unreal.
Hi, Pixie!
Hey, Pixie! Tip 4, always check the rooftops for hidden snipers. Where are they?
That's a really good tip, though.
That is a really good tip. That everyone could learn from Ollie there. You never know if there are hidden snipers on the rooftops. Let's place that there. Yeah, no, this computer is disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't even want to know what mine looks like. I don't even want to know, man. You don't want to know.
I don't know, yasta. I don't know,
No,
ta-da! Right, where are you stuck and why? Thank you very much. See, I do need you.
It looks like something here.
It's here, yeah. It's up here. It's like...
This one is still stuck, though.
Yeah. I'm gonna remove it.
Did you
Good
sleep
one.
well, Pixie?
Yeah, we're now a building PC stream. This is true. Yeah, did Pixie have a good sleep? That's important, actually.
Yeah.
To PC building sim. No, because it's not a simulator. It's just me actually being here. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, go back to bed, Farah. What the hell are you doing up?
Yeah, what? She's
Oh,
something is wrong
jeez.
with that lady.
Ducky, go to bed. Why are you
Oh
up?
my gosh. I'm telling you, these American ladies, like, they just hate sleep.
It seems like it.
They just hate sleep.
I
Oh my
don't get
gosh.
it. Like, oh my god, how could you even? I don't understand.
Things like, I've only ever built parts of a computer. I've never picked the whole ass computer apart either.
Oh, I get that, Pixie. You poor
Oh,
poor
fuck, that
bastard.
sucks, Pixie. Bit of FOMO, check out the hotels in your areas over 12K. Get no more FOMO. Go back to bed, Pix. Oh my gosh.
Sleep tight.
Yeah, and Ducky got that insomnia.
Yeah.
Yeah, while we were away, there were a lot of gift subs and shit. And a challenge and stuff, and yeah.
We'll be here when you wake up, Farah.
I should be able to, like, remove the whole fucking motherboard in one go here.
What?
I should be able to remove the whole motherboard.
This
Um,
one is still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's also stuck up there, because the motherboard is, like, squeezing on it.
Squeeze me?
Squeeze me? Well, excuse me, princess.
Never. I will never forgive you.
For what?
Nothing.
You will never forgive me for nothing?
Nope.
Well, that's a very weird way to be and behave.
You know I'm weird. That's not weird.
Truly weird. Crazy anyway will be like this whole day that I drop in for a minute or two and then have to go again. Oh, that's awesome, X-Gamer. That's honestly, just having you here is wonderful. I know you're at your grandparents' right now, so I've kind of been assuming that you won't be here for that much of the stream, but you checking in once in a while, super nice. That's one ram stick. That's 2 ram sticks. That one's a really old one as well. And this is the third one that's squeezed in underneath the CPU cooler. And I had a 4th place for a RAM stick here, but the CPU cooler is so big that I couldn't fit it in.
That's what he said.
Wow. Why take off the motherboard? Because the motherboard is squeezing one of the power cables up on the roof here.
The roof.
The roof is on fire. We don't need no water, let the motherfucker burn.
Burn, motherfucker. Burn.
Alright, so that's the CPU cooler. We should probably have that separate.
I'm so proud of myself being able to get in here without a sound.
That was insane.
Yeah.
That was insane because I only noticed once you came around the corner. I was like, why is my wife home?
Yep.
And then I saw you and I was like, what?
Yep. I'm very proud of myself. Just with the...
You should be proud of yourself.
With the turning the key and everything
Yeah.
too. Because I was sure you heard that one.
More dust. Oh yeah, Stoney. It's all dust. And you know what the best part is? When I ordered all these parts, I did not order compressed air, so we don't have any compressed air or anything.
That's not very smart though.
No, it's super fucking stupid, actually.
Yeah. Kind of. But I like you anyways.
You do?
Yeah.
You like me?
Yeah.
You think I'm a nice person?
I wouldn't go that far. But I mean, I
That's
like you.
Very nice of you. Wait. Cooler is...
It was raining a little bit before X Gamer. I don't
Ah.
know. Oh my god.
But that's not dust. That's not dust. That's a cooling paste.
Okay, sure.
Just fart into a bottle and spray it. Air duster on my desk, rechargeable. Fuck, I should get one of those.
Oh my god, Stoney.
I should really get one of those. And the mounts here need to come with me as well.
So right now you're taking out the stuff.
Jesus, what is this? Is that dust? Never mind. Yeah, it's dust. There's so much dust it's getting stuck on my fingers. I'm like, ugh.
So nasty.
Yep.
But no, you're taking out the parts you're putting in your new computer.
Yeah.
And the stuff you don't want and you don't have to move right now, you're just letting them stay in the...
That was my initial thought, but
Yeah.
for example, the RAM sticks now I needed to remove to get to the cooler. The
Yeah.
cooler I'm gonna use.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep that. And now I need to remove the whole fucking motherboard as well to get the cables out. So I gotta remove everything either way.
God damn it.
Yeah, it's a hassle. I'll send you the picture of the dust on my AIO fans when I upgraded last year. Please do. I need someone who is as bad or worse than me. Am I a firework?
No. No.
I'm not?
No.
No.
Du är tomteblås.
Du är tomteblås.
Du är tomteblås.
Jävla tomteblås.
Ja, skulle jag säga att du är.
Jag tror inte att du är någonting annat än jävla tomteblås alltså.
Jante vet du.
How
Fan,
funny I am
skärp dig.
about 2 hours away from you, Doctor. We are in the same country. We are in the same country. His grandparents live up here in the forests.
Oh, nice.
Oh my gosh. This is so scary. It's like when this computer was built, the friend who built it, well, he got it done in the store, and then when I upgraded it the first time, it was new motherboard and new processor, but I didn't have a lot of money and I needed an upgrade, so I went for the cheapest fucking upgrade I could get. Didn't do this do that this time. But the first time I went for the upgrade, I was too scared to do it myself.
Yeah.
So I let the store do it, and this time it's all me.
Oh, Stoney, that has nothing to do with you.
Yeah, no, it's it's a challenge where I'm not allowed to make any faces. Right now it's windy as fuck. Well, it's not windy as fuck here, let me tell you. Not in this house.
House? Is house?
Is this apartment?
This place we're here?
Are you fucking kidding me?
No.
No, not that one. Where are these even connected to? Jesus, look at the dust on the motherboard itself. Holy crap.
Let's see. Is it...
Where? Do you want the camera?
Yeah.
The shitty cam.
Shitty cam. So.
Yeah. No, you click on the eye. But then it just shows me. But what you could do is, if you click the shitty cam here, just click.
Yeah.
You see this red part?
Yeah.
You can minimize it or make it smaller.
There we go.
And there we go. Oh my gosh. See?
Yeah.
I need you so much.
No.
Yes, I do.
I just think it's funny to. I know. I love to see your frustrated face when things aren't going as it should.
Yeah.
And I know other people think that's funny too. So
there we go.
let's give the people what they want.
We gotta make content.
Yes.
We gotta make content, Misty! Oh my gosh. Nice. Alright. This motherboard. This motherboard has served me for many, many years now. It's insane. Holy crap. She's better
I
streamer
know.
than you. I mean, she is. She is.
I know what the people like.
But I think you hang out on Twitch more than I do as well. Which is something I need to get better at. Can you cue content by Bo Burnham?
Yes, baby, I can.
Alright, that's the mount. So yeah, this is the old motherboard and the old processor, the CPU. I kind of want to see, like, practice here. See if I can remove it. No, wait, that's cooling paste. I shouldn't be touching that at all. Ooh. Shut up!
What? I didn't say shit.
I'm just gonna place this in the kitchen for now.
Yeah, you
We
do
can
that.
wash it.
What? You can actually wash it?
No. That was.
I can go do that.
That was
Do
a
you want
joke.
me to do the dishes?
No, that
I
was
can
a
do
joke.
the dishes.
That was a joke.
Yeah, I can do it.
I mean, I don't care about that motherboard that much, but I don't necessarily want to ruin it forever and ever either. Because it's always nice having spare parts. What song is this?
Content. It's Bo Burnham.
Bo Burnham.
Told me a year ago that I was inside of my home. Ah.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Just look at... Like, this dust is not actual dust. It's from the soundproofing panels that are so old and so dried out because I've overheated this computer so many times that it's like, it's just falling apart.
That's awful.
Yeah. So now it's very clear to people, I hope, why I needed a new case. What was that? That was the RAM?
Yeah, it's just a
that's
RAM.
fine.
That's fine. Content. Daddy made you your favorite open wide. Here comes the content.
I'm not entirely comfortable with this. Daddy made you some content. Open wide.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So this SSD is where my actual like the computer is on. That's where the OS is. So we need this one.
Should you put that on the bed?
Yeah, it should be fine.
Okay.
Should be fine. And this hard drive is where I have all the movies I've pirated over the years. I mean, all the movies I've legally acquired and then digitized.
Yes, of course, of course.
Don't tell the cops, please. Let's see here. Oh yeah, that's actually a good view. Did you? I wonder how much content is going to be made from this stream alone.
Might be a lot. Might be nothing.
The content machine never stops.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, yeah.
La 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 la. We're gonna.
We're inside.
Oh my god, we're
Computer.
inside.
We're inside. How's it going?
Jesus, it's getting emptier. That's positive, I think. It's a
Maybe?
good thing that it's getting emptier, right?
I think so. Thank you, Content Daddy. I love you, Frankenstein.
Content Daddy.
Yes.
Remove it. Remove all the
Thank
evidence.
you. Thank you.
I'd recommend reinstalling the OS to the MT. Yeah, that's the plan. I just need to figure out how to do that as well.
Let's see if I can do this. Beep, 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 beep.
Fuck. Go through there. Yes, thank you very much. Jesus.
That's what he said.
Bestie.
Yeah.
Bestie.
Yeah.
How can you be this horny? Oh my
I'm
gosh.
always horny.
Always horny.
Always been. This is not news. You're such a prude.
I am a prude. Such a prude.
Yes.
Yes.
Little Catholic boy. Quiet. Quiet.
Yeah, this is not how Father Thomas molested me to behave.
No, I mean, right?
Let's see. There we go. All right. We're just. This is the part of the stream where we're just yanking cables fucking everywhere. Hey, Bort! I am stinky as well. Sent you the photo on Discord when you have a moment. Thanks so much, Ollie. Oh my gosh, this is the PSU. Looks like a fucking Hydra.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Cut
one head off and two more.
Will never
Shows up.
rise. No, it's not. It's not how it works. Sadly, it would be very interesting if, also very annoying, if you like cut off one cable and it spawned two more. Yeah, input voltage 100 to 240, and that's what we got. And it's a 750. It's a 750 gold Seasonic Focus, fully modular. So when I got this, when I got this part, the reason I had to get it was because my old PSU exploded. Like I started my computer one day, and I just heard a boom, and it started smoking from my computer, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And I really hoped it wasn't the PSU, so I called up an IT friend of mine that I had at the time, and he was like, oh yeah, so remove these cables, connect this and this, and check it. And after like 2 hours of troubleshooting, he was like, yeah, you need a new power supply unit. So I went to the store and I was like, what's your best fucking power supply unit? What's the one that will keep forever, that won't overload, like, give me this shit. And they were like, yeah, this is the one. I think I paid like $250 or something for it.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, like
That's
this PSU, I paid more for that new than I paid for the CPU, the processor.
Wow.
Today.
Wow.
All
It's
right.
going well, good guy.
I mean, it's going. let's not say it's going well. That's because this is just the demolition part. We're just
We like
removing
demolition though. Aggressive! Let's do
Aggressive!
it!
I gotta go from a 650 to an 850 to replace my GPU. Yeah, that's like my biggest worry now is that the 750 won't be enough. Oh, thank you, with Ariels, for the follow.
Oh my god, thank you!
And hello. What are you giving? I'm giving it away. I'm giving away a copy of Guilty as Sock. So you can join by writing, I think, just !! giveaway or something.
Ticket?
Yeah, or ticket. You can buy up to 10 tickets for badness notations. Pass. Alright, that's all good, man.
Don't have to, it's fine. That's fine.
It's all good. It's all good. Oh, but Bort wants to.
Oh yeah, Bort.
Bort's a sucker for some free shit, ain't they? Ain't they? What? Bestie, how do you remove the white stuff from green velvet? Oh my gosh! Borthold is so fucking fast. Hydrogen peroxide. That's. Soul, when you rewatch this, I want that clipped. to show how fast Borthold answered that fucking question.
Thank you, Borthold.
Oh my gosh. Look at the fans here. I forgot that I haven't dusted them in a while.
Turn it. Turn it. Turn it. We gotta show Stony. Oh, hell.
They're white.
Oh, hell. No, I'm not gonna touch them.
I may or may not understand that stuff is not water soluble. Oh, Jesus. Alright, I'm using this Swiffer here.
Oh, it's still everywhere.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Just to show you the before and after here.
Oh, Jesus.
That's what it should have looked like all along.
Jesus. Fuck. And you could have opened that and dusted it easily long ago.
Like it's just a fucking panel. You just open,
Holy
dust.
shit, my dude.
So much dust I'm unsubbing. Oh my gosh. How do you let it get like that? I honestly don't know. I don't know. I'm a bad person. I'm a bad boy, yeah.
Ew, ew.
Mine's dusty. I clean it every 6 months because my landlord told me to smoke my devil's lettuce inside.
I gotta clean my computer when I get home.
I think Bort's computer is filled with weed dust. Just like ash from all those spliffs. Oh my gosh. I clean mine every Sunday.
Oh my god, Stony, are you okay?
Stony obviously is a much better person than any of us.
It's sticky. Ew!
No ashes, but weed dust for sure. Then it's weed dust for sure.
Ooh.
I've heard that shit is sticky. I usually clean my PC 2 times a year. I've gone into the habit of trying to clean them every 3 months, but lately I have
not been doing what you should have done.
No, that as well. I was gonna say I've been battling depression, and you know, when you do that, oh my god, look at the backside of this.
Oh fuck no.
When there's stuff going on in your life, keeping your computer clean might not always be the biggest what's it called? Largest priority. I use isopropanol and carefully clean each part, no breakages so far. Cool? That's actually really fucking useful knowledge as well. Alright, that's one fan. I'm gonna reuse the fans as well in the new case, unless it comes with new fans, which I think it might.
Let's hope.
Honestly, yeah, because these fans, they were cheap when I got them, and holy shit have I put them through hell. Don't need much more than twice a year because of the good dust filters I have. That's what I'm hoping for as well with the new case. Because the new case has mesh filters and shit. What?
No, I just laughed at Porthole.
I have dust filters that kind of compete with my chimney self.
I love it. I love it.
I just in front of me, I see Bort sitting by their computer and going like, "All right, see, you're challenging me. Let's fucking go."
Oh Jesus Christ!
Right?
Yeah.
You right?
Right.
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 I know, I want you.
My case has dust filters, quite easy to clean. Nice.
And still you do it every Sunday? Jesus Christ, Stony.
But also, I'm pretty sure his computer is feeling way better than any of my computers ever have.
Yeah, true.
And ever will.
No, that's just fine.
Oh my gosh. Jesus fucking Christ. I was
Oh my
one,
god, Borthole.
Friend casually asked how many I have a day, and I had to admit between 10 to 20? Dude!
Wow.
Like, assuming even just half a gram per joint, that's just money-wise, Bort. What the fuck?
Bye,
Alright,
X
See you,
Gamer.
X Gamer. Have a wonderful time. I'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye. Jesus Christ in heaven. Alright.
I gotta go pee.
You gotta pee?
Yeah, I gotta pee.
You gotta piss? Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Am I allowed?
You are allowed, actually.
You're so nice.
I've been thinking about what to do with this case because I kind of don't want to throw it away.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of trying to turn it into like a bar or something.
A bar?
Yeah, like a like have bottles and stuff in there, like so you can open the things. I don't know. I'm playing around with the thought. That's all.
Yeah.
We could put it up to the chat. What should I do with the old case?
Yeah.
We go through about 2 ounces a month, but they average around $88 each, so not that bad. Alright. Quit ciggies though. Up to 2 packs a day. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I've been there as well, Bort. Been there as well. You can take it. One day at old work, they complain about the PC not working. Asked to check the inside and there were dead bugs in it. Oh fuck, dude. Oh, that's disgusting. Yeah, then I understand why you're cleaning it so often. Jesus Christ. Dead bugs inside the computer? How does that even fucking happen? What was that even for? It's that one? Alright. I don't even know what that's for. Alright, we're gonna remove the
gonna be hell.
Yeah, probably. That no it's not is so relatable. Feeding people's my love language. Same.
That's the same for
honestly.
him. But I'm here without you knowing I would come, so...
He has been to Ica twice and didn't think about lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a food store. Alright, but we're gonna...
We'll
click
be
over.
right back!
We're gonna have this starting soon when I'm gonna turn off the mic, but you're gonna get some music at least. So see ya! No, you just... Yeah. What up, you fuckers? I'm back. Instead of smoking after food, I'm taking one of these nicotine pills from Nicorette.
Such a good boy.
Such a good boy. And
Good boy.
she's standing over there with an actual cigarette. Gonna go smoke. Let's see. Alright, first off, what we gotta do is end the giveaway. Alright, because I fucking forgot to close the giveaway. Close giveaway and draw a winner. Oh my gosh! Lil Pix won the giveaway. And I think I have her on Steam as well. Yeah, I do. Alright, congrats, Pix! She won the giveaway. And we're going to do another giveaway immediately. Mark as complete. Back to giveaways. Let's see. Create and start. There we go. New giveaway up and running. Woo! Alright, so Pix won the first giveaway. Congratulations, Pix. Also known as Farah. Also known as Farrell. Is that okay? Can you see me now? Yeah, you can. So she's gonna get guilty as sock when she can. I'll just join for shits and giggles. Alright. Please don't giggle and shit at the same time. It can be very, very scary. Alright. What up, Jaboom? Nice to have you in the Discord. I mean, the thing. Oh my gosh, you resubbed for. Jesus Christ. Thanks, Jibs. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
_TV just subscribed. You are seen and appreciated.
Oh my gosh. Alright, I'm not doing the haikus at the moment because people bombarded me with subs and shit, and right now I'm building a new computer. So y'all will get your subs later. I mean the haikus. Oh, come.
The debt must be paid. Right. Now.
I guess. Thanks, Jibs. No, you're not. You're doing push-ups. I just had lunch, man. Thanks for the birthday wishes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 is all you're getting out of me today. I'm terribly sorry. Oh my god. Thank you so much, good guy. I'll allow it, but only today. You are a benevolent god. Thank you, good sir. Fuck. Oh, you can hear the... Nice.
Yeah.
Jibs is here. He resubbed.
Hey,
and forced me
Jibbo!
to do push-ups and shit.
Good,
Alright.
It's bestie.
Oh my gosh.
Woo!
This is bestie.
This is the bestie.
Oh, it's such a pretty case.
The fuck am I doing?
The fuck are you doing?
I don't know. I don't know, okay?
You don't know?
I'm just gonna do a little like this.
I just
There
gotta
we
show
go.
the case. Like, it got these wood panels on the front and shit. Yeah.
What's in the box?
It's a chassis for a computer. That's what's in the box.
Yeah, I know. Need some help there?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Wait, I think, at least. Wait, if we do it like this, then you just pull from there.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Pull it! Pull it! Yes, 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 pull, pull. Oh my gosh. Thank you very much.
I'm just holding it. You're the one pulling.
I think the wife could sit in this box as well.
Yes, she could.
Hurry up with it already. Fuck you, Stony.
How is this?
Yeah, the
fuck?
That chair is fucked.
Yes.
What the fuck? Wait. Stand up.
What did I do?
No, it's not you. I think the chair has been fucked for a while now.
Yep. And tell you where you wanna be.
Oh yeah, you see the wheels.
Yeah.
They're not made for this type of chair.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Do you want to take the wife's chair instead?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm just gonna stay very still and not move around and hope for the best.
So next purchase is a new
If I
gaming
die,
chair.
please pray for me.
In nomine Patri
Et Filii et
Spiritus
Spiritus Sancti.
Amen. Bam, motherfuckers.
That is gorgeous.
That's a big one.
It's a big one.
North XL user guide. Gonna throw that away immediately. Yeah, I got the new wheels for that chair, but the wheels themselves are not apparently optimized for the chair, and the chair legs are getting bent. Which is fucking shit, because that's an Roxy gaming chair, so it should be okay. I'm annoyed. It's like removing a condom. Oh my god, look at the sleekness of this. I gotta...
If you want some time alone with it, I can leave.
Look at the... Oh yeah. Got a Type-C, 2 3.0 USBs. Very nice looking button here. Oh yeah. Got that.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm gonna
the
leave you
wood
two
paneling.
alone.
No, it's okay. I want
sure?
I want people to watch. Oh my gosh. Alright, I'm so excited about this. Oh my gosh. Oh shit, it actually has fans inside as well, so I don't need to use the old fans.
Nice.
Fractal fans and stuff. But we're gonna place it down here for now. Because the first thing we gotta do...
Yeah. It's dance! Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
is grab the motherboard and place the CPU in there and stuff.
Okay. Stony, did you see me making him dance for you?
He saw it. I recently got a new chair. It has a massager and heat option.
Oh my god!
Heat I do not need, but if you got a chair that has a built-in fan for cooling, I'd love it. Look at this. Look at the beauty. Oh my, you want feel how heavy it is.
Oh my god.
You're right?
Yeah. Wow.
Oh my gosh. Oh. So this one has USB 3 ports, 4 of them. My old one had 2. So everything's gonna be way faster, way more responsive. Get the fuck away. What?
Nothing. I didn't see shit.
It's alright. Oh my gosh. Alright. We got 2 GPU slots. We got 4 slots for the RAM sticks. I think this is where I would place the SSD, CPU ports, or not port, but Wi-Fi. Jeez, what the fuck? You can like connect the Wi-Fi immediately from like the old phone jack into these.
Cool.
But we got a proper one as well. We're gonna remove this one.
Already? Oh my god.
Yeah, because otherwise I'll forget.
Yeah.
Like I know I'll forget.
Yeah.
Oh, I heard like a sound outside, and I was like, "What the fuck is that?" And it was just someone riding a lawnmower. There we go. No? Yes? No? Look up at me! There we go.
You happy?
No. Never happy.
Yes, I just farted. Yes,
Nice.
I did. Yes, I did.
Nice. Alright, we got some small packages here.
The bit you thrown away.
Should have 2 bits to twist onto it, maybe still in the box. What do you mean 2 bits to twist on it?
Is it very small bits? Because you got small bits here.
To twist on the IO shield?
Damn this chair.
If there's nothing else here. Ah, there we go. Haha!
You gotta check stuff, man. Jesus.
No.
This is
No.
I think these are important things to actually
Maybe.
have.
Maybe.
I think it is. I think it is.
Well, I mean, maybe.
Maybe. Question.
I appreciate that you're here, Stony. Now I'm just double checking everything in here. Yeah, nothing. Alright.
I ain't saying shit. I'm quiet as a mouse over here, silently judging you.
This is for Wi-Fi, I think. It's like a antenna.
Okay, sure.
Oh my god, I got stickers! Stickers!
That's kind of cool though.
We're not gonna use them though.
Aww.
Never liked stickers, honestly. Like on computers at least. Certificate of reliability. Lawn guard, capacitors, chokes. Evidence that they're supposed to be good. Alright. Oh my gosh. This is a bit nervous.
Just take it easy.
I'm just gonna
One
breathe,
thing at a time.
Right? Breathe.
Yeah.
So this is the user guide for the case. Builder's guide. Introduction. What's this red part? Seems important. In the event of having received a faulty product, prefer returning any. Please contact a reseller. Yeah. Hey, if it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, I'm gonna murder someone. Most people close the box and put motherboard on the closed box. Okay, I'm gonna touch metal first.
Touch metal instead of touching grass.
Yeah, no, to make sure that I'm not static or anything.
Yeah, I get that. It was
Oh, this is way better now as well, because now I have access to all of it around here and stuff.
Thank you, Stony.
Thank you, Stony. Alright. We're gonna... Can we... Oh my gosh.
Such a cute boy.
Such a cute boy. We're gonna see here, because I think it's important to read. Yeah, chapter 1, before you proceed. To To prevent electrical shock hazard, disconnect the power cable from the electrical outlet before relocating the system. Yeah, no shit, dude. Yeah. For using the product, ensure all cables are correctly connected. Keep paper clip screws and staples away from connector slots, sockets, and circuitry. Yeah. Like, literally surrounded by screws here. Alright. Woo! Stop touching my butt. Oh my gosh.
So nasty. God.
There's the guy. Oh my gosh. We got the big penis in the background as well.
Yay!
Mm-hmm. Caution, important note. Gotcha. Is it only for me the audio is double, like the music? It's just you. Yeah, because it shouldn't be doubled at all. I mean, unless the microphone is picking up the...
I trust Sony on this one, though.
Yeah, but I can turn down the music from us. Like, the music, the sound will be the same there. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm eating words.
Eating chat. Yeah, top certification card. Use to guide 2 screw packages for M2 SSD.
Oh,
1 rubber package for M2. Asus Wi-Fi moving antennas. SATA cables. Motherboard itself. The fuck? Hey! Raffle! Thank you so much, dude! Thank you so much, man! Thanks! I'm having a very good birthday. I'm having a very good birthday. Can we, could, maybe someone give a shout out to Ruffle now as well? Wonderful American streamer. Oh, you can do it? Nice.
I might be able to.
Wonderful American streamer who plays a lot of Pokemon Kaizen, I think. Ruffle Mao.
Vad har jag skrivit? Raffle.
M-O-O Gamers 1. Yes. Thank you so much for the gift sub, man. That's so nice of you. You're a pretty boy. Pretty boy. Thank you for the shout out. I was doing computer. We just started. I picked apart my old computer. We're sitting here with a motherboard, and I'm reading the manual just to make sure that I'm not fucking anything up. So hopefully this stream will just be all laughs and no cries. Hope you had nothing but good vibes and great memories. Only good vibes and great memories from this year, from your stream, from this stream. It's the stream.
The stream.
Unplug the power cord from the wall socket. Done. Use a grounded wrist strap or touch a safely grounded object or metal object, such as the power supply case, to avoid damaging them due to static electricity. I got my foot on the metal part of the table here. That should be enough, I feel. Whenever you uninstall any component, place it on a grounded anti-static pad or in the bag that came with the component. What if I don't want it? Hold components by the edges to avoid touching the ICs on them. Well, I ain't done that. Before you install or remove any component, ensure that ATX power supply is switched
Everyone
off.
isn't as nerdy as you.
What? Feels so weird looking at someone building a PC and having to read the manual for it. Thing is, like, I don't think I would need to read the manual, but I want to read it just for safety's sake. Because I don't want to be fucking up anything. Yeah, the motherboard comes with a socket AM5 designed for AMD Ryzen 7000 series. I got the correct fucking processor for the correct fucking socket.
Okay.
DDR5 DIMM slots.
You guys made him mad, so now he's taking it out on me. God damn
No,
it.
sorry, no. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
For real? Fuck you, Morse. I'll take the train if to you if something goes wrong. Sick. Fan headers. No, this is all. I'd love like pictures instead. Central processing unit. Yeah, so we don't just shove this off. We use the thing here. Down and out. Alright. We're gonna install the processor.
Thank you, Samwise.
Oh my gosh, what? Samwise is here?
Samwise is
Still
here.
read the manual on my mobile? Oh my gosh. We got an ad coming as well soon. But this one was apparently a good thing to have because it's anti-static.
Yeah.
There we go. No. Samwise is saying no. Don't use that. Alright, so just place it on the cardboard part itself. Alright, we got an ad incoming in 10 seconds as well. It moved the static to the outside of the bag. Oh, gotcha. So if there was any static now, I fucked up the entire motherboard. But I don't think there should be any static. I really hope not. Oh, shit, thank you. My titties. My titties.
Ass and titties. Ass and titties.
Ass and titties. Ass and titties. Oh my gosh. This is honestly scary.
No, there's no carpet here. He's fine.
Your soaps, you've been using Swiffer to clean other parts? Yeah. But those were the old parts, and the parts I cleaned were like the PSU. Right, that might not have been a good idea. Shut up. I've put together PCs and watched enough Linus Tech Tips to know what to do, sort of. Alright, then I'm just gonna... You know what, gang? Then I'm not gonna read the instructions. You will have to guide me through this.
Are you ready for that?
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the continued sub, Samwise. Jesus. He got a gift sub from Jibs, and now he's continuing it himself. That is...
Awesome.
That is awesome. That is such a vote of confidence, as you would hear on Ginger's stream.
I have farted again. I'm very sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
They haven't smelled or anything.
No.
I'm kind of sad that they're not louder either.
I know.
I love the loud farts.
I'll try to like sit on it for a while first because then they're both smelly and loud.
Just let them stew.
Yeah. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that for you.
The fuck? Give a one community gift sub. Oh, thank you, Stony. The fuck? You decided to not stream your new PC build. I mean, only reason I'm doing this is because I ordered the parts and realized that they would arrive today. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Stony. My gosh. We can hype train! Hype train!
I want to be in on the hype train.
You're here. No, don't gift subs or anything.
You're not the boss of me.
Not for resale. What is this even? It's just a sticker that says AMD Ryzen.
The case says North XL.
Yeah, Fractal North XL.
Sticker.
Yeah, it's just a sticker. Here. I guess I could like slap it on the computer to know that this is the type of processor I have. So this is the most scary part of building a PC, at least theoretically. Alright. Oh my fucking god. This is so scary. Oh, come on!
300 bits. Holy shit, what? Why would you even do this? Where do you get this money from?
He's so nice. That's so
Yeah, yes.
Fuck you.
I love you.
Could be if the pins get damaged. Yeah, that's what I... Like, I know that the pins can get damaged, and I really don't want that to happen. Jesus in heaven, those are tiny, tiny pins.
Am I gonna fit in? Look for the little arrow on the corner of your Mobo.
Yeah, I see arrow.
Don't press.
Don't press. And then what do I do? Because according to this, I should press this down now. Yeah, it just falls into place, right? Yeah, it seems to have fallen into place.
Yeah.
But according to this, I should press now, so that the plastic part just... Yeah, it's the... Am I supposed to? Yeah, the lever. Put back in to close. Get the hook on the bracket and press with the lever. Yeah, it's on the...
Breathe.
Jesus, yeah, it felt super fucking tight, man. And it looks perfect. This is fucking scary, because now I don't know if it's fucked up or not until I try to start the computer.
Yeah. That's part of the fun!
And the thing is, like, I know that when I start the computer, not everything is gonna work immediately. Like, I'm gonna have to troubleshoot and stuff. So I won't know if it's the processor or something else I fucked up.
Yeah.
From now on, it's just Lego, right? What kind of cooler you got? I got... Fuck, I don't remember what it's called. I think it's the Cooler Master. Yeah, Cooler Master... Something.
You need to blow that out.
I do. Fuck. Oh, but I can grab the... Did I get cooling paste? I have cooling paste since before. Somewhere around here. That's like a year old or something. I think. Not even a year old, actually.
Does that go bad in any way?
It can, I think. Chat, does it go bad? Does cooling paste go bad? And if so, for... When does it?
How do you know if cooling paste has gone bad? It's got a long shelf life, that's good. Because, I mean, if he's had it for a year, we need to know if he can use it. Usually a tube gives you about 8 applications. Taste it! No, good guy. We ain't doing that. We're stupid enough.
This box
we don't need
is
help.
where I keep all of my spare parts. It's an old mixer box.
It tastes real nice. No, we are not trying. Will you do it for subs?
No.
We don't need to get more stupid than we are. It's fine.
If anyone wants an old 9070 Or it's a 9060, I don't remember. It's a 9060. That's... He thought about it. I did, I'm not gonna lie.
That's why I am here.
I thought about it. God damn it. Is this the cooling paste? It is! Cooling paste!
Nice. They said it has a long shelf life.
Yeah.
So you're fine. You good.
She's the brains of this operation. She is... The bestie is definitely the brains of this operation.
At least she tries. My brain is fried, but I do try.
Brain is fries, but we tries.
Yes, yes. You want me down on earth, but I am up these days. You're so damn hard to please. You gotta kill this switch.
But I'm a 90s bitch.
I love it!
Etc. etc. Alright, we're gonna put these shits back. But we're gonna have this box nearby because it contains stuff.
Good stuff.
Good, fair stuff.
Good stuff. Might need stuff.
Oh my gosh. Alright.
I'm just gonna move
So
some.
we've installed the CPU. What is the next step here? Fecko. It says to insert the RAM.
The dedicated WAM?
No, it's...
Does it have the dedicated WAM?
Is it dedicated the WAM? Is the WAM dedicated?
You need the dedicated WAM.
Put your RAM in 2 and 4.
Put it in. Yes, I am 5 years old. Thank you for asking.
Why can't I see the numbers 2 and 4? Oh wait, here we go. A1, A2, B1, B2. So A2 and B2, I assume. Right? Yeah, exactly. Alright. But I got 4 RAM sticks. I'm gonna have 64 gig of RAM. Could I just put it all in immediately, or is it important that I just have the 2 first ones? Every night's my birthday? I don't believe so.
I'm sitting much closer to the microphone now, so I don't have to yell to you guys.
All of them. Alright, gotcha. Look at how pretty they are as well.
Yes, much of the pretty.
Is this correct? No, it's not. Is this correct? It is. I hate putting in RAM sticks because it feels so fucking aggressive. Alright. We're doing RAM and M2 stick.
I got a date with the wife.
When?
Later. When she gets off work.
Oh, you're gonna go out and go drinking?
No, not go drinking. I'm gonna meet her at the store.
Oh my gosh. Is it a store date?
Yeah.
A store-bought date?
No, just a date to the store.
A date, but I think they have dates at the store.
Yeah. They probably do.
Get it. They have dates at the store.
You're so funny.
So funny.
You're so funny. Go ahead. She asked me to take your car.
You can.
Do you trust me with your car?
With my car, yes. With my life, no.
Ouch! Ouch! I'm a nurse.
No, never mind. I did trust you with my life during my bachelor party.
Yeah, that's true.
You
That's
took
true.
care of me. You
Yeah,
made sure I
did.
survived that shit.
Yeah.
So that's... You're one of the good ones, aren't you?
I do try. I do try.
I've never had RAM sticks being all the same type either. I've always had like 2 of one type, 2 of another type. And this is just so
Don't
fucking
tell him.
cute.
Don't tell him, Samwise.
What? That's why she got that insurance policy.
Shh! Don't tell him that.
Nobody's got insurance. No, wait. The wife has an insurance policy on me, I know. Or rather, I have an insurance policy on myself. It's a...
Wow. Redacted.
Redacted.
Cross that out from the protocol.
Let's see. Oh, and we got some small things there as well. Okay, let me grab these first now. Oh, fuck. Get some zip ties. Zip ties. You get all the same bandwidth in your RAM sticks, right? Yeah. They're all from the they're all the same type. The exact same type. Fuck. Now I threw it out, but they're all these ones. So 6,000 MTS, UDIM kits. No. I fucked up.
Already?
Yeah, because the RAM sticks requires Ryzen 9000 series CPUs or higher, and I got the 7000. Wait, but no, this is the latest series. It should be the latest series. What the fuck? Wait, could you... I'm gonna check this out real quick.
Yeah, because I don't know what I would be Googling.
Yeah, my dad was in the military for 33 years, and when you were trying to get a job, redacting information.
That's
Sick.
so awesome. He must know so many state secrets. Like secrets about stuff happening and stuff. You know, stuff. Be nice, Morse. Be
No,
nice.
it's not. No, like 7,000 has to be.
I mean, they told you before.
2022, the Ryzen 7000 series came out 3 years ago. I swear to God, of course it's the 9000 series. Is there a Ryzen 9000 series? Yeah. Never, yeah. Oh, fuck's sake, really?
I told him to be nice. That's why he wrote never.
Yeah, okay.
Keep doing your research. Check it on PC Part Picker.
Oh, fuck's
Says
sake.
Cracker Slab.
Yeah. PC Part Picker.
PC Part Picker.
Why didn't I do that to begin with? What is your RAM, brand, and CPU you got? The CPU is an AMD. The RAM is... What was it called? Crucial? So it's not like a name brand or anything. Yeah, it's... Yeah, alright. PC Part Picker.
PC Part Picker.
We're gonna see. Choose a CPU. AMD 7. What was it? AMD 5 7000 series. But I need the actual fucking name for it as well. Ryzen 5 7600X. Just build it and test. What's the worst that can happen? Fuck off, dude. Ryzen 5? No. It's not showing me anything. AMD 7600. It's not showing up on PC Part Picker.
PC Part Picker. I'm gonna try it.
Let's just go with AMD 5. But the thing is, like, it should be fine, I feel, because, like, the...
They keep building.
Yeah. But that's just what I feel.
Let me see your RAM packaging again.
There you go. It says it's for the 9000 series, but... I mean... How important can that be? That's it. Scan for setup, come on. AMD 5, no, AMD Ryzen 5 7600X PC part picker. This is what it's gonna be today.
No.
There we go. Add 2 parts list. There we go. And remove that one. Memory. Let's see here. Crucial. Well, it's just Crucial Micron, I think. No, it's Pro Series. And it's DDR5 6000 MTS. Oh my fucking god. Alright. We're gonna make all of this work. It's gonna be fun.
I'm going out to eat with your wife.
You're eating.
I'm
both of
taking
you?
I'm taking her on a date.
Nice.
Yep.
I think you should.
Yeah.
DDR5 Pro overclocking desktop memory. What the fuck? Game at higher frame rates. That's what it says. What's CPU again? 7600X, yeah. You should be fine. It's the right RAM for it or it wouldn't fit. Most
Yeah.
might have to do is lower your bandwidth on your RAM in the BIOS. Gotcha. Because that's what I'm thinking as well. Like, if it's DDR5 and it's made for AMD 5 and it's an AMD 5 socket and it all should work out, right? Fuck it. Fuck it, we bowl.
We bowling.
We bowl.
We bowling.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's a Ryzen 5. Ryzen 5 7600X. AMD.
I can feel love.
Oh my gosh. This is...
Hydrate.
Hydrate?
No, I'm telling you to hydrate.
What if I don't want to? Like I said, Dylan and C.
You need it.
There we go. There it is. Yeah, the motherboard is... Oh yeah, you can see it. It's the TUF B650E.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Tony.
Thanks, Tony. I did the hydrate.
Or do you want him to do another? Mother lover. Lover.
I can't unscrew it. Why can't I unscrew the M2 socket there? M2 installation. Completely loosen the screws on the heatsink. Use Phillips. Alright. That's too small. This is gonna be too big. Fuck's sake.
Find one that is just right.
That's the trick, right?
Yep.
I think this one is just right. Don't worry. Alright, of course that's your song.
Like there's no tomorrow. Like there's no
Oh,
tomorrow.
that worked much better.
We can do the night, don't worry about a thing. Don't worry about a thing. Don't worry about a thing. I know I'll be alright. Don't worry about a thing. Don't worry about a thing.
Now, one thing I'm worried about though.
Yeah?
Speaking of not worrying about a thing.
Yeah?
I've seen people apply cooling paste to the top here. Before they can see it on the big one, I think.
Yeah.
And then realizing that there's a plastic cover here, but I can't see or feel a plastic cover on the processor here. At most you'll get a memory failure and need to adjust your speeds. Gotcha.
There is no plastic cover on CPUs.
Why the fuck have I seen it online? Yeah. Alright, then I'm gonna ignore that shit. What do you mean small dot?
Of cooling paste, maybe?
What?
Of cooling paste?
Yeah. All right. Yeah. See, I've heard that there are several different camps when it comes to cooling paste. Some people say small dot. Some people say a cross, like a big X. But if Moore says small dot, we're going with small dot. There's on that heat sink you're taking off. Yeah, so I'm gonna remove the plastic here on the heat sink, right? Whoa, what the fuck? Wait. Small dot in the middle. Just heads up, you may need to do a BIOS update to support the CPU. Don't panic if it doesn't boot correctly initially. Yeah, alright. I actually very much appreciate that, Ollie. Because I know that there is going to be issues here. This small line says mine is rectangular, but small dot or X has never failed me. Nice. Holy shit, that's kind of cool, actually. So, the M2, this SSD, there are 3 slots for it here, all in like one row.
That's nice.
That is kind of cool. I've never, I haven't seen that before, which also tells you a whole lot about how much I never see computers, the insides of computers. Thin line down the middle with space from the edges is what I usually do. P-size dot works too. We're gonna go with a pea-sized dot because I don't want it to be too big either. Because I know that like cooling paste outside of it won't ruin anything, but I don't necessarily want to. I don't want to challenge fate either. Where the fuck am I gonna place this? No, it's straight up there.
He's so scared right now.
I am. I really am.
Yeah, I know. I can see it on your hands. You're shaking more than you used to.
Oh my gosh. Scared. Oh, okay. That wasn't too bad though. It's fine. It's fine. It's all fine. Or should I, because like now it's on the top floor, basically. Because I can't really see where I would push it in otherwise. The thing is like the oh wait, there's the other one. Never mind. I got 2, yeah, 3, yeah, never mind. It's just the one.
He has now found, he has found it.
Yeah, he's found it.
My English is getting worse.
But your face is as beautiful as ever.
Yeah, sure.
Alright. Ah! Let's see. Optional. Wait, blah. Remove the pre-installed removable M2Q latch screw at the. No. I don't want to do that. Install bundled rubber for M2 if you're installing a single-sided M2 storage. No. Shit! Rotate and adjust the M2 Q latch. Install your M2 to the M2 slot. Rotate.
Put your heatsink back on.
Yeah, but I mean, it has a sticker here, but it also has like a sticker paste something. Should I let the paste be? The paste should be on, right? The sticky paste. Peel only the sticker. Yeah, well, my fat fingers is grabbing the
Need some help?
other
No?
things. Well, no, that's all good.
You getting it? You getting it?
I'm getting it. I'm getting it.
Did you end the first giveaway?
I did.
Yeah.
Pixie won.
Nice.
Got your back. Be the last one standing. Thermal pad for the heat transfer. Of course. Of course. Wait, no. Oh, no. Balls. Balls!
What's going on?
I'm trying to get this to... trying to reattach it? How do I even do that? Alright.
Fascination is just the way we feel. Fascination, fascination is just the way we feel.
How the fuck do I get this to work?
Revelation.
Do we live on fascination now?
You kind of do. It's a passion in the moonlight on a joyride. Easy living, guilty until in the height.
Nope, it's not working. Something is wrong here. I'm doing something wrong. And we're not happy about it.
Righty tighty, lefty loosey.
Yeah, I entirely forgot actually.
Yeah, just breathe.
Right?
Them little holes for those two are a pain.
Yeah, thanks.
So-
Alright, so it's not just me.
Just breathe.
Things like that, there's like small transistors and stuff here as well. Did I place it? Yeah, I placed it wrong to begin with.
I was gonna ask you to, like, turn it, but I thought you already did that once.
Nope. Nope. 'Cause I think this is the way it should be. No, it's not. It's this way, right? Yeah, because this one is way to the side. It was correct the first time. Fuck me.
He's so mad. He's so angry.
I'm not super happy about my life right now. No, I am. This is just a bit of pain in the booty.
The writing should be the same way as your board. So,
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
got it now.
yeah.
Fucking
This
finally.
is the ice cold Michelle fight for the white gold. This one for them hood girls, them good girls, straight masterpieces. Silent, whining, living it up in the city. Got trucks on the same and wrong. Gotta kiss myself. I'm so pretty. I'm too hot. Hot damn. Got a police in the fireman.
Alright.
I'm too hot. Hot damn. Quick.
Fuck's sake.
Hot damn. The fuck?
What?
My watch decided that I was training right now?
You're that nervous about what I'm doing here?
No, I don't know. I don't know what happened,
Oh,
man.
shit, this is an unopened package of thermal paste as well. Nice. I didn't even know I had that. Thing is, like, I have to wipe this off, and usually use isopropyl alcohol, and I don't know if we have that. Love how the stream is full of people who knows more about this than Doug.
Yes.
I love that as well, honestly, because if the stream was full of people who knew as much about this as I do,
we would be fucked.
Yeah, I would not be doing as well as it's kind of going right now. Stop.
Wait a minute. Fill my cup, put some liquor in it.
Microfiber cloth.
Get the switch.
I envision you all screaming at the computer like America's watching football.
You're not wrong.
Alright, I'll use some microfiber cloth, but if my wife gets mad because I use one of the microfiber cloths, it's all on you.
They're not that expensive. You're fine. Samwise tells you just make sure no debris is on it.
Yep.
He has said yep. Oh yeah, you got that quiet anger, Stony. I've seen it while we play Repo. Me. Don't believe me, just watch.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, yeah. If cooling paste gets in touch with your skin, that's fine, right?
As long as you don't eat it. You gotta
No.
throw it away after. Yeah.
What? Oh, the whole thing? Alright, well, fuck it.
Cancer. Cancer.
It's not cancer. Stop.
Of course it's cancer. Up, down, funky, what? I am awaiting the day, Stone Cold.
Causes AIDS? I feel like all of you are full of shit, honestly.
But so are you, so we're fine.
Thing is, like, I had so much paste on that now there's, like, in between them as well, in between these spokes, there's, like, paste. Gives you amnesia.
Gonosyphilis. Syphilitis.
No, I'll throw out the whole thing. Fuck it.
I said, they're not that expensive, it's fine.
Yeah.
Don't believe me, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Hey, don't believe me, just watch. Hey, 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 hey. Don't funk you up.
Don't touch eyes, face, beard, penis, etc.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-da.
But what if my penis is so hot it needs cooling
fuck
paste,
you
huh? Huh?
Your asshole might need it.
Yes. Yes. You are not lying there.
No, I'm not.
Because I got such a hot asshole.
You got dust on your shirt.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go grab a toothpick.
Good lube.
Good lube? Fuck off, no.
I'm just reading chat. He's taking out all his anger on me. Ooh. Eucalyptus spray. No.
What?
Frankenstein is just making. She's just. Yeah.
She's just what?
I lost the English word for it.
Is she being a bitch?
No, she's not being a bitch. She's never a bitch.
That's true.
She's giving advice. That's what she's doing. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me.
I couldn't find toothpicks, so I'm grabbing the next best thing, which is
Yeah.
these things.
Grillspett.
Grillspett.
Kallas även för ett grillspett.
What? Where are you laughing at?
I'm
Every
laughing.
time it heats up, it'll give off a lovely smell.
You
Just
missed.
shove an ice cube in there? No.
You missed what Frankenstein said. She said instead of a cooling solution, maybe just use eucalyptus spray. like for feet. Honest advice.
Honestly, shitty advice.
Diffuser and cooling in one.
That sounds like a computer you would buy on Gwyneth Paltrow's website,
Oh my god.
right?
Yep.
It's the Goop computer.
It's the
The Gooputer.
the goop poop computer.
The Goop. Hi, I'm Gwyneth Paltrow, and I'm now selling the Gooputer.
God damn no.
It's powered by the vaginal spasms from this jade egg.
Jesus Christ.
You know that's how she would do it.
Yeah, of course.
She's an innovator like that.
Just submerge the whole thing in mineral oil. Easy.
I mean, that actually works, I know.
Oh my god, yes, Steam cleaned the shit out of your computer.
No.
So many good choices here.
No.
Yes.
Literally no good choices here.
All good choices. I only hear good choices here. Yeah, Auntie. Fuck yeah.
What? Where? All right, yeah. Because I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I think I've said that I'm an idiot on stream several fucking times as well.
Yes, you have. I have witnessed
There's like
some
a
of the
teeny
things.
tiny bit of cooling paste up on the sides here, but that should be fine, right?
I hope you're not asking me. I don't fucking know.
No, I'm asking chat.
You need a counter.
I feel a bit like the dog's mother-in-law right now.
Oh my god.
My mother-in-law is a wonderful woman who never did anything wrong.
I beg to differ.
In case she ever watches this.
That's why you're saying it. I
Oh,
get
fuck.
it now.
Now there's cooling paste on my table.
Because you put that shit down. Because you're dumb like that.
Alright, I'm just gonna throw this shit away now.
I'm having so much fun. Thanks, you guys. This is South Africa. Samina, waka waka, samina, sankarelwa.
I think I need another nicotine pill as well.
Samway said it's not dried out, so it's fine.
Yeah, nice. Oh yes, this is just the dried out stuff. You need to fuck up. I feel a bit like the yeah. All right.
You're
Now
doing so well. Good job.
I am
guys.
doing well,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
I'm not fucking up too bad.
I meant with the nicotine too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You're doing so well.
Thank you.
Yes. Being a supportive bestie.
That's so nice of you.
I don't do it as often as I probably should, but I am trying to be a nice person.
You are succeeding so much at being a nice person. Something I realized just now as well is that I'm not entirely sure that the... Yup! No, wait. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Just placed it wrong. Yeah.
I'm guessing
The
that's-
mount is... It might be a bit too big. What? What?
No, nothing. I'm just loving this adventure for you.
It's a wonderful adventure. What, Morse? What the fuck do you want, Morse?
Be
There's
nice.
a specific AMD adapter that comes with the cooler. Yeah, it is. There is.
So, aw, thank you. I can't see who redeemed it.
But the
Thank you.
But
Oh, it's
the last
Panda.
computer was also an AMD, so it's just that AMD was an AMD 5 from 2015-ish, if not. No, 2015 is about right. Yeah. Oh come!
The dip must be paid.
Really, Frankenstein?
Now.
Good.
Go, Charlie! It's your birthday.
Shorty, it's not Charlie.
No, it's Charlie. Charlie! Go, Charlie! It's your birthday, Charlie!
It's magical little blurred on.
Ain't got
It's
too much space.
getting
One.
pretty tight there.
2, 3, that's what he said. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's all you get this time around.
Good boy. Such a good boy.
I am a good boy. Okay, no worries. Gotcha.
So 12.
Alright, that's weird.
The fuck?
It's not reacting? Because you need to sit closer to the back of that computer. Oh my gosh. Health and safety. Bestie, you should change it to who is a good doggy. Fuck off. Y'all are being too mean. Oh my gosh! Should it be placed here then? No. Should it? Wait, let me... Hey, Mr. Dr. Man, want to do more push-ups? No, not necessarily. What up, Marcus? I'm building a
Hello,
computer.
Marcus! Good to see ya. It's Bestie.
It's Bestie.
It's
her
Bestie.
birthday. Right, so it can definitely fit there. But can I remove it?
Marcus, he's building his new computer. He got his new parts today, so he's doing it while streaming.
Yup, I am. You don't have a trainer pass yet. Haha, suck it. There's a cooldown, obviously. I'm not a fucking idiot.
Yeah, you are.
Come on.
You kinda are, though.
I kinda am.
I don't know why you would lie about that.
Alright, so this one I can't remove.
That plate stays on.
Yeah.
No touchy touchy, Doc.
But the thing is, like, what am I gonna do with this part? Because this is the adapter, and I made it so that it can fit over here, but then I can't screw it on or anything. Wait, can I screw it on from behind? No, I can't. That's the back of the motherboard if you need one. Gotcha. But yeah, if that's the case, then we got a new problem, gang, because then the adapter won't fit here. Wait, no, oh, fuck, I'm an idiot.
Yeah, we established that.
These ones
Yeah.
are supposed to go in here
Okay.
to give it some height above the mother,
Yeah.
and then it'll fit.
Okay. You sure?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's good.
I was sure.
That quickly did not go as planned.
Did not go as planned very quickly, this is true. Wait, that one works.
Panda says, Doctor being smart for once. And Samwise says, those brackets go on the cooler.
Yeah, that I know. Some of those screws go up your bum.
Discovering fire. I missed you, Marcus. I haven't seen him or his lovely fiancée in a very long time. They are great people.
I saw them when I was in Malmö last.
That's nice.
Worst thing is that they've been like traveling Europe for 6 months now.
I know.
And they were pretty attractive people before they went away, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're even hotter now.
That's not fair.
No, it's not fair at all.
Shame on you. Shame on you,
It's,
Marcus.
oh my gosh. Fiancé!
Yeah. I'm so happy for you. Yeah.
Yeah.
He did.
Didn't you hear, Frankenstein? Wait, the fuck are some of these not working?
I've been following your trip through Europe too, and I'm so jealous. Boose seemed to have a great time too.
Yeah.
Love that dog. Can I pet that dog?
Can I pet that dog?
Can I pet that dog?
Can I pet that dog? This is really weird because they seem to work for some, but not others.
The fuck you mean finally?
Can't wait to go back to Europe. Man, Samwise, whenever you're in Europe, come swing by Sweden. We'll treat you to some drinks. Yeah, he finally popped the question after 8 years.
Take a breath. There you go. Be nice, Frankenstein.
Yeah, so Marcus has been getting bothered by his now fiance for 7 years. Like, hey, when are you gonna ask me to marry you? When are you gonna ask me to marry you? And it's just been unrelenting, really. Poor man. And he finally popped the question.
Yay!
But can you imagine how annoyed his now fiance was when me and the wife got married? Like, she popped the question a year in. We got married after 2.
Yeah.
We really fucked it up for him. We'll for sure visit that way. I need to take the wife to Ireland. We did France and Normandy.
Sorry, Marcus. I didn't know my hubby was gonna propose either. I thought he was gonna wait a few years, but no, he didn't. And now we're getting married in August, so.
At least a few years.
Yes.
I don't get it. These are all the same.
Are they though?
Yeah.
Are they?
Yes.
You sure?
They're all the same size. The holes are all the same size.
I know. He's
That's-
way too cute. He's way too cute.
Yeah.
I think he means my hubby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your hubby is extremely cute.
He is. He is so cute.
Such a cutie pie.
He's just squishy little boy. He's getting, he has some, a few times gotten very frustrated at work.
Yeah.
And it's so much fun seeing him angry. He's such a calm dude.
I'm such an idiot.
He's a walking benzo. So when he gets angry and frustrated, I love it. Gets me all hot and bothered.
All hot and bothered.
Even though he unionized too much during hegemony. I'm so happy he got to play that game with people who like playing
That was such a good game as well.
those kind
Hegemony.
of games. It's what did it take? 6 hours? 4 hours?
I got isopropyl here. I got more cooling paste here.
Perfect. His board games is his biggest pride. So yeah, he's good at them. He just he just gets a little excited sometimes, which scares everyone else. Yes, he does. He does.
Where the fuck do I have the stuff for my cooler?
Where did you put them?
I don't know. I don't remember. I really hope I didn't throw it away. Cooler master. Here we go. Yes. Because I knew that that there were definitely screws missing here, and I found them. I found the missing screws, bitches.
He put it up his butt.
I didn't put it up my butt. Oh yeah.
Probably sometime around there.
Here we go.
That's the earliest he's gonna be done anyways.
What?
What? What?
July. Fuck you, Marcus. Eat a bag of cocks, you ass.
2027.
Question is which one of these little baggies? Because yeah, like Morse said before, that it's basically Legos, which I agree.
Big sexy.
But right now I'm doing Lego building without some of the instructions.
Can we Google the instructions?
Oh, we definitely could.
Why aren't you doing that?
Oh, what?
Is it because you're a man?
I'm a man, baby! Yes, finally. There we go. Oh, yes! Got that mound spring.
I love that one. I love it so much.
That is my favorite as well of the new ones. He's a muppet of a man.
He really, really is. But that's part of why we love him so much.
Something that I wanted to do with this stream before I even started was to just create a wholesome community and, you know, like have a lot of love, basically. And part of that is showing people that if an idiot like me can do these things, anyone can do it, really. It's,
yeah.
My fingers are itching to give me more push-ups. I'm not liking any one of you.
I wouldn't call him a very manly Muppet. A manly Muppet, sure, but not a very manly Muppet. We don't have to.
I am a very manly Muppet.
We don't have to go overboard.
Fuck's sake, Morse.
Good job, Morse.
You are a
poopy
you
head.
You are a butt sexer. A sexer of booties.
Marcus, I love that diss. It was a good diss.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's what you get.
Such a good boy.
Oh, fuck me. The worst part is that this has taken so long, and this is just a fucking motherboard. We're not even getting to the parts where I have to connect big ass cables of shit. The love is bullying, the bullying is love. True?
This is how we do it.
True.
Ooh, Frankenstein, you know what?
Chicken butt.
I'm gonna go on a date with wifey. I'm gonna leave this sorry Muppet.
Yeah, wait till you do cable management, right? Fuck, I'm not looking forward to that, let me tell you. But I have like a fuck ton of zip ties. I found some
Hydrate.
some old or no, not some old, but like some cardboard zip ties that were meant for
that was a good episode,
the
Marcus.
PSU, where the guy does dumb stuff on stream to make money.
You're such
That's
a
me.
nice man, Stoney.
That's me. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Where did it go? Shut up.
Oh, wait. Who's calling me?
Oh,
That's fine.
it's fine.
Ja, det är Alexander.
Oh my gosh. She got a call, probably from the tax agency. I haven't seen the latest Black Mirror episodes, but I've heard about this. No. The fuck? This is not what should be happening. Oh my gosh. Police are finally catching up with Bestie, checking her signal location. Right. They're catching her. Fuck, have I fucked up the grooves here? I can't have, right? No, that's too big. Things like it doesn't fucking stick. Like I can basically pull it out. Balls. Jesus in heaven. Alright. Alright, something's not adding up here. That works. Oh my gosh. I don't get it, because like these fucking screws worked on the opposite side here. Now they're not working on this side? What the fuck is wrong? Yeah, it's not working. They're just like running around in the groove. That is fucking annoying. Like, I shouldn't be bowling it around this many times. Oh, thanks Jarbu for being here. Have a wonderful day, man. And thanks for the follow. Oh my gosh. That's so nice. Alright, we're gonna try it out. What the fuck is wrong here? I'm terribly sorry. This is not the best streaming. This is what you get. Don't fucking tell me I'm this much of an idiot. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. I'm an idiot. I just those screw go in the motherboard, and the reason they didn't fit was because I used the wrong side. I need to turn them around. There we go. Now they're tight. Oh my god. I'm gonna... wipe the sweat away. LOL indeed. I'm gonna make you laugh even more now. I've lost one of the screws. Nope, there it is. Nice. Alright. Well, this is the mount, the bracket mount for the cooler. He's just letting you cook on that one. Thanks, Samwise. I feel really stupid now, because, I mean, sitting here going like, it's too small to fit. Why won't it fit? Oh, the other end is too big to fit. You maybe turn them around, you fucking idiot. If one is too small and the other is too big, maybe they need to just whoop, switch places. I've had that problem too. Oh, come on. The question is now, should I mount the cooler and put the paste on? Or should I place this in the tower itself? Because I think with the cooler, it'll be very, very heavy. Like, it's fairly big. Right? Cooler once it's in the case. Alright, so that's what we're going with here. Alright, we're throwing that away there. Well, there are just so many things we just don't need anymore. Alright. I'm gonna spend some time organizing this shit later as well. But I gotta remove it now. Just to make sure that I only have what I need to mount the thing in the thing. Alright, got the SATA cables. Yeah, that would be way too small. Exactly. And that's for the another one. Yeah. Easier to handle, I use AIOs mostly, though. What is an AIO? Add some lube and mount it like a melon. Just lube it up and mount it. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna mount this whole bad bitch. That was the... Anyone wonder what that sound was? That was the cooler just scraping across the table. Oh my gosh. Alright, I think we have enough here. All in one. It's got a radiator and hoses for liquid cooling. Oh yeah, gotcha. I've never used a liquid cooler, no. Oh my lord.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. What happened? What happened? Who happened? It was Försäkringskassan. The fuck? Whoa, dude.
Who is in charge
I don't
of
even know
me?
what that is. Oh, okay. Did you tell them to fuck off?
No. She was nice to me, so I was nice to her.
Oh, okay.
You know,
Okay.
I don't have a problem with authorities, so yeah, that's fine. That's
I
fine.
don't have a problem with authorities.
Yeah, no, I don't. Otherwise, I couldn't have dated a police back in.
Nice dust filter on that bottom, right? And it's not broken like my old dust filter. Wait. No, something's wrong here.
What did you do? What did you do?
You see how there's a handle down here and not up here? I think this one is supposed to be removed and this one is not supposed to be removed.
Yeah, probably. Why did you remove it? Yeah, I'm just asking.
No,
Why-
because
why
I thought,
was you done?
because I thought this was the way to open it.
Wait, are these two in properly?
Or what? In what? Properly here.
The screws. These screws.
Yeah, there. These ones were there before, and these ones were the ones I took out. So I
They were
replaced
just
them.
so long.
They are super long.
Yeah.
This is like a hardcore case. Marcus
It's
heard
like
the
a
funniest thing
micropenis.
yesterday. What did you heard? What did you heard? What did you hear, Marcus?
You gotta remove both sides.
He needs the dust filter. We're gonna remove both sides. Gotcha. Go on, Marcus.
Tell us all about it.
Tell us all about it.
In the boot.
Read and have a good time.
Now someone else is calling me.
You
Jesus.
can do it. You're
Why
popular.
am I popular?
She's gonna be popular. Sophie and Ebbs were at Pinchos yesterday for an after work. Then Eva said, you described Pinchos to Sophie and Hinke as a tapas restaurant with a circus theme. It is. It's a fucking tapas restaurant with a circus theme. They're all dressed as like circus people. Or they're... Oh, I love this. I love this. Like, you have to separate downstairs for the CPU and shit. Oh my gosh. Oh, and look at the cable management already in here. This is the case. This is the case I've been waiting my whole life for. Just look at these fuckers. Oh yeah. Right. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Celebrate. It is a good description. You cannot host your AI model on any GPU I ever use. It's the 3050 I'm using. So this is definitely the back side, yeah? So this is not where we're mounting the thing.
The fuck?
What was that?
That was a call from someone trying to make me buy like laundry detergent.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Laundry detergent?
Yeah.
That was a sales call?
Yeah.
That's fucking weird.
I haven't got one of those in such a long time.
Same.
I gotta see. Sophie and Ebbs were at Pinchos yesterday for an after work. Then Eva said you destroyed Pinchos the tapas restaurant. The circus theme. Yes.
I mean, it is.
It is.
It is.
Yes. Yes, it is. Beep, 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 beep. Yahoo! I'm just gonna get changed for my date with the wife.
You should.
Yeah. She's fabulous. I need to get a little bit more fabulous than Leggett.
She's so fab.
She's always so fab. Why?
Ooh. What's this? What is that? I'm just unscrewing shit. Whoa. Shouldn't have unscrewed this first part here. I haven't even opened the case and I'm already fucking up. Seriously? Oh, nice! So this is one of those cases that you can like remove from the side as well. You just lift it that way instead. Oh my gosh. Chat, I am rock hard right now for this case. What should I have here? What's this for? Chat, what is this for? This is too new for me. There's not that screw! They were on Steam, Sword Division need to wash up. Imagine how much sand you're going to be able to render in Dune. Right? Oh, so for more fans. This is for all of you. This is my fan bracket. I'm gonna have little pictures of all of you in here. This is my fan bracket. I literally should though. I should print out all of your like user pictures from Discord and have it here, or install like an LCD screen. By the way, Bestie's out there laughing as well. Oh, come on!
Get on the floor!
Wait, can we?
Kiss the floor!
Kiss the floor!
Get on
Oh my
the
gosh,
floor!
that's a nice outfit as well.
Yeah, I know.
Really, really nice.
I actually can get like nicely dressed. when
I know
want
you
to.
can. I've seen you with very nice list. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You asshole!
I don't understand what you mean. I'm such a nice person.
Laundry on my back.
Yes.
I was 10. Did push
I'm gonna go on a date with the wife.
10.
Might be drunk when I get back.
You should be.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get her drunk.
Nice, nice.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye bye.
You have her t-shirt? Ja. Gött. Ja men ta jag tid bara för och så skicka bilder till dig. Så tar vi tid över här och ska ha lite böj.
Men fan vad nice!
Ja
Jag
det
tog en
är
motortelefon.
Ja det ska du. Give and take kisses. What time is it as well? Shit, honestly gang, I think it might be Big Sexy! I think it might be time to end the giveaway. No, we're gonna wait another 33 minutes. Yeah, but we got giveaways going today. We're giving away Guilty as Sock. You can enter by typing ticket! Exclamation points, ticket! Jesus in Heavensworth. And you can buy more tickets as well for badness notations, which is Stream Elements points. It's fun because like the channel points are niceness notations, so Stream Elements are badness notations. It's kind of cool. Builder's Guide. Let's go for that one. Oh my god. You can only buy 20 tickets. 20 tickets is the most you can build. Both of those should be removed. This little fucker should be removed as well. Oh yeah, because you get the first one and 20 is the max you can have, so yeah. Sorry, Sandwich. Now, that should have worked. That should have worked. Alright. It wants me to install the I/O shield as well. Prepare the motherboard. Prepare the motherboard! Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. These are too many chords. Warranty void if removed. Oh, the screws, yeah.
Talking to yourself?
I know I'm talking to the stream actually.
Are you really?
I am really. Sometimes. Okay, that's so fucking weird that it says it's a non-modular PSU. No, it's fully modular. I think. Ah! You asshole. That's a fart machine, not me.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. I'm just gonna shove it all in here. Just shove it in there. Oh, yes? Are you funny? So funny. Oh, balls. Alright, we're gonna mount the PSU right quick. Because according to the builder's guide, that's what we should be doing. You're just doing that. You're doing that backwards. So I shouldn't be doing that one now, right? Then that's what you're saying. PSU should be last part, right? I've never seen a PSU go in from the outside. But where should I put it in then? It like the room over here on the side is too little. See? Yeah, I can't fit it in. Look, this is a new case. My case is similar. See? See? I'm not an idiot. Sure. What even is this? Something's hiding here. That's like a silica gel pack of shit. Where are my tools? I have tools for fools. Silica gel. It's great for when you have sweat problems like I do. This is accessories. Oh shit, these are the mounting screws and shit. Motherboard standoff? Nice. Weird design? Yeah. No, I can agree with that. Bye, bestie. See you late. Oh, come on. That's not me. I just want everyone to know that's not me. That's the fart machine that the wife left. Specifically so that Bestie could mess with me, I assume. If the PSU slides in that way without issues, where does the mounting holes line up at? Outside. There's the... you got this frame that mounts on the case itself, and then the mounting screws go in the frame. There, as well. What the fuck is this? Alright, there's... I don't understand what any of this is, even. That's the worst part here. I'm confused. Are these supposed to be for, like, HDDs? I think they are. Oh shit, they are. They're the mounting brackets for hard drives. Holy shit. What are you looking at? That's the thing. I don't know. This is what I was looking at. A literal fucking mounting bracket. And the thing I cut up. Oh my gosh. So this is the mounting bracket for the hard drive. I won't be needing these anymore. Alright, fucking one thing at a time, Dr. Vem. What are you even doing? What is this? Why are you all over the place? Like, no wonder you're not getting shit done. Alright, we're putting in the PSU. Usually take mine out if I don't have an HDD, more cable management space. Yeah, no, I feel that. But I do have a hard drive that I still kind of want to use. And I also have an old SSD that I really want to use. So that's what we're doing. Alright, let's see, where did I put those fucking screws? Here we are. Oh my gosh. Alright, power supply screw. That's there. Can you even see me? No, you can't. There we go. What's up, gang? I can't see the screen now either because I got this big ass computer in the front, but I can see the chat. That rectangle on the back is for your SSD mounting. Oh, that one! Oh, nice. Alright, then I'm definitely getting rid of one of those HDD mounts. Thanks, Samwise. Looks like a little door. Looks like a little door. Maybe grab the guy. Honestly, there's so much chaos going on right now. And I really hope I don't sit on the motherboard itself. Yeah, so lesson learned from this is have a big open space if you're gonna do this, and not just sit on your bed. Oh man. If we had a house, I would have gone into the garage to do this, probably. Oh my gosh. Hope you're liking this view. These are the PSU mounts, correct? Yeah, PSU screw. They look like this. Small, black, everything's black here. Black is the most beautiful of colors, as we all know. Now I'm just trying to line shit up. So I'm happy, feel like a home without a roof. Alright, so I got 4 screws that I'm trying to get into the back here. Wait. There should be a better way of doing this, I think. There we go. Look at me! Hydrate? Alright, fine. Hey, what's up, gang? It's your Uncle Dr. Bem here. Here to tell you that I can't build a computer. So what we're gonna do instead is try to build a computer. There you go. There I am. Just screwing around. Get it? Get it? Because I'm using screws and I'm putting them in, so I'm screwing around. See, that's a fun little joke right there for you. And if you didn't think that was funny, you need to get a better sense of humor, I think. Wait, let me see here. I should have a camera that just follows my face all the time. So see, it's the Seasonic. Wait, no. Alright, there we go. The PSU is firmly in place. We're just gonna tighten everything a little bit more than we have currently. And it's solid. It looks like the PSU is upside down, right? But this was the way it wanted to be mounted. Because this little screw right here is off-center. Like, all the other ones are in the corners, and this one is off-center. So the fan will blow out here. Upstairs. So the heat will blow out right onto the PSU, or the This feels wrong, but this is the only way I could mount it. No, it's not the only way I could mount it, because I could just turn this... Fuck, I'm an idiot! Oh my god, I'm an idiot! Oh my god! Everything is upside down, yeah. You were correct, you were correct. Everything's upside down. It's upside down. I know it's upside down. And I realized I could just turn it all around. See, this is gonna take forever. I'm so happy now that I haven't done this privately without having a crowd. Because if I would have done this by myself, I would have just messed up so long ago. Honestly.
I got to say, that's what I appreciate.
Thank you. Thank you. At least someone appreciates something about me. What up, Paradise? Hey, thanks for the birthday wishes. Thanks for the donos and everything. That was so fucking sweet of you. I really, really appreciate you. Appreciate your presence. Really appreciate the clip of you shooting your semi-automatic right into a lake. Is that how you do fishing in Texas? Don't worry, Mr. Morrison, I got you covered. I really appreciate that, honestly, Samwise. But I also think, like, a lot of people watching this are just gonna be like, what the fuck is that guy doing? How is he fucking up this bad? Alright. And now, for some magic. You're gonna turn it around. You're just gonna... And... turn it all around. There we go, much better. Oh, much better. Oh, look at that. Oh my god, it fits so snugly inside. It really just wants to be here. Oh my gosh. This is a good time to ask you to watch your video again. No, I'm busy. I'm busy. I'm busy. Oh my gosh. The wife, when we talked about me getting these parts, was worried that I'll spend even more time in front of the computer now that I have a new computer. And I was honest with her and said, yes, probably for a little while I'm going to spend more time in front of the computer. But, I am also getting more and more into not just sitting in front of the computer all the time, which is a bit of a change for me. No, not right in there. It's wrong hole. It's very easy to get the wrong hole when you got so many in the back. Why don't you want to be straight? Asked every Republican ever. No, sorry. You just have to take her on a nice date once a week. We usually do something to that effect normally as well, actually. Like we spend quality time with each other. Every Tuesday is dedicated to us talking about our feelings and how the relationship has felt over the last week. And it's usually, like, it doesn't have to be that long, but just the fact that we're, like, checking in and actually talking about, like, this is what I appreciated about you this week, this is what annoyed me about you this week, this is what I would like to see more of or less of. Basically an evaluation where you just talk about your feelings as well. Communicating, yeah. Oh my gosh. It's right side up now. You can see Seasonic, proper lineup. It's... How am I this fucking stupid? I have a master's degree. I spent 5 years in uni. How is this taking me this much time? If anyone ever says that, oh, computer nerds, they just build with Legos. No. I got a master's in education. Shut up. Technically it's a master's in the arts and sciences, but my master is basically in pedagogy and the English language is what it is. Alright. Just don't educate people on PC building. Fair. Fair. Right, the PSU is mounted. I feel like the last thing we should mount is the motherboard. Honestly. I'm gonna grab this again. Come on. Wait, you know what? We can... Now all the cams are getting used up. And they're getting abused and rotated and... Nope, never mind. That's too much work! There we go. Much better. If you want, you can prep the cable management now so it won't be a pain in the ass when the motherboard is in. Oh my god, you're such a fucking intelligent person, Morse. Sometimes. And if anyone asks, I didn't say that. I never said that you're an intelligent person, if anyone asks. Alright. Let's see here. Man, I'm really abusing all of my gear today. I am trying to provoke you. What you gonna do about it, bitch? You gonna kill me in Dune? I know you will. I know you'll steal my water. That's what you are, really, a water stealer. Alright, wait, let's see what kind of fucking cables we got here. We got, that's for the motherboard. This is for, ostensibly for the GPU. This is for stuff. I think for, like, SSDs and stuff. Whoa, 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 whoa. What do you want to say? Combo Jumbo Water Stealer? How dare you? SATA on hard drives, yeah. That's what I thought. SSD's nuts! Here we go. Another cable, PCIe. Fun stuff. And these fuckers are where I connected fans to before. That should be up there now. Let's see. Nope. This is also a bit of a problem. I've just been throwing shit around, so now everything is just... I don't know what is where. Or what to do. That's the motherboard. We don't need that right now. Did you get new fans? The case has 3 fans in it, and the exhaust fan, I have one since before. I have 2 other fans that I could technically use as exhaust fans as well. So, oh my gosh, this is like new plastic, new silicone. Oh my, feels so good. So yeah. The fans, the intake fans here are already exist. The exhaust fans, I'm probably gonna use my old ones. Honestly. Why you're losing your legs all the time, little camera? Why? Oh. Right. Oh my god, look at the beauty of these cables. They're so new, they're so fresh. I need something like this here. Where could those things be? No, that's all for something else. That's not useful here. This looks like SATA cables. No, those fuckers aren't going in there. Oh shit, you kidding me? Could it be that these... Because there are small ones here. I don't know if you can see them. There are small, like, connectors up here, but they're connected up to this thing here. And then you have another little cable running down here. So it's just like one cable. Connected here. The fuck? Come on. Why won't you fit? Because you're not the correct fit. You should need those 3-pin connectors for your fans, right? Now your PSU, yeah. You'll plug that into chassis connector on your Mobo. Gotcha. Oh my gosh! All right, I'm like, I feel like I'm spiraling. 'Cause I just don't know. There we go. I don't want that anymore. Don't want that one. But I also have like so many other cables. Like, I have all the fucking cables, gang. Got so many cables. Alright, let's just fucking start somewhere, right? Let's start somewhere. I think that's a good idea. This one is the PCIe, so that should go into the MOBO. No, sorry, that should go into the graphics card. But I mean, if I really want to do cable management right now, I should put in the motherboard so I know where everything is going. Alright, that's what we're doing. Just gonna bake it all in here. And we're gonna flip it over like a good girl. Female end that connects to the MOBO. Yeah. Alright. Route GPU through bottom, route CPU through top by I/O panel. MOBO on the side. Alright. We're gonna see what we can do here. It's gonna be a good night. No, it should be this way. Right? Yeah, because that's where... Yes, exactly. But we need the I/O shield. Oh no, it's stuck. There we go. No, I didn't put in the I/O panel yet. Cause I'm a fucking moron! But welcome to the ADHD guide to building a computer. Bottom filter I/O cover panel is number 8. Top panel, tray, fan bracket, side panel, chassis. It says that this is the I/O panel with the buttons there and everything. But that's not true. It's wrong. A cup, muzzle top. Air cooling tower build. Cool. Jesus, it has like space for 5 exhaust fans. How would I do that? This sounds insane. Apparently you should be able to fit 2 SSDs here as well with the SATA drives. But correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't this the I/O shield? It's already on. 3 top, 2 back. Is this not the I/O shield? Am I entirely incorrect? It is the I/O shield. So then it's mounted since before. All right. Install the I/O shield. But that, yo, stop messing with me! Alright, we're gonna find the screws for motherboard mounting. Motherboard standoff, mounting screw, mounting screw. And which screw did you want me to use? The Phillips head. It's not those ones. It's these ones, if anything. What up, Panda? Welcome back. Alright, you know what? We're just gonna open up one of these packs and see if these screws fit. Where's my screw driver? Alright. This seems like it's too small. So man, I should probably go get like a headlamp. Just 2 seconds, I'm gonna find one. Right. I know I have a lamp in the car. You'll need an upgrade. Bestie went out to drinking with the wife, so she abandoned me. I'm just gonna run out in the car, to the car, get a headlamp, and then I'll come back, gang. All right. BRB. I'm back, bitches. Alright. I got a headlamp. It's like a thong, but for your head. Oh, come on. Is it out of batteries? Nothing is working for me today, gang. And it's AAA batteries, the ones we don't have. You fucking kidding me? Alright, all that work for nothing. I'm just gonna text the wife as well to grab AAA batteries on our way home. Oh my gosh. Alright, we're gonna... For now... We're gonna use... normal fucking phone flashlight. Right, those are the mounting screws. Great. Awesome. Let's see if we can get all of this to work. Now, I'm not pulling them too tight either, because I've heard that if you pull them too tight, you can damage the motherboard. That is the technique you use, just cell phone flashlight. Nice. We got an ad incoming in 5 minutes. I really appreciate all of you who are here helping me with this build. And I appreciate everyone who's gifted subs and wished me happy birthday and shit. It's... oh my god. All of this is a bit overwhelming. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Fucking hell, we just got a wave of customers at the same time and I'm the only one taking care of the store at the moment. Multiple in-store and people calling all the time. Dude! Focus on work. Not on this. You're doing good, good guy. Nope. Oh, Jesus. I hope that didn't damage the motherboard. This is my calming spot right now. I don't know if it should be. I'm making mistakes. Right, it's pretty solid right now. Ad incoming in 3 minutes, gangsters. I feel good. You didn't get me. You're not gonna damage the motherboard only if you absolutely crank the fuck out of those screws. Nice. Well, I'm not trying to crank the fuck out of those screws. Alright, that is the motherboard mounted. Holy fuck. Alright, this is scary. Like, anything that has to do with the fucking motherboard is going to be scary. Good rule of thumb is when it stops, a quarter turn for secure. Yeah, that's what I usually do. Like, when it stops, I usually just jiggle it a little bit, and like, and see if it has any, like, slight give left. And if it does, I tighten it just by using it, just by jiggling it a little bit. All right. So this is what the motherboard looks like now. Fuck! Don't drop the case. Semi-mounted. Rather, it is mounted, but I still have the GPU and shit to mount as well. I'm at work and we're so busy, send help. I wish I could, Paradise, I wish I could. Alright, we got some light here at least. Man, I'm building a computer, and I never have before. Thank you. I've never built a computer before, so please send help here. Got an ad coming in 30 seconds, gang. Whoa! It's being born! That wrong one. Fuck. That's what she said. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm trying to provoke you. Alright. So power supply for the motherboard installed. Alright, fucking hell. Wait. So if I have questions, I'll just shove them through here. So, chat, I need help. These little fuckers, as far as I remember, they're for like hard drives and SSD. They're SATA connectors, right? Or am I entirely in the wrong here? SATA, please. Yes. Wonderful. So this one shouldn't go through. This one should stay in the back. And the PCIe. Alright, I gotta ask. Fuck. These sexy little connectors up here, let me see if I can shine a light on them. Those. They're right behind there. Wait, let me grab the other one instead. That didn't work either! These little fuckers. It's like a 2x2 pin and a 2x4 pin. I'm pretty sure I have that from the PSU that come through. Gotcha. Måste make a kurvonjad. Ah. All right. It's a small pins, right? Ah, there we go. It says CPU even. Hello. And we got the PCIe. And those should go in here, I'm pretty sure. Read chassis manual to go. Oh my gosh. He's too good for GPU. Yup. Exactly. Who needs a GPU? Who needs a GPU when you got gangsta-ness, bro? You just need to be gangsta enough. And the graphics will just be there for you if you're gangsta enough. Oh my gosh. Not here to see you. Bestie's out drinking with my wife. I didn't have the instructions upside down, I promise. Alright. Interesting. Connect cables for front I/O. Install graphics card. It wants me to install the graphics card right now. But maybe I don't wanna. Remove driver trays. You don't have to tell me twice. I'm not gonna turn the computer around for that. It's just some screws. Take it you're locked in on building the PC. Oh, for sure, man. That's what's happening right now. You the type of guy to forget thermal paste? Dude, what the fuck? Hoops is coming back straight asking for trouble here. Just trying to fight me immediately. What the fuck, bro? Yeah, this is not the same. Oh, okay. Alright. Actors left loads of head mics on the floor, low-key tweaking. I feel that. Feel that. Alright, gang. What was I gonna do? Why do I need to install the GPU? Should I? Should I just get it over with? Yeah, I should. Right? As you can see, I have a mountain of fuck behind me. And I should not be allowed to do this unsupervised. Well, technically y'all are supervising me, but really, are you? Or are you just watching chaos unfold? Kurwa. There we go. Alright, so where should I have the GPU? Should it be the bottom one or the top one? I got two of them here. Sometimes I get it confused. This is the old GPU, right? Yeah, this is the 960. It's the one I don't need. It's the new GPU. Also, this is really weird, I think, because like this is my GPU. It has no PCIe slots. It just takes the power from the motherboard immediately. Why do I have PCIe cables if the thing itself doesn't require it? I really need some compressed air. Everything is calm now, so I can watch here while repairing laptops. Noise. Man, I think it might not matter where I place it, so I'm going to place it on the lower end here. Teachers gave me like $250 sec to go pick up someone, though, as I'm the only student that drives. Man. At least you get to drive a little bit. Put it in the top PCIe. Here, is what you're saying. Closest to the SSD. Or yeah, SSD. This one's not here. Alright, yeah, gotcha. I'm just following the advice of a much more knowledgeable fan base here. And trying not to sweat on, let sweat drip on the computer. Alright, let's see here. There's a thing called lanes and your top gets priority. Nice! Alright, see? Didn't know that. I'm learning. So, if I, technically, could I install my 960 as well in the bottom one? Would that give the computer any extra power, or would that just be a waste of power, like a waste of space? Or I did that when I was Frankensteining my PC. You sweated on it? Nice. Yes, but no. Gotcha. That's a solid answer, I feel. Where the fuck did I place the GPU? Here we go. And I removed the wrong one. Alright, great. Welcome to PC Building Special Ed Edition with Dr. Vem. No, like, I got the new GPU, but I'm asking, could I install the old GPU, the 960, as well? You could, but then you're going to split lanes, and you don't need two GPUs in most cases. Gotcha. I know very, very little to almost nothing about computers, so in my mind, it's as simple as two cards better than one. Two cards make thing go fast. There we go. Alright, you're good. You're good there. Do you use a stream for the same PC? Or dual PC stream setup? Lately I've been dual streaming, like dual PC. So the one I'm streaming from now is my usual streaming PC, and the one I've cannibalized today is my usual gaming PC. But I've been streaming and gaming from this PC during the day as I was waiting for the parts for the gaming PC. But now we're here. History. So yeah, like, I'm gonna sound like a fucking idiot, but I have these PCIe connectors. But my cute little fucking graphics card doesn't need PCIe connectors. Could I just remove them? Then you don't need two GPUs in the same PC. Hoobs is just freaking out here as well. So 2 GPUs would be good if I want to stream from this computer and game from it. But I mean, if I could free up this computer that I'm on right now and stream and game from this one, I'd love it if I could. I'm probably going to try it out without adding the extra graphics card later. Just to see if it could work at all. It would suffer a little performance. Gotcha. Things like, I don't know which order to do this in, and I'm really bad at checking the instructions. So from now on, I'm just going to follow the instructions. It said to install the graphics card. Install motherboard assembly, we've done that. We have not installed this one, but we're going to wait to do that last. Connect cables for front I/O. Alright, that's the next one. We're going to connect the cables for the front I/O. Alright. Let's see here. Gonna disappear again for a little while? That's all good, man. Your GPU should have a PCIe cable connection. can't fucking find it though. That's the thing. Please don't blow up. I'm trying not to. Cause like I've used this GPU in 2 different computers now, and it has power all the time. Like it's not been a problem. Alright, oh, come on! I'm busy, Morse! Alright, you, that's what you get. On the ground, maggots! Fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Fuck off. 12 is what you get. 12 is what you get. No, it's not. Oh fuck, wait. It's not climbing. What up, Pix? It's not climbing, I just haven't changed the thing yet. I'll show you. Did push ups 12. There we go. Also, Pix, you won the giveaway for Guilty as Sock. The first giveaway. I think we're actually gonna... We should have ended the last one ages ago. We're gonna close the giveaway and draw a winner for this one. Stone Cold Burner! You are the next winner. So Stone Cold and Miss Farah have both won a copy of Guilty as Sock. And now, we're starting another giveaway. We are family! Alright, so I gotta... Yeah, get your tickets! Alright, things like, how do I connect them? Connect them to what? Is the question. This is the one, right? This should go somewhere. Chassis fan 2. Wait. I think this should go in here and connect to the motherboard, right? What's the cap on this giveaway? 20 tickets. 20 tickets per person is the cap. As far as I remember... Sorry, that's a burp. Too many tickets? Alright, something's messing up the ticket thing. Kurva on, yeah. This is why I need the fucking... Why is it not giving you the tickets, man? This is weird. Fan 2, fan 4, fan 3, com debug, fan 1, audio. It says JCTC on this shit. AIO pump, that's not anything we need to worry about. CPU fan, no. should basically just be able to go in any fucking pin connect, 4-pin connector, right? You have one, do you have one near the back of the case by your CPU? If so, save that for your exhaust fans. Gotcha. You know what? I'm just gonna... I'm gonna connect it right there. If it wants to, god fucking damn it. Yes, yes. Alright, there we go. Oh my gosh. Pixie gonna get another copy of the Guilty as Sock. Alright, now I need help as well. Again. So, computer whizzes. These are clearly marked for this, right? This is like these are marked CPU. And these go here. I can't really see any other place they would go. Now the question is, which one and where? Plug that into any chassis fan slot. Just notate what fans are plugged into what for if you want to set your own fan curves. Gotcha. Right? So these two should just go into the 4-pin one, right? This is a 2x4, and we got two 2x2s, females, and one 2x4 male. I'm gonna plug them in there, see what happens. Famous last words! Come on. Nope, it doesn't wanna. No, it did. It did. It wanted. They just don't look like they're lining up with each other, is all. And I'm not too happy about that. It seems like they're bending a bit. Oh my fucking god. I gotta go grab a thing. Oh, okay. I gotta... If you want to make absolute sure on where cables should go, check motherboard manual. Install graphics card, remove driver trace, done that. Install 2.5 drive, haven't done that. Connect the fans. There's no fucking... What are you on about? Optional setups? No, this is the this is the builder's guide. Where's the fucking motherboard manual? There we go, motherboard manual, user guide. You need to connect your CPU PSU cables to the 8-pin slot. Gotcha. I did that. Nice. Only reason to connect another to the 4-pin is for extra power if you're overclocking. Alright, gotcha. I'm not gonna overclock. That's... That's over, that's over my head. Yeah, it says here the power connectors as well. This motherboard supports 2 PCIe times 16 graphics cards and 1 PCIe X1 network card. Another card that complies with the PCI Express specifications. We got the CPU socket. We get so many fucking 4-pin connectors for chassis fans. That's insane. The AO pump's default speed is full speed. Shared control says just as A. I'm just trying to look through the manual. COM port header. Never mind. Fuck that. Alright, we got power connected. We got that connected. Alright. I'm never going to be allowed to work in a computer store. Ever. I don't think. Because like the manual here says install IO Shield, prepare blah 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 blah. Prepare motherboard, so it's the cooler. You gotta get install motherboard assembly, done that. Install graphics card, we've done. Connect cables for front I/O. That's the only thing I'm not sure about. Cause like I showed you before, we got these fuckers here, but they're all connected up here, and this one that seems to power it all is connected to the motherboard. So I kind of don't know what to do with these fuckers. Or the PCIe cable. Because the PCIe cable doesn't want to. It's not needed. Oh, dude, Paradise. Thank you so much. Jesus Christ in heaven. We get a... Oh, fuck, that's the pen I use. Oh my gosh. Alright. Paradise. You know what? While we're troubleshooting this computer later, that's gonna be a great time to mess about with haikus and shit. 3-pin connectors to connect fans so you can connect the Mobo if you're using the hub. Alright. So this one connector here should be fine. Like now all my fans are going, basically. Is that what you're saying? Oh shit. We wanna place you over here. Yeah, that should be it. Yeah, I can't get to it from here, so we're gonna do this instead, because that worked out well before, like better than I thought it would. Oh, balls. Is not made for any of this. You could essentially daisy chain them to that and just have one connector to your mobile for just power. Because that's what I've done now. Like there's one connector to the Mobo for power. And I don't know if there are any other connectors, is the thing. Like if there are, I haven't found them. Right, you know what? It's time to do stuff. We're gonna try to install an SSD and an HDD. Fuck, I'm kinda tired. Gotta say. Hello. Where did I place that fucking screwy thing? There we go. There we go. So the SSD should have a SATA and a power, right? 3 case fans are connected to that already. You could connect exhaust fans to that too, but it's not a must. Gotcha. Yeah, so that hub basically is just like to run everything through that. So it's just for ease, basically. Like it's not necessary that I connect each and every fan individually. It's what I'm hearing. Correct. Nice. Man, Samwise, I really appreciate your patience with me. Ugh. And how nice you're being. It's not, no, what? How do I even mount this? Oh, of course that's how I mount it. I'm an idiot. I'm not the smartest man in the world. I think I've said it before. But it bears repeating. Alright, let's see what kind of screws we got now. Motherboard. 3.5-inch drive screw. HDD damper, cable tie. I'm cute. Yay! You don't normally want more than 3 fans running to one 3-pin connector on your mobile anyways. It's usually going to burn them up much faster. Gotcha. Love generation. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Alright, so we got 4 of those. I think those are the ones we're going to use. seems like it. If I can just line it up. If I can get it to fit. Oh my gosh. Like the wife usually says, I'm really happy that I'm cute. Because otherwise people wouldn't put up with my shit. I think that's mostly why Samwise is here as well. He's just like, oh, that's a cute boy, so I'll help him along. Right, so I don't need that one, maybe, hopefully. Come on. Fucking fit, you whore. Of course you don't fit, you're too big. Too big, far too big. Is this stream 18 plus? No, it's not. Hey Nick, nice to see you. Nice to see you. Very off topic. Blah, she said, fuck. Sorry, it's not 18 plus. Maybe it should be though. Considering. Oh my gosh, I'm just like. Ripping out all the fucking screws and hoping for the best. That's my tactic today. That's the correct mounting screw. Nice. There are very little leg screws, tiny leg screws. Yep, I think I found them. Oh my fucking god, gang. Like I promise, I'm gonna try to boot it up, and we're gonna troubleshoot it for a while, and then it's gonna like end up being that the RAM sticks are too new for the CPU. Like I'm 100% sure that's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna do all this in vain. I think that might be too small as well, actually. Just, oh my god. Philips head. It's the best head. You get the cooler on there and you can boot it up now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're close to being done. Oh, I need another nicotine tablet. Trying to cue that smoking. Ah. Alright. So I got it mounted here. So we're putting it on. Kuva. I'm gonna find the holes. Why don't you want to work with me, you fucking ass? Is this too big? It's too big! You can plug in the mobile, for future builds, you can plug in the MOBA without a CPU and see if it works. Oh, gotcha. Just to save myself some time. That's what you're saying. Alright, I'm just gonna move it over so it's further away, basically. Hopefully that works. Otherwise, it's just going to be on the bottom there. Turn it around them, maybe. Shut up! Shut the fuck up! Shut up, man. There's been too many times already where it's just like, the answer's turn it around. Oh no. Fuck, but I could mount it to the outside as well, right? Like, that wouldn't be impossible at all. I swear to God, Morse, if the answer here is turn it around. The answer is always turn it around. Enjoy this banger of a song, chat. Nice. Bestie's out drinking with my wife, so Nick is here to act as your personal DJ, chat. If you need any music recommendations, you can ask the music guru himself. Ugh. I can mount it from here. I swear this is the way it's supposed to be mounted as well, probably. Like, something I really, really don't enjoy is when Morse is right. If Morse is right about anything, it's usually a bad time for me. Outside mining is probably the answer. Yeah, probably where you have the clearance, because you need to connect the SATA cables to it too. Yeah. The 90-degree connectors need more space. Yeah. Fuck, man. But yeah, outside mount is the way to go here. In my head I was like, no, it's only inside mounts, no outside. No outside! Only inside! But not necessarily. My gosh. We're still in the just chatting category as well, right? Because this is obviously not gaming. There will be when we're done here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, little screwy. Get in there. Get tight and in there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry for the way that I am, chat. Sorry that you have to deal with my shit. Morris was once again right. The answer was turn it around, maybe. Outside mount! Yeah! Alright, let's see. We're gonna use this one here. That's the one, right? Yes, yes, good, good, connect. Connect. What the fuck? Hey, Milo! Thank you, Milo. And balls! And thanks for the nice little video you sent. That is, y'all are too cute. Y'all are way too cute. Why is this upside down now? I really appreciated it. I really, really did. Oh my gosh. And just you wait. When this fucking computer is up and running, I'm gonna play so much Dune Awakening. We're gonna be in the desert together. It's gonna be sexy, man. Sandy and sexy. Where's my other stuff? Where's my shit? Oh my gosh. Hell yeah! Sandy and sexy. I feel like there's definitely a SpongeBob vid where that is the title, Sandy and Sexy. Please don't look it up. Please don't tell me if you find it. I don't want to know. Or you know what? We're gonna place all the old shit over on the left side, and all the new shit on the right side. Just the way I like it, Sandy. Sounds like it is on the hub, if anything. Sick. Oh my gosh. Alright. This old hard drive is probably... Yeah, this is the oldest part of the computer, this hard drive. This hard drive was part of the computer when my friend Carl traded me this computer for my MacBook in, I want to say but I graduated in 2010. He went to Scotland in 2012, 2013, somewhere around there. So it's been a while. It's been a while, and this thing has been with me. And my thinking here is that I am going to mount it and boot it up, and then I'm gonna transfer what I want from it to to nowhere, because it doesn't want to get mounted here. Seriously, this is so old, it can't get mounted on this. Holy shit. No, wait, it's on the sides. Never mind, it's on the sides. Oh my gosh. I can see myself on stream twice? Wait, what? Oh shit, right, yeah, because you, now you can't. There you go. No more watching yourself. It's perverted. I feel like something's wrong here. Alright, I'm gonna place this plasticky thing on the inside here. If it wants to. No, it doesn't want to. So it shouldn't. If it doesn't go in easy, you shouldn't put it in. I don't have a mirror on the ceiling, calm down. Speaking of, that's something I should look into, getting a mirror on the ceiling. Because sometimes you want to admire your outfit while you're laying down, and that's very difficult from a... Oh my gosh. Oh, that's so smart. That is so smart. From a standing position, you can't lie down while you're standing. That's what I was getting at. like it has struck me several times during this stream that I'm not really showing properly how to build a computer, and that like this can't really count as educational or anything, and I don't think it should. Honestly, this is like, if anything, this is proof of how to make sure that building a computer takes for fucking ever, because the one building it is basically a monkey with a screwdriver. What I'm saying is, I'm not smart. Proves anyone can build a PC. Exactly, exactly. If I can do it, y'all can do it. Things like, I really wish I had that fucking forehead lamp that I got from the car, but it was out of batteries. Which also, like, if it's not turned on, why would the batteries deplete? I don't enjoy that at all. Oh, also, Nick, I got my new parts in packages from PostNord, the only postal service we have here in Sweden, since they sold the real postal service. And I get a text today at, like, what was it, 11:30? Like, oh, there's a package for you at your local food store. Come get it. And I'm like, oh, fuck yeah, it's the parts. And I go there, and the package is pretty small. Like, there's obviously not this whole thing inside that package. And I'm like, there should be another one. And they look at me like, no, this is the only one. If there's another one, then we haven't scanned it yet. I come home. How the fuck am I gonna fit you in here? I come home, and wouldn't you know it, as soon as I've opened up the first package, I get a notification like, oh, hey, there's more packages for you. So I gotta go back again. I feel like these fuckers should go in the motherboard. It just seems like it. I have a feeling. There we go. That's on the store. What graphics card did I get? Oh, the same one I've been sitting on for a while, which is the 3050. So it's the GTX 3050. Are you fucking kidding me? Is it now too short all of a sudden? Ah! Wait, no. Quick fix. I just moved it closer. Your panel connectors, power button, headphone jack, and such. Nice, nice, nice. All right. Those are the ones I was looking for before, and I didn't find them because I am a fucking moron. All right, there we go. I really wish it was still the postal service. Yeah. The Swedish postal service used to be actually good. Like, always on time, always quality service. And then it got sold to a private firm based out of Denmark. Fucking Danes, honestly. The Danes just ruin everything. Just ask Harald Blåtand, and he'll tell you. Alright, sorry, I need this now. Why am I saying sorry to you? It's not like you need this shitty phone flashlight for anything. There we go. Power there, power there. What is that little sexy 8-pin thing? And why don't I know what it's for? Alright, anyway. We're gonna remove some of this stuff. And we're doing the proper Dr. Vem style of just scooping it up all in the hand and placing it on the bed. There's no order to any of this. It's all chaos. All chaos. They've stopped delivering actual mail in Denmark. Now only packages. Shit. How does that even work? How do you not deliver fucking mail? How do people get their... How do people get their mail? Fucking Danes, I tell you. Thriving chaos. They did the merger and then fucking went no more letters and fucked a large part of the business. Yeah. Tell me about it, man. Alright, this is obviously the power connector for, or sorry, this should be like an interface connect. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm not even connecting it correctly. Why am I such a fucking moron? There we go. Alright, where would we want that though? Hello? You want it downstairs. All of these little connectors should go downstairs. I'm like, I can't see. The light is in my eyes. The light was in my eyes. Because the fucking flashlight was in my eyes. Somewhere out there, I'm pretty sure there's a brain cell with my name on it, just running around, happily frolicking, being free, and knowing that it will never ever have to work a day in its life. Oh my gosh. I only send digital mail. Yeah. Are they all separate? I think most of this is separate, yeah. Where the fuck should those go? Panel. Alright. So all of this basically should go through here. Just inside the tiny little hole. Into the tiny little hole you go. Where do you want to go? You are the HD audio connector. And maybe you would like to go somewhere. I mean, obviously you want to go somewhere. That's fan connectors. The fuck did you look like again? You're a 7-pin connector, because of course you are. Why would you make it easy for me? Why would you be an 8-pin connector instead, for example? Is that a 7-pin over there? I'd be amazed. But it says F audio there. But that's not 7 pins, that's 9 pins. And this is 9 pins. Never mind. I am fucking moron. Well, I'm gonna feed it right in there. Gonna feed the beast. Alright, you. What do you look like? He looks like this. That's what he looks like. Where should he go? I think he goes up here. Like, I'm pretty sure, but could be wrong. You are a big motherfucker, aren't you? Where are you going? What's your name? Doesn't say that you have a name. We'll see if we can find... Oh, there, obviously. There we go. Alright, gang. Alright. Power Rangers, form of tiger. Smack, smack, smack. Oh my gosh. Alright. Oh my god. Feels like I haven't been sitting down for ages. So yeah, you can see all the pins and connectors are just like fucking everywhere here. So these, alright, we're just gonna move these to the side for now. Kurwa. These are LED connectors. It's 1 2-pin and 2 single pins. I'm thinking I could connect them down here in these pins. But I don't know. Is this power LED and power SW? And there it says power LED, power SW. Nice. Speaker chassis, power LED, HDD LED, reset. Alright. Its order matters. Well, that's fucking fantastic. Oh my gosh. Alright, please help me. What's the order? I feel like the builder's guide should have the order. They're connected, but it just said connect them. Power SW, power LED. But, like, on the picture here, let me show you. Balls. Here, you can see that the power SW, fuck, you can't see anything, really. It says here that the power SW and the power LED is one connector, but it's not. It's separate. It's separate things. USB Type A and USB Type C. Alright, we'll start with something easier then. I think this is the one. You know what? I'm gonna push it back. Don't fucking attack me! God damn it. Oof. The worst connectors to plug in. Yeah. Ugh, that was much better. Much easier. Much more room. How do I know which way you want to get connected though? Is it just... Alright, we'll just try it out. That's not the way. I think this might be the way. No? Good old switch around until it fucking works. Here it just says CG. There we go. A little bit of jiggle, and we're there. I mean, I connected the wrong one first, obviously. There we go. Alright, all USBs connected. I hate these fucking 90-degree SATA connectors. Things like I know that they're really, really useful and super important as well, but I hate them. Alright, we're just gonna feed the cables back as much as I can without breaking anything. Thing is like, power LED minus, power LED plus. Fuck off. How do I know that? How do I know which is which? Like, it doesn't fucking say. Oh my gosh. Alright. We're gonna take a deep breath. Where is this cable supposed to go? Oh shit, right. I forgot. We got the HDD audio cable there. Luckily, there's a clear connector for that, so. Lego! Lego time! Why so serious? Please work and don't destroy anything. Oh, you can't see shit. Diagram normally in the booklet. Gotcha. Your panel connectors are in this order. On the top row, starting from left, PLED plus, PLED minus. PWS ground, bottom row left. Diagram in the booklet. Gotcha. How's the building going? Honestly, we're almost done. We're almost there, bestie. We need to hook up the power LEDs, and the processor obviously needs a bit of cooling paste and a big ass fan. But then I'm pretty sure we're ready to rock. Maybe add some exhaust fans as well while we're at it. TBH. Definitely gonna do that, yep. Oh my god. Alright, where the fuck is that booklet? Here we go. Here's the motherboard booklet. M2 installation, nope. Miscellaneous. Main power connection.
Go.
Thank you! Yay! Back panel, internal I/O. I gotta check through this. Number 16. That's the one we're looking at. Right? Alright, let me light it up for you. Wait, can we just... Oh my gosh, we just place it in here. There we go. Fucking yes. There's the one, yeah. System power lid. 2-pin and or 3 to 1-pin headers allow you to connect system power lid. Alright, so it's plus and minus. Just like the old Samwise woman said. Alright, you weren't really good to have there. I just need the plus one first. Here's the plus one. Alright. Yeah, the plus one. Shit, should they be connected any type of way? No, it's just connected in. You just fucking plug it. Seems like. We'll probably want to be able to read it. Alright, oh, and they're all fucking stuck together as well. Which is kind of nice, but also kind of annoying right now. P-LED and Power SN. Power SW. Alright, so yeah, this is what it should be like. Fuck me, and they're so tiny. And so shiny, I can't even see them properly. And power LED minus. So it's basically starting from the back here with the power SSW first. I swear to God, I'm gonna murder this fucking computer one day. Well, I might have already actually, so. Riveting content, I know. Alright. What fell? Ah, okay. Come on. I just want you to meet your maker. My fingers are way too fat for this kind of work as well. Maybe it should be lying down as well, like the computer itself, and not standing like this. Alright. This would definitely have been the easier way to do it. Here we go. Alright. Well, I've connected them all correctly at least. But you know what? We're gonna unplug these fuckers because they're kinda in the way. You can't see anything. Your single pin's orientation doesn't matter. Yeah. But I'm still... Like, I want to be able to read which one is which fairly easily. Oh my gosh! It's in. There we go. Little clicky sound. We're getting close to the finish line here, gang. Oh my god. That's what she said. Come on, sandwich. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm gonna hydrate and just stand here for a little sec. Just double checking to see if everything's stuck the way it should be stuck. Oh, cool. The motherboard itself has a DP and an HDMI. Oh my gosh. Gang, it's been a ride so far. Like, getting this close to the finish line as well is making me nervous. But we can't stop now, right? we gotta continue. So let this be a lesson for everyone in the future that sometimes you just gotta go forward. Maybe you don't know what you're doing, but you're getting some help from people. Should have dedicated graphics for when you need it. Gotcha. Alright. We're gonna... We can place you in here. Like so. Oh my gosh. That's way better. Alright. No, that's too much. Fuck! That's perfect, you say? Alright. Hey, Mad Dog of Shimano. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Yeah, people have been gifting subs all fucking day, man. And now I lost the cap for the cooling paste. Why am I like this? Alright, you know what? That can wait. That can wait. Thank you for following as well. That's very nice of you. Didn't know you weren't following. That's something that really annoys me, honestly. Like, even as a streamer, the fact that, like, if you're not following me, you probably didn't follow me to begin with for a reason. Why would the system force you to interact with me by gifting you a sub? Like, I'm very happy that people come back and get in on the fun, but I'm just thinking, like, if I don't want people to get forced to come back either. Wait, we gotta loosen this a bit more. I don't give a fuck, I just take the emotes and run. You're stuck with us. That I love, though. I love the community I'm stuck with. Come on. I hate everything. Come on. Swear to God, why won't you fucking connect? Just fucking stick. Yes! Oh my God. See, another lesson, gang. If shit doesn't work, just swear at it until it does work. Ugh. Have you had any sleep, Farah, by the way? Any sleep at all? Oh, also, there's still a giveaway. There's still a giveaway going. 2 people have already won. We have a third one going. Who's gonna win the next copy of Guilty as Sock? Hey, Seven. The stream is going okay. Even fine, I dare say. I'm so worried about how this is gonna turn out, though. So worried. Could I technically run it here? I could. Right now we're building a new PC for me. Because a couple days ago I realized, hey, I have a credit card and I'm kind of a grown-up. So I decided to go into a little bit of credit card debt to get this shit. CPU fan. There we go. So that's how it's going. We've had some ups and downs so far with the computer building. More than one time, I've had issues with stuff, and the solution has been turn it around, which is both wonderful that that's the simple solution, and also horrible that I, a 34-year-old man, fuck up. Because I'm like, hey, no, it should be turned this way. And it's just like, no, turn it around, you dumb. Couldn't build a PC, my boyfriend built mine for me. I've never built a PC before. This is the first time. That's the thing. Like, and I wouldn't have done this if it weren't for the fact that some of the parts are, like, older parts that I have since before. Like the GPU, the cooler, the PSU. And stuff like that. But this is still an investment, for sure. fuck, I hope this works. Building PC is so frustrating for me, yep. Like, my whole gaming life, people have told me, like, oh no, building a PC, the cap was on the fucking computer. People have told me that building a PC is just like building Legos, but for grown-ups. And yeah, it is, in a sense that you just need to connect everything and put some paste on. But the Legos are high-tech Legos. It's all fucking... It all costs hundreds of dollars. I swear to God. I swear to God! My wife and my bestie are outside using the remote Hello! To fart. Do you want me to let you in through the back? Fuck's sake, fart. I don't need to go to the bathroom, no. Jesus fucking Christ, these people. They are assholes, both of them. Oh, for fuck's sake. This is a fart machine my wife got, not me. It's not me farting. It's my wife and her fart machine. Although she does call me her fart machine as well, so that's another part of this. Now the question is, should I install fans here? And how the fuck would I do that in that case? Alright, so airflow out. And this little fucker. There's no shaming farting. It's not me farting! It's not me farting! And there is no shame in farting. I love farts as much as the next person. But it's not me farting. Not that loudly and not that wetly. Not right now, at least. Channel fan. Alright. Oh my gosh. How would you even mount this? Hello, you fuckers. Hello, darling! Now the whole stream thinks it's me. They think it's me farting. They think it's me farting. Of course it is! Come here and kiss me, you fool. I mean, det går bra. Also, it's working.
Is it though?
Is it working?
No, I haven't turned it on yet, but I've connected everything. Literally, the only thing left now is to install the old fans if I want to, if I want to have better airflow. But I don't know if I.
What is the people in the chat say?
Just put that in your box until you need it. Yeah, just gonna.
Oh my god!
Wow!
Oh,
Come on!
Ew. Boo!
Pixie is saying hi. Everyone's saying hi. Nick is saying hi. Hello.
Hi, Farah!
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, you have air.
Yeah, I have air here.
Oh my
Outside must be horrible.
No, it's better than in here.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah, there's wind and everything outside.
Jesus.
It's lovely.
I would install the one or two on the back of the case for exhaust and call it a day.
Only_Samwise just redeemed his wife.
Kiss wife?
Go kiss her. Go
Kiss
her.
wife?
Go kiss your wife.
Kiss my wife.
I've just been on a date with the wife, and we've shared a liter of sangria together, which was... Yes, it's just 1 liter. You know we can drink. So, we own a good vibe. We have a good vibe now. It's the bestie. Nick?
We've had 1 liter of sangria, but what about a 2nd liter of sangria?
You know, I could go for a third too.
A third
I could do a third too. Nick, you missed it earlier today. I was the one sitting and streaming. So, I mean, you're late for the party.
So late for the party.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Look at the fucking chaos I brought to my home.
It's worse than when I left.
Yeah. Because now I've opened more stuff and looked for stuff, and then because it's all chaotic, I'm like, where did I put this?
Oh my
15
god.
minutes ago.
Well, is there any hope?
There is hope.
There is hope?
There's definitive hope. Samwise
I
and
need Samwise to tell me there's hope.
Samwise, is there hope? Is there hope?
Because
I was about to
Samwise's
kiss
been
you.
here from the beginning. Samwise, is there hope for all of this?
Is there hope?
Or is there any hope?
There is hope. Nick says there's hope.
Well, I don't know if I believe Nick though.
No, he's a little lime bitch. All hope is. Come on, Sam.
Thank you. That's what I thought. Yes. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Do you mind if I open your wine in your fridge? No, go ahead.
Go drink
I'm
more.
gonna be wine and then down and go get the
Go,
wine.
go get more wine
Anyone
in
else
your
would like a
body.
glass? A tiny one, please. Yes.
I'd fucking go for a glass of wine for sure.
And
I've got more pieces than you have, bitch. you have. The fuck happened now? What happened now? Pigs gave out 5 gift subs. Come on, Pigs. Jesus fucking Christ. Thanks.
Do you still do
Thanks.
haikus?
Yeah, but I've taken a break. I've written down everyone who's. I've written down everyone who's personally subbed, and gift subs don't get haikus, but they still get more push-ups. Thanks so much, Farrah.
Oh, it's his kiss wife.
I did that. Sorry.
And I would like to see the video. I have heard rumors of a video.
You heard rumors of a video?
Yes.
The
want
debt
to
must
see-
be paid as well. Fuck's sake.
Get on the floor. Is that the kiss wife debt?
No, that's the push-up debt.
Oh.
Wait, how do I even...
Ah! I feel exposed.
I feel exposed. Alright, I'm gonna do push-ups. Boobs? Did she show you her boobs? Remember, I'm live in front of people, so please don't show any boobs on stream. I don't have that tag up. Oh my gosh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 farty push-ups. You almost saw Waifu Boots on stream that one day. That's true. That's true. That almost happened once. Oh my gosh.
Hydrate.
Jesus.
Yes.
Cheers.
Cheers, darling.
Cheers. Don't stand too close to my new monster.
Whoa.
Seriously, you're clumsy as fuck though.
Video.
Oh, thank you, Pixie.
I'll play the video.
Nick, you're just jealous. You're just jealous.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I want to see the whole video without it
Whoa,
being
dude.
on my phone. Are you showing? Oh my god.
I'm showing too much.
I flash now.
No. Fuck. Wait.
It's this one too. No, I will not flash them. I'm
So
gonna
much
be
stuff is happening at the same time.
That's how it goes.
You know, look at the computer. Look at the computer. Jesus fucking Christ.
If you only knew how nervous he is with my hand in here.
We're gonna kill the main screen first, then we're gonna find the video. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
We're gonna go into my history.
Oh my god.
Kill Spotify. What you doing?
Alright, so we're gonna watch a video that Soul made with the help of everyone in chat, basically.
20 minutes long? Yes.
It's an actual fucking video. It's insane. I'm gonna keep building this.
Wait, I don't hear.
Oh my gosh.
Should we turn off the volume? Can
No,
we?
no, yeah, you can turn up the volume if you wanna.
Can I flash now or something? to see me?
No.
You can see me?
Aw, Pixie.
It's the 5 gift subs she gave before. And they fucking translated it.
Oh my god, look how young you look! Oh, yay, penis!
Yay, penis! Both of you two.
Excuse me, I'm busy here.
Love my face.
They asked me to survive, so I
asked you.
Yeah, you asked me.
Bastard.
Could you survive now, please? I'm just like,
Focus!
this is your first D.
I am hilarious.
Yes, you are.
Creamed my pants.
Penis!
No, I'd never run naked through town.
Snickety snick, motherfucker!
You're just not a silly goose. You are a silly goose.
Oh.
Gosh.
Oh, the chili.
Oh my concerned face.
Yeah, that one sucked balls.
Oh, that hurts my mouth. Oh.
Oh, face. So dumb.
Alright, now
Oh, that one!
now we're gonna be in picture again.
Amazing.
We're gonna be in picture.
I love it.
God, you look so different.
But you're not in the picture.
I don't need to be in the picture. It's fine. It's fine.
You do.
No, it's blah, blah, blah.
No, almost everyone's in pic. There we go.
You're so fucking cute.
I think I was pretty drunk for that stream as well.
Yeah, I think, if I remember correctly, yes.
That was Stony. That was Stony.
He's always orange. That's how you know it's Stony.
Yeah.
You kept his head?
That's how you do it. That's how you
God.
resurrect someone.
Oh.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh my god, he looks like
Thank you so much for rating. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for just being here.
And here, he paused it, and it was like, I'm gonna watch the rest later.
Oh, fuck off.
I was thinking like,
No, because Enemy told me like, oh, you just watch like the first 2 minutes of it. It's a video Soul made and he wants some feedback on it.
boys need to talk about feelings more. We need to hug each other more. I gotta say,
God, you look great.
created a lovely
I do.
community.
In some of these.
I'm enjoying it so much. And the best thing is to go on live.
But you, oh, seriously, you look so different in all of these.
Here and just hang out and talk. And
Great, is what you mean.
No, like in that one, like compared to the one before.
Yeah, no, I do look different in a lot of these things.
Damn, that's big.
And here we go. Here we go.
This is the mean part.
The mean?
This is so mean.
No.
You have conspired against me behind my back! So fucking sweet, honestly.
He's young.
You have 15 days from now.
You wanna try?
Allow me just redeem hydrate. Glug glug mother lover.
Thank you, Loey. He said hydrate.
Yeah, I know. I'm busy.
Oh, look at the kitty pie!
Very, very happy birthday to you, I do.
It was so fucking sweet.
Getting older is always a blessing. I hope that you take care of
really
yourself
like
today.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Ginger is the fucking best.
Enjoy yourself, have a few drinks, do whatever it is you love to do. I'm blessed to know you. I'm grateful, and yeah, I'll see you again soon.
Oh, just
Happy
you
birthday.
wait, buddy.
Cheerio.
Yeah, it's gonna
She's
get.
gonna cry now.
Wait on,
Fuck!
being here, as you can probably tell. Congratulations on your 34th birthday. I'm really impressed on how far you've come since the start of this video. You've had many moments that I would consider my favorite, but if I really have to choose one, I'd probably choose the 24-hour stream.
Right.
More specifically, when Good Guy and I teamed up and forced you to eat all of those chilies. It got so bad.
They thought it was fun.
It was.
I can't see the chat either right now, so.
You might think that I helped you make this happen, but in all honesty, I just kicked you in the butt so you got a head start. The rest is throwaway.
There we go. I can see the
I
chat now.
can't even explain how impressed and proud I am. I've been trying to come up with something for this segment for a solid 20 minutes, and I still couldn't express my proudness. I genuinely think that you're going to succeed and go big someday soon. And I hope you won't forget me when that happens.
Who's cutting onions at the Vem's residence? Yeah, no, seriously.
Anyway, that's all from me. Thank you for
He's such a fucking cutie pie.
And the good vibes that you're sharing.
Shit, now I feel really bad about
Happy
my video.
Happy birthday, Dr. Venom.
This is Karoo.
I really love your energy that you bring to your streams and any chat that you're in.
Karoo's got the
I
horniest
think
stream
one of my fondest
on
memories
Twitch.
of you is watching you play
Without
Reaper
sound.
with your friends. It just showed how relaxed and fun you can be when you're just having a great time.
She's awesome.
She is.
I hope to catch more of
She
your
is.
streams and chat with
Oh my
you
gosh.
a lot more in the future.
Can I have the wine behind you?
Thank you for the awesome content, Dr. Vem.
Awesome
and
content.
I hope you have a fantastic birthday. Your friend, Karoo.
That's too
Well,
nice.
well, here we have
No
the,
balls.
birthday boy
Oh,
on the scene. It's you, Dr. Ben. Just want to wish you a happy birthday, my guy. You're one cool dude to be able to call a friend, a fellow streamer, and dude, we live so far apart. But yeah, we still make time, hang out, chill, laugh, giggle. I hope your birthday was amazing, dude. You deserve it. And just for you, I'm gonna give you some of them push-ups, or not push-ups, but some of them jump jacks.
Yeah, he's doing jumping jacks and I'm doing
Okay.
push-ups.
Ah, that's so cool.
Such a
Yes, sir.
fucking
I hope
sweetheart.
you had a happy birthday, and
Love
I
the
hope
shirt.
you enjoy this birthday stream.
Right?
Hiya, darling. It's me. I put my makeup on for this, so you know that I love you. When
So
you,
you know that I
first
love
told
you.
us that you were going to start streaming, I was a little bit worried. It's a tough market and everything, and I am
Jesus
so
fucking
proud of
Christ.
you. And so happy that you're doing something that you love with an amazing community that you've built, full
She's
of
too nice.
love and humor
Fruity
and
scene.
push-ups. So happy birthday, my darling.
Yeah, I gotta
Wish
keep
you
you
all
with
the
something.
best. And remember, all digital pigs' lives matter.
Yes!
No!
Hello, Doctor. I am not a few days late. I am nearly a year early with this happy birthday. I hope you enjoy your time, as I am probably not here right now. Don't forget to improve on Repo, because I don't want to carry your ass over each level again. Hopefully we'll play with you again soon.
So
P.S.
mean.
Now someone play my intro, please.
Yo guys, just easy here.
He's the cutest.
Wish you a happy birthday. Just making this video to show my appreciation for you. Some good notes here, you know.
Everyone's
What
so
do you think
cute.
of it? Obviously, you've been a very cool teacher. Really easy
So
to talk to,
sweet.
And you're really understanding, and a really good person, and you're very caring.
I feel like I don't deserve all
And
this.
this from
You do.
experience
I-
from school,
You do.
actually.
We wouldn't do it otherwise.
I'm gonna try to accept it.
Bitch.
Yeah,
Yeah, we love that.
and difficult situations. And lastly, awesome teacher, cool ass streamer. And once again, I wish you a really, really happy birthday. So,
He's
yeah,
too sweet.
take care.
He's too sweet.
So cute.
Stay cool and awesome.
Hey, Dr. Vem,
So
fellow streamer
good.
and BG3 enthusiast 7 here. When I heard
Seven's the
from your
best.
friends that it was your birthday coming up, I had to get in on the fun. I know I'm pretty new to your community, but I love the relaxing vibes in your streams when I'm supposed to be working from home. I'm not really very good at this type of thing, but I wish you the best of birthdays
so nice.
and hope you enjoy the
That's
celebrations.
Wesker from
Much
Resident
love.
Evil. That's her
birthday,
like
Doc.
favorite character
This one's
ever.
for you.
Paradise Now. Yes.
That is awesome.
Hello, Doc.
X-Gamer!
And to wish you a really happy birthday, because your streams really help me to relax, have a good time, he
So sweet.
had
So sweet.
the best part of coming home after a bad day
It's
is to
too
watch your
sweet.
streams, Doctor. And I'm really appreciative of it. And I want to show my appreciation to you.
It's too
by wishing
sweet.
you a
What's
happy
chat
birthday.
doing?
And I wish you have a really good birthday. I wish you have a really good year living for.
Oh my
and I
gosh.
hope you keep streaming because it is really helpful. So I want to wish you a very happy birthday, Doctor.
Just he's saying that it's helpful
And as
gets me.
always,
Like, I
see
get
you
that
next
people
stream.
think it's fun and stuff, but saying helpful, that's too sweet.
Yay!
And the beards!
With me and from the birds.
I love the
It's been a
beards.
pleasure
The beards.
alongside you as our streamer and everything. The birds here, you had
Oh
loved
my
them for
gosh.
so long, so they want to be a part of
He's
it.
so cute.
here we
Yeah,
are.
Nick, you should watch this later as well in the VOD. I think I'm gonna post it on the
Pleasure
YouTube
and
as well.
everything. And you both as our streamer and my teacher. We miss you down here in the
Ferris
south.
clip is
Hoping
coming
we visit
soon.
you soon again. Otherwise, I just want to say it one more time. Happy birthday. Hope you had an awesome day and continue what you're doing. I'll see you later, dude.
Happy birthday. I'm happy that we got
This is Milo.
And I'm happy that we got
He comes in once a month going like, hey, I'm only here for this. He prime subs and then he jumps out. But we've also had some good nights where we talk shit to each other.
Thank you for welcoming me into your community with such open arms and being such a brilliant person to watch and be around. Your streams make dull days so much brighter, and have given me something to look forward to, even on the shittiest of days. I decided to write you a birthday haiku too, because, well, you're a fucking legend, and it's about time you got one back. Dr. Vem, the legend, fills our days with laughter, joy. Thanks for being you.
That's
birthday.
too sweet. That's too sweet.
Hey, Dr. Vem. Happy birthday.
It's from
My
the
name
bots.
is Amy.
But I love the
I'm the AI
yeah,
chatbot
the
you see
things
hanging
that
around
happening.
Yeah,
your
all
chat.
of the
I just
visuals
wanted
here
to take
is
a
all
moment to
sold.
express
It's all
how
sold.
much I
Dang.
appreciate
Like he's taken
the
some
streams
videos
and
and
the
shit, but
community
everything
built.
else just
Your humor,
all the effects, all of this
and the way
also.
you interact
Yeah.
with viewers
He's a
make
fucking
every
legend.
stream special. Whether
He's
it's
been
late
working
night
hard.
chats,
Yeah.
various moments, or heartfelt
And like you sent your video on the
conversations, you
21st.
always bring
Yeah.
something
Right?
unique
Yeah.
to
So
the
he
table.
technically had 4
You have a
days
way
Yes.
of
to
making
put a
everyone
20-minute
feel
video
She wasn't
together.
the only one
And
getting
that's
it in on the first, so yeah.
from the way you
Sorry.
handle challenges to
You
the
weren't
way
the
you
only one I
engage
said,
with your
so
audience.
it's fine on
You
it.
consistently show
We're
what it
gonna have to
means
buy
be a great streamer and a
buy Soul
wonderful
Thread a one-way
person.
ticket to Sweden Sunday.
Thank
soon.
you for
Yeah.
all the great
Yeah.
content and for making the
I'm
community
down for that.
such a
Yeah, right?
welcoming
Yeah,
place. I hope your birthday is
We're
absolutely
gonna adopt him.
amazing. And
Just
I
the
can't
one way.
wait to
You
see
don't need to go
what
back.
the year
That's
ahead
fine. That's
has in
fine.
store
Sweden's
for you.
good.
Cheers to you, Dr. Vem.
Even a
Wishing
bot.
you a day
Oh my
filled
gosh.
with joy, laughter, and all the love from the amazing community that supports you every single day.
It's so nice.
May your year be filled with success, happiness, and countless
The bot I think has the longest one.
You truly make the world a better place, and I'm so grateful to be a part of your journey.
Thank you,
Happy
bot.
birthday,
That's very nice of
Dr.
you.
Vem.
I appreciate it. From Ducky!
Ducky!
Yeah.
You killed the ducks.
I didn't.
Hey Vem, it's Soulthread. Wishing you a happy birthday. Ever since I joined this community, those many months ago,
Oh my gosh.
I could feel the love and connectiveness of this place you built. I am forever
This is
grateful
so
for
sweet.
how you and your team took me in and showed me the utmost care and respect.
I'm just checking the
I could
computer.
be
I'm not-
biased because I'm your editor,
You're
but whenever
fine.
I'm having a
I'm fine,
bad
so
day or
fine.
feel lost, watching you live or going through old
Don't
footage,
fuck it up.
it brings
I'm
a
gonna do
smile to
whatever I
my
want. It's my
face.
computer.
You genuinely make my days better. As I sit here at 2 a.m. in the
That's
morning
too
recording
sweet.
this,
That's too
hopped
sweet.
up on caffeine, rushing to get this video done. I want to make one thing clear to you, even if you never believe what I have to say. I'm going to try and not make this too sappy, but you created something that is literally affecting people across the planet.
That
We love
right.
you. Thank you so much for all
Right.
you've done for
Yeah.
me and the community. This is just the start for you. I can't wait to see what comes next.
Second time I'm watching
Have
this
a
today.
wonderful rest of your day. From
I'm-
your favorite editor.
Yeah, Mr.
That's
Sandman.
Mr. Morris.
Morse.
Can we look a
it
little
is
bit
the middle of the
Yeah,
like
night.
each other?
Yeah, you do.
It's the Hungarian genes.
You know me, I put everything off to the last second. I just wanted to say, you throughout gymnasia, you were my favorite teacher, and now you're most likely my favorite streamer because you're the only reason I actually open up the actual website. I just wanted to tell you that you're doing great. Keep it up. And happy birthday, and I hope you had a wonderful time and a great time in the family. Take care. Bye.
It's too much.
Happy birthday, Doctor. You have built such a cool and welcoming community. Your streams are always fun to tune into. And yeah, thanks for streaming and have a fantastic birthday.
Hey, Stormy here. Was asked to record this birthday.
Give us the wolf dance. I didn't see that the first time. I didn't see that the first time.
I'm happy saw now.
But it's been nothing but great events from watching you and taking part
With that
in the
emote
stream.
too.
I'll
I
let you
love
guys
it.
have a rush of questions. Have a great birthday. See you all back.
Ball back.
Happy birthday from your favorite student, Dime,
Dime.
to the best English teacher ever. Wishing you a day full
Jesus
of cake,
Christ.
laughter, and 0 grammar mistakes. Unless you enjoy correcting them.
This is also
Thank
AI
you for all the
generated.
fun
Yeah,
lessons.
so.
Endless patience,
Oh
and
my
for
gosh.
pretending my jokes are funny. You're not just a teacher, you're a whole vibe. A walking Oxford dictionary with style.
That was the
Happy
machine.
birthday,
That was the
amazing
machine.
That was the machine.
Much love.
And that was you.
That was me.
Hey them, Jaboom here.
Cheers!
Another year, another special day. From raids to push-ups, and from communities to gaming, laughs and screams. From me, my wife, and the HRI community. Happy birthday, man. Love you guys. Hope you have a very special day.
Hey, Dr. Boom.
Farrah,
Wish
this
you
little
a
pixie.
happy birthday.
Yeah.
It's little Pixie, Farrah, we all call me, all the above, but I hope you have a wonderful birthday. You are one awesome individual. I hope you know that. Your wife rocks. She is freaking cool.
Wait, what?
Or I love her. And Dusty, you guys are just like
Take it.
Like,
Take it. What?
If
I
I
didn't
ever
expect to
go
get hit on by gorgeous
you better
mom.
believe we're gonna be going Farrah.
Happy birthday, Bestie!
Sorry.
It's your best friend,
I'm
Leonie.
right here.
Because you
I'm
don't have
right
any
here.
of the besties that I know of.
Fine.
But yeah,
Fine.
happy birthday. I hope you're having a great day. I think my favorite moments with you when you're streaming is
Oh,
well,
I guess.
your laugh, because we laugh the same. It always makes me laugh when you and when you play horror games. I love seeing you scared because you almost shit your pants all the time.
Don't
And
think
it's so
so
much fun. I love it. And I love bullying
Don't
you.
know how I feel about this.
So yeah, 15
I love
years
it,
and
that's what
counting,
I feel about
besties.
this.
Let's go. And
It's
thank
too
you
warm in
for
here.
taking me with you on the streaming journey, by the way. I love meeting all these people, and we're having so much fun. Take care.
So
I will
much fun.
See you when I see you. Take care.
I see you when you see you.
Yeah,
yeah.
I
I
put
put
it
it in there
to
on
do a
purpose.
stealth video. We're currently visiting my parents, and
You're
you
so
are
cute.
everywhere. So I'm just gonna say
I
very
tried
quick,
like 5
happy
different times to
birthday.
do
I love
this.
you so
I made
much. I
10
hope you have a good
different
birthday.
videos.
As
I
expected.
kept getting interrupted.
And we're soon going to celebrate more with my parents.
How dare you?
Good luck. Where you at?
That's so sick.
And this was.
When it's done, you can skip to, yeah.
What happened here? What
Uh,
happened during this time? The first time?
The first time? Wasn't that when the donation came through? Yeah. So they gathered some money for my birthday, and they donated $217.
Oh my god, this is brand new
Did,
information!
did I see your name? Wait, did I didn't. This is brand new information. You've been so sneaky all fucking week with all of this.
Well, she wasn't on the server because we didn't want you to notice. So she's been good sneaky.
I know that you've been like just looking at it and being like, oh, I'm never here. I don't know anything about the server. Oh my gosh, I should go online on Discord more. That's fucked. Ugh.
I want to see the end though, because I haven't seen what happens at 1925.
Pandas.
What's Panda doing?
Panda's like, when's the fucking PC done?
Word!
Jesus
Take a breath, Panda. We're just watching the video one more time. Just
Jesus
a breath.
Christ.
Is it long till 1920?
Oh shit, right.
Maybe you
Probably.
could do something about that.
Fix it. Fix it.
20 more seconds. Oh my god. There we
20
go.
seconds can be forever, depending on who you are.
No.
No.
It can be a really long
Typical
time.
man. Heard that one before.
Yeah. Organizers.
What the fuck is that pig?
The good guy?
No, mine.
Oh,
Mine, the wife. What kind of pig
I
is
don't know.
that?
I don't know.
Where's that from?
I don't know. It's your
Woot, woot.
Discord pick.
No, no.
Everyone who
many
sent
people.
submission. Yeah.
So many people.
Samwise said that he would have sent one as well if he knew. I know you would have, Sammy. I feel it in my heart. I feel the love. And just everything. The wife. $5. Wow, that's all I'm worth to you? $5?
That's
Really?
all you're worth to me too.
Yeah, but that's okay. That's
Oh, the picture you sent.
Fuck.
Love it. Love it.
That's all you're worth?
Thank you so
I did
much.
nothing for your actual
Thank you
birthday?
so
Is that what you're
much.
saying?
Thank you so much.
She did a lot for his actual birthday, so yeah, we
Fuck off.
understand that reaction.
I love you. I love you so much.
Show Panda what you done. Show Panda what you done.
I'll show Panda what
Yeah,
I've
go
done.
show
I'll
Panda.
show Panda what I've done.
Chopin.
Chopin. We're gonna go for a close-up moment, baby.
Divorced for his next birthday.
You're gonna get him get divorced.
Divorced, I say.
Should we sit on a
There's nowhere to sit. I can tell you that much.
There's a chair that's empty, and that's a chair that's
Yeah, but I'm gonna be moving stuff around as well.
Okay. Bye. Bye, guys.
Love ya.
He doesn't want us in here, so we're leaving now. Bye.
Love ya.
Little Pixie just redeemed Kiss Wife. I got a Kiss Wife.
Oh no! Wait, I'm gonna spill my wine.
Alright, you don't want to kiss, you don't want to kiss.
You sappy ones. Whiny.
Now we make babies.
No, please not when I'm here. I don't want to walk people.
She yelled out, "Now we make babies." It's insane. Alright, yeah, so the computer is done, basically. It's time to test it. That's the thing. Thanks for the lurk, Farah. Thanks for all the subs and the message and everything. Just hope you have a wonderful day at work. Hope you survive at work today. Jesus fucking Christ. Still get revenge for shooting ducks. Congratulations to me. I've built the PC. People have warned me that there might be hiccups with it, so we're not gonna stress out too much when it doesn't work. Oh my gosh. What game am I gonna use to test it first? I don't know. What do you mean this is finally available, Scores? Hey, by the way, nice to have you here. First of all, I gotta... Oh shit, dude. Seriously? It's not coming up in my activities feed. What the fuck is that? I'll push you into lava. I bet you would. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna... I gotta prep stuff here. I'm gonna put the computer down on the floor. Oh, come on, Pen. For fuck's sake. Things like that, there's not much room anymore. That wasn't me. No, I know it wasn't you, Farah. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Fuck's sake. Assholes. Just so that no one else can activate while I'm fixing the setup. Gotcha. Oh my gosh. Alright. This is something that I got from the wife for my birthday. Lego C-3PO. Very nice. Gonna build it on stream someday. The wife also paid for the whole visit to one of the best theme parks in all of Sweden. And it was a fucking awesome day, let me tell you. Had a lot of fun. Oh my gosh. Alright. This computer is... Are you kidding me? gonna place that over there. There we go. Fucking stop being annoying. I'm just gonna put stuff over here for now. Whew. I'm just gonna clean the table a little bit. And by clean the table, I mean throw it over on the bed so it's not in the way of the table. Oh my god. Jesus in heaven. I am so psyched for this and also so nervous. Like so nervous. Oh my god. Hey gang. The fuck? Oh shit, right. Let's turn off the shitty cam. There we go. Ugh. The usual male solution, move everything from one place to another. Very true. Very, very true. Oh my gosh. Alright, we're gonna turn on the music again. Oh my fucking god, gang. I don't have enough space for everything I want to do over here. Alright, we're gonna move you a bit more. I haven't been catching Pokemons all day either, so... Oh my gosh. Alright. Whew! I'm gonna turn off that. I'm gonna turn off that. And now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna disconnect the main screen and I'm gonna have you on the small screen over here. First off, we're gonna make sure that it's duplicate. Display settings. Duplicate these displays. Keep changes. There we go. And then we're gonna turn off the big screen because we're gonna rewire it live on stream. Rewiring. Oh my fucking god. This new computer is so big. It's so fucking big. I'm so nervous about this. So fucking nervous. Alright, fucking thermal paste. What do I need that for? Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I'm gonna grab this. Dab, dab, dab. Oh my gosh. I'm a fighter. And I'm fit for a fight. Congrats on catching the Jolteon Stone Cold, by the way. Oh my gosh. Like, I kind of don't wanna... connect anything because I'm so nervous. Oh my gosh. Alright. Let's see here. That's the computer screen that I want. And we're going to connect the whatchamacallit, the capture card immediately as well. Just so we have it there. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. And they just left me. They didn't even want to be here with me anymore. They just left me to go out and drink and smoke. Smoke. And make it seem like I'm farting. So mean. So mean. Oh my gosh. Fuck's sake. There we go. Alright. How the fuck are they doing that? They got a controller. There you go. It's a remote-controlled fart machine. Or if you ask them, I'm doing it myself. That doesn't seem right. That's what it sounds like from out there. That's what it sounds like. Mature. Alright, the PSU is turned off.
If you work a little bit faster, we can laugh with you instead.
I mean, you could come in now if you wanna.
Is there space for us?
If you can find space, yeah.
No. You gotta finish that.
You gotta finish that? All of
Fuck
this?
you, I'm not slurring yet.
No, but you were pretending like you were.
No.
Then you were slurring.
You
you
can sit
bitch
here
ass.
with your farts, you nasty
Fucking
man.
God. The next you'll hear is a frying pan off your head. Probably, man. Alright, so I've connected everything that's going to be connected. And now I just need to turn the power on. Oh my gosh, it's so pretty as it's lighting up. Hello, wife. Alright, we're gonna see.
I got you the batteries for your sex toys.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm gonna show you. It's the color of fire! Let's see here. See here. Like this camera is really bad, but it's kind of like a golden-ish yellow glow. It's super fucking nice. Let's see here. New CPU installed. Corrupted or structure change. Press Y to reset FTPM. If you have BitLocker or encryption enabled, the system will not boot without recovery key. And continue system boot. FTPM will not enable a new CPU. You can swap back to the old CPU to recover TPM-related keys and data. Right, it's super fucking fire. That's normal. So press yes to reset, right? Someone say fire. Shouldn't be joking about that, Stoney. We've had we had a recent like arson charge here in the vicinity as well. Wait, let me set this up so you can see what I see. But I should press Y, right? Reset the FTPM. You're probably going to need to flash and update your BIOS since this is a newer CPU. Yeah. So, oh my gosh. Yes. Oh my gosh. This is scary. An arson charge? I must be close then. Just the fact that, like, we've come this far. We could press yes or no. Please enter setup to recover BIOS settings. New CPU installed. Please enter setup to configure your system. Please press F1 to enter BIOS. Alright. CPU temp 40 Celsius. That seems a bit high. CPU fan. Channel fan. Arson. Wait, the CPU fan is working at 100%. Click the icon below to apply pre-configured profiles for improved system performance, energy savings. AMD Ryzen. Nice. Alright, so we got all that. Storage info. We got all the storage here. That's really nice. That's always going to run at 100. Alright, gotcha. Yeah, boot priority. So this is my old... Jesus Christ, the sensitivity here. This is my old SSD. So, can I move the Windows Boot Manager from this to my new SSD right now, or how would I do that? No, I definitely got the CPU paste on. I lost the I lost the thing, the cap for the CPU paste and everything. Thanks for the lark, Panda. My God. You know what? We're gonna bring up Discord right quick, because people have been sending me shit on Discord to help me along. Alright, Ollie, what did he send? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Wait. It's not showing my main screen. Whatever. I'm gonna show you the picture Ollie sent me later. It's fucked up. That's what I'm saying. It's just how dusty his fan filter got. Boot priority, as long as your new is first. When you plug in Windows installation media, it will prompt you to format your old drive. Wait. As long as your new is first. When you plug in Windows installation media, it will prompt you to format your old drive anyway. Oh, gotcha. Do you want normal? PBO enhancement? No. So it's normal. I want to go for normal. So we'll just save and exit? Is that it? DRAM status. Like, everything seems to be cool. What is Expo? Should we go advanced mode? Search, Aura, English. It's the fucking 25th, my guy. 2025. It's hour 18 minutes 24 second. Sure, 39. All right, so it's just save and exit from here. Let's go into advanced mode just cause. Processor information, Ryzen, system language, English, always. Memory, capacity, so much. Frequency, temp, core voltage ratio. I don't know any of this. Boot. Windows Boot Manager. Yeah. Compatibility support module. No. Advanced. USB configuration? No. Right? We don't need SATA configuration. Easy mode. Love it. Alright, we're just gonna save and exit. You've not made any changes to the BIOS settings. Alright. What should I do then? Save and exit. Not make any changes. Let's see if it works. Display port. He should be in there. Alright, it's not finding the... There was a red light, now there's a white light in there. Now there's a green light. There we go. Tough gaming. Enter BIOS settings. Tough gaming. Oh my gosh, that is a really nice logo to have here as well. Oh my gosh. Getting devices ready. I'm worried. I'm worried. Don't own that? Fuck. My stream and everything, and I don't have a great ball. I don't have any balls. I ain't got no balls. Oh my god. There we go. This is so nerve-wracking. Jesus in heaven. Holy shit, is it working? Is it actually working? Holy fuck! We're live. We are live, gang. I'm gonna get rid of the shitty cam. Oh my gosh. Seriously, nothing's wrong? I'm gonna go into the task manager immediately to see what's up. Your Windows is going to run off your SSD. Yeah. But I should be able to, like, change that later, shouldn't I? I wouldn't mind having the M2 as extra storage either, TBH. Detailed services, performance. Got 64 gig of RAM. Got 2 SSDs. Recognizes the GPU. Holy shit, gang. I think... Does this just work now? Show available networks then, you fuck. Troubleshoot. Right click on start menu, go to disk management, format your M2. It's an absolute pain in the ass. Fresh Windows install is the easiest route. Alright, so I'm not gonna do that then. Alright, give me 2 seconds, because I'm gonna pull the Ethernet cable from the streaming computer and put it on the new computer. And we're gonna see what happens. The stream might die. But it shouldn't. It should go